Hey everyone, it's me, ComfyTea. This video is going to be mainly discussing the main new content of the show discussed at this timestamp in the video. Click to that part if you're already caught up, you've seen the entire seasons 1, 2, and 3. I'll see you there.
Picture this. You've been reincarnated into a foreign world, one that seems medieval compared to the Earth you know. You'd be fine, remembering how you died to get here, but had only one desire: to read books. However, the family you're born into is of commoner status, poor and uneducated, and books were strictly owned by the nobility. Most people in your town had no idea what they even were. So, using the memories from your past life, you invent items novel to this world. Soaps, clothing, paper, all manner of things that are considered luxury items in this world to increase your financial status. But really, with the goal of one day being able to produce your own books and library. However, things would not be so simple, given the society was class-based, and no amount of money could make you a noble. You also come across something unexpected. In this world, magic exists, also strictly property of the nobility. Yet, you possess more than anyone. How will this affect you and your new family? Find out in the tale of Ascendance of a Bookworm. Let's get started and watch this story unfold. After taking a light drink to recover, Mine was given a magical circlet to wear on her head. She began to pout, wanting to know why she had to wear it, but after putting it on, she quickly became unable to stay awake. The head priest, Ferdinand, observed the stick she dropped, which she normally used to tie her hair. It wasn't just this hairpin that was unusual to him. Mine had brought all sorts of strange creations to the country of Jürgen Schmidt. But the most surprising thing of all was her passion for books. She treasured literature and even wrote some picture books for children. Her obsession was clearly abnormal. Ferdinand desired to know just what went on through that head of hers. So he put a circlet on his head as well, and through magic, he was able to peer into her past. Before she became Mine, she lived in a distant era as Urano Motosu. Psychology, religion, history, geography, education, folklore, mathematics, physics, geology, chemistry, biology, art, health, language, fiction. Literature was her life. She loved books, laden with mankind's knowledge in all disciplines, with all her heart, and felt unbridled joy at living a life surrounded by them. But then, a bookcase suddenly fell over her, and on the verge of death, she uttered a silent prayer. "Oh God, may I be able to read all kinds of books in my next life, too. It's so hot. I can't breathe. I can't take this anymore." A voice called out to Urano for help, and then disappeared as she reached out her hand. In this medieval and unfamiliar bedroom, she wondered where she was. She wondered if these tiny hands were really hers. She was pretty sure she had died, and now questioned if she was having some kind of weird, dying dream. She tried pinching her cheek, but no dice. This wasn't a dream. A green-haired woman then came in, speaking a language unfamiliar to Urano. Then quickly, Urano's head pulsated with someone else's memories. Mine's mother called out to her, but Urano knew she wasn't that little girl. She was Urano Motosu, but with Mine's mother, Ava, calling once again, Urano could now understand the language. It was at this moment Urano began her life as Mine. That was when Urano realized her mother had been just as happy as she was when she landed her librarian job. But now, Urano would never see her again. She apologized to her mother, and now wished she had a book to read. Well, as long as she had books, she could deal with things no matter where she was. She wondered where she could find one though. Then, next to come in was Mine's older sister, Tuli, here to check on her. Mine asked Tuli to bring her a book. However, Tuli had no idea what that even was. Mine was flabbergasted. She wondered how that was even possible. Was it that there were no books for kids in this house? When their mother came back in, Tuli told her it seemed like Mine's head was hurting. The mother noticed the fever was finally down, but perhaps her daughter wasn't feeling her best. She told Mine to sleep until dinner time. After they left the room though, this was Mine's opportunity to find some books. Stepping on the cold, dusty floor with her bare feet was hard, but for her, it was worth it. She went through the clothes hamper, found a doll, but no luck. She decided she needed to check the next room over. The big door in comparison to her small body seemed daunting. However, this would be her first snag. She tried jumping towards the door handle, but even just a little physical activity put her out of breath. Whatever, books were worth that too. She dragged her blanket over and stood on her tippy toes to just barely reach the handle, and pulling the handle back, she tumbled backwards. Still, this pain would be her medal of honor. Observing right outside to be the kitchen, she needed to look elsewhere for books. She then found the storeroom and looked all over the house, not finding a single book. Was it possible that books in this world were really expensive? Even in the history of Urano's original world, books were rare and pricey till the printing press made them possible to mass produce. If you weren't upper class, you would never get the chance to read one. Oh well, she still was hoping for at least something to read, if not books, then newspapers or calendars. Rummaging through the entire house, she still found nothing in the form of writing in any shape or form. How was a bookworm supposed to survive here? She began to tear up. Her mother and sister then arrived back, noticing the mess she had made. Mine didn't care though. She was heartbroken from not being able to find even a single book. She wanted to read so badly. That's all she wanted. 3 days passed since she had woken up as Mine, and for her, these 3 days had been hell. Life here totally sucked. The toilet was a bedroom bedpan, which is then dumped outside. And then Dad, Gunter, who she barely knew, changes her clothes. Good grief. She had to abandon both her femininity and shame, or else she'd never last. She's now given up and even let her family wipe her down. Thule thought that was weird, but it made Mine feel a lot better. Then, Mine tried to tie her hair because it was really bothering her. However, because of its straightness, the ribbon would fall off right away. She then had Thule make a wooden stick for her. That way, she could tie her hair up. But she still needed to do something about her hair feeling sticky and gross. With her mother noticing her fever was gone, she invited Mine to go shopping. This got the gears in her head moving. She might not be able to find any books at home, but there might be a bookstore out there. If there was one, she could tactically feign she'd feel less lonely if she had books, and convince her mother to buy her one in exchange for watching their house all the time. So, Mine was all willing. Opening the door, the sight of the stairs was cold, scary, and stinky to Mine. Luckily, her mother offered to carry her the way there. This is when Urano realized Mine's body was frail and remembered her mother always gave Mine piggyback rides. Outside, she was surprised to learn their building had 5 floors. This area was full of townhouses, and they got their water from a community well. Continuing their walk, Mine was amazed to see this place to be a medieval European town like straight out of the photo books. And the biggest structure in town was the cathedral, where once Mine turned 7, she'd go to receive her baptism. Beyond the castle town gate was the Lord's castle and the other nobility's mansions. The city wall surrounded the town in order to keep all the citizens safe, and Mine's father was a gatekeeper at the south gate. Mine quickly figured out that where they lived was a big city, yet she didn't see any writing anywhere in town. The thought that they might not have a writing system at all truly scared her, but it was a possibility. Despite reaching the lively marketplace, Mine was not any happier because still, there probably weren't any books. She gasped in excitement though, finally seeing a plank with writing, which her mother explained was the price of what the vendor was selling. Mine was excited to see they had a number system and currency, which was Leon. She quickly pointed out a particular set of fruits, priced at 30 Leon, earning praise for her intelligence. However, as they continued, smelling the stench of dead chicken and witnessing one getting decapitated was a little too much for our bookworm. She woke up on her mother's lap after fainting, but still wasn't fully recovered from the trauma. However, to not impede her mother's shopping, she decided to walk up to a local vendor and politely ask if she could wait in the shop, since she wasn't feeling so well. The shop owner couple was fine with it, especially since Mine was so polite. Walking into the shop though, Mine finally found a book. She was ecstatic, because books did exist in this world. She asked the shop owner where the bookstore was, only to learn bookstores didn't exist. Books had to be copied by hand, and they cost so much that few people could afford to buy them. This particular book was pawned off by a noble who couldn't repay his debt, and the shop owner technically hasn't put it on sale, since most people here wouldn't be able to read or afford it. Only other nobles would even think about buying something so expensive. Mine began to pout, annoyed at social hierarchy obstructing her ability to read. She began to kowtow, asking to hold the book. She begged to at least be able to enjoy the scent of the ink. However, the man felt it'd be risky to let her touch it for some reason, and declined her. So, she sadly but politely accepted. With her mother returning to pick her up, she left regretting not even being able to hold a book. There were no bookstores in town, and there might not be any bookstores in this world. That night during dinner, her mind was stuck on what she could possibly do next. She'd just have to make books herself. Oh, whoops. She said that out loud. So when her family asked, she dismissed her idea that would seem crazy to them. However, in the heart of a bookworm, she was going to get her books, if it was the last thing she could ever do. Just like I'll get you to like this video and subscribe to my channel if it's the last thing I ever do. Why? Well, here at my Shoujo Weekly, I've got plenty of reincarnation stories in the shoujo genre for you. I even have a whole playlist you can watch, and these stories have plenty of drama, romance, and silly moments for you to enjoy. So come on, hit that subscribe, or I might die. No isekai. Waking up at early dawn, mine was seething with determination to bring books to this world. But first, she needed to know where to find paper. She started searching through mine's memories, but nope, not even a single memory pertaining to paper was there. And her hair felt so itchy it was like sandpaper. This world didn't have any books or schools. Kids here either help out with housework or go to work. Tuli presented some of the merly fruit she had picked today. It looked a lot like an avocado, and hearing their mother say they could extract oil from them, mine knew she could make shampoo. She was happy to finally be able to wash her hair for the first time this week. Back when she was Urano, she made lots of handmade soaps and shampoos with her mother, so she had plenty of know-how on the techniques. If she extracted oil from a fruit, used some herbs for fragrance, and added a pinch of salt, she could have her very own shampoo. She was so ecstatic, she decided to smash a fruit before Tuli could even put a cloth over it, causing the juice to splatter all over, and boy, their mother wasn't happy. Extracting the oil afterwards, she had Tuli boil water for her to pour it into, and the aroma was simply divine. She then began washing her hair with it, and combing her locks out. Both her sister and mother were surprised to see a shine much like the night sky. She called this new invention in their world simple all-in-one shampoo. When their mother goes to work, mine and Tuli are left to watch the house. Oh, it seems their father forgot to take his lunch. He had rushed their mother to make it for him, and if their mother found out he left it, she'd be pretty mad, so mine wanted to deliver it to him. However, even a few steps down from their place was too much for her, and by the time they made it outside, she was completely out of breath. Tuli started thinking they should turn back. Then their friends, Ralph, Lutz, and Faye came to greet them. Mine could only think, wow, check out this rainbow hair squad. The three boys were about to head out to the forest, and digging through mine's memories, she knew Ralph, the redhead, was the same age as Tuli. Faye, his cousin, was also the same age. And Lutz, the blonde, was Ralph's little brother at 5 years old and the same age as herself. She suddenly became dizzy and fell over in front of everyone. She couldn't even get up after a fall, and began realizing the true frailty of this body. Lutz asked if she was alright, and offered to give her a ride to the gate. However, Ralph took the task on instead, being older and much stronger. Mine didn't let Lutz's kindness go unnoticed though, thanking him for his worry and making him blush and look away. On their trek there, Tuli asked Ralph how carrying her sister was, and it was no problem for him whatsoever. Getting a thank you from Tuli made him blush. And mine could tell this boy had the hots for her sister. A gentle breeze then went by, causing Ralph to notice the smell on Tuli's hair. He complimented the nice smell, making Tuli blush in turn. Ooh. Mine was squealing internally over their romance, even comparing Ralph to a male lead in a shoujo manga. Having washed Tuli's hair for her, mine was ready to take all the credit for making it look silky and sweet-smelling. Before they dumped the shampoo, their mother even wanted some for herself. Lutz was the next to make mine's heart race, complimenting her smell, adding she looked much prettier now that her hair didn't cover her face. She's never had a single romantic encounter even in her previous life. She exploded inside, having no idea how to respond. Our bookworm was a modest and shy wallflower. Reaching the gate, Tuli was able to deliver their father his lunch. They waved their goodbyes to Lutz and the others who continued onto their forest job, while they went inside the gate. Inside, Gunther was gushing over his cute, loving daughters, embracing them with so much love. The mood became serious with one of his fellow guards leaving with a box. Their father explained a VIP must have shown up, probably a noble whose arrival they had to inform the lord of their town about. Otto then arrived, giving a salute to his captain. He reported Count Lowenhart asking the gates to be opened, and presented the proper seals of approval. Thule thought their father was so cool during work mode. However, Mind's attention shifted to the writing and paper Otto had in his hands. Getting closer, her father told her not to get in the way of their work, but she was curious about it all. Learning the paper was made from goat and sheepskin, she snapped to make her next move, sweetly begging her father to buy the parchment for her. He refused, saying it was unnecessary for kids, and that she also didn't know how to read or write. Otto then began to burst out laughing because Gunther couldn't write well either. Mind's father started coping, saying a soldier's job was to maintain law and order in town, and that as long as they knew how to write people's names, that was enough. Mans was illiterate. Mind then tried to convince him to buy on the promise she'd learned to read and write. However, the next obstacle was that parchment was worth 1 month of his salary. He couldn't possibly spend that much on paper. They didn't even sell them in shops for commoners. Boo, poverty. Otto then offered to give his old slate to Mind for her to learn to write. He promised to bring it for her next time, making Mind so thankful. But hearing Otto earn all the love and praise from his daughter, Gunther began to feel jealous. As fall nears its end, the people here start prepping for the long winter ahead. Inundated with winter prep, Mind had no time to spare for bookmaking, and today was pork stalking day. Thule explained it was like a festival. They'd all butcher pigs together, then brine and smoke the meat, or make pot roast and sausages. They wouldn't survive the winter without it. However, Mind didn't like the idea of things dying in front of her. Exiting the gate, Mind was in awe seeing the sunny hillsides. There were people, wheat, hay, and sailboats along the river. It was so different from being in town. She stretched to the fresh air, feeling alive again. However, the ride was bumpy since the roads weren't paved with asphalt. Mind was told to watch the festival from afar, so she couldn't get in the way. Not that she minded. This gave her time to brainstorm. Both books and paper were too expensive to buy, so she needed to start making her own. But how? There's no way she could chop down trees with her own hands. She started thinking back to what people did before machinery was invented. Ancient civilizations, ancient Egypt, and that's when papyrus came to her. Even if she couldn't make papyrus, surely she could weave something out of grass fiber. She could make pseudo-papyrus and then a book out of that. She then looked up, seeing the squealing of a pig, and watching her father slaughter it with the blood dripping out made her faint. Waking up, she was greeted by Otto, and the two exchanged the soldier salute. He then reminded her she had fainted during the pork stalking festival, and her father brought her to the gate in a panic. He said they'd pick her up once they were done. She sighed, wondering how she was going to kill time now. So, Otto brought out his old slate for her, just like he promised. He drew on it, presenting her name, and she was able to spell out the phonetics of mine. She began to scribble her name over and over, and even a Japanese sentence that read, "The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog." She eventually wrote out, Motosu Urano, but acknowledged that was no longer her name, so she erased, spelling Ava, her mother, Gunther, her father, Thule, Ralph, Faye, Otto, Lutz, all surrounded by her name, which was now mine. When the evening bell rang and Mine's family had returned, she was hot and had broken into a fever. She enjoyed the delicious sausage resting in bed, and afterwards enjoyed her writings on the slate. If only she could read an actual book though, and then she'd be on cloud 9. 2 months after becoming mine, winter took over the town she lived in. It was during these days she'd sigh in boredom, unable to enjoy any sunlight during the middle of the day. Getting snowed in was common, so people would work at home over the winter, mainly handiwork. Thule made baskets and their mother stitched clothing. Mine needed to start her craft as well. Before it started snowing, Mine had Thule and the other kids gather a thick-stemmed plant for her pseudo-papyrus. Staring at it, she needed a way to extract the fiber, and Thule explained she would do that with wood by skinning it, washing it, and letting it dry. Lacking the strength to skin, Mine asked Thule to help, arriving at a basketful, which Thule had done all the work for. Mine began to weave the fibers together, but even 3 days later, she barely made any progress. She was frustrated, giving up on her weaving of the pseudo-papyrus. So her mother told her to stop playing with grass and instead to start weaving baskets for them to sell. Thule offered to help, but it was unneeded, since when Mine was still Urano, her mother helped her make baskets out of newspaper leaflets. With the finished product, their mother was amazed, but this made Thule feel insecure about her own works. Mine and their mother tried to cheer her up, especially knowing Thule wanted to be an apprentice seamstress. Their mother offered to help improve Thule's weaving skills, saving the day. Thule turns 7 this summer, the age where one gets baptized in this world, and they begin life as an apprentice. To become an apprentice, you need an adult's referral. As such, most people end up in the same line of work as their parents. Their mother desired for Mine to learn how to weave as well. However, Mine had no desire to be a seamstress or even with her basket weaving skills, a craftsman. She only wanted to make books, despite ancient Egypt's philosophies not working for her. So, next was to turn to Mesopotamia. Her new idea was to make clay tablets in the spring. On another cold morning, Thule and her father had gone out to pick some paru fruit, which grew atop frigid and icy trees. Opening the fruit and juices poured into a bowl, Mine tasted the rich coconut-like milk. Apparently the fruits could only be picked in the morning while trees were still frozen, since when exposed to sunlight, paru trees grow rapidly and send their fruit flying far away. Quite the strange tree. Once their father finished separating the paru's flesh, oil, and pulp, he left for work in the night shift. Mine observed the leftover pulp to be much like soy, and putting it in her mouth, Thule shouted it was bird feed. However, it turned out to be pretty edible. Ralph and Lutz came knocking, offering to exchange some eggs for some of the bird feed. Lutz's stomach started rumbling, and he acknowledged coming from a family with a bunch of boys, food was starting to become a problem for them. So, Mine fed him the pulp dipped in the paru fruit juice, a delicacy unheard of. But she had a way to make it taste better. Preparing batter in their fireplace, she taught them to flip it once bubbles formed on the surface. Mine was too weak to flip it, so Lutz did it with plenty of style. Now they had what Mine called simple paru cakes that were ready to eat, and they were a big hit with everyone in the room. Thule asked where Mine learned to make these, and Mine answered, "Well, you got your hands all red to get these for us. This way, we can eat all the fruit without it going to waste." And this touched Thule's heart. Amazed with Mine's work, Lutz offered to be there for her next time if she needed anything since she was so weak and frail. When their father came home, tasting the delicious paru cake, the family started wondering where Mine learned to make all these wonderful creations. There was the all-in-one shampoo, and also the elaborate basket as well. Thule and Ava felt like something about her was different, but Gunter didn't mind. He was happy to see his youngest no longer having fevers and being up and about. The family then ran to Mine's scream because her slate pencil had worn out. She asked her father to take her to the gate because she needed more from Mr. Otto. And while she was at it, she wanted him to teach her more letters to write. When she openly said she loved Otto, her father's heart was broken. He then went up to her, saying not until spring, and made the excuse that she'd catch a fever if she went outside, making Mine pout in frustration. She felt her dad was just a little too overbearing. However, the very next day had perfect paru picking weather, so her mother and Thule headed out to the forest, and her dad had to take her to the gate anyway. Walking on the way there, her father reminded her that Otto was a married man, absolutely 100% devoted to his wife. But Mine wondered what that had to do with her. Gunter was quite cold to the man leaving his daughter with Otto. Mine explained her father started to sulk when she spoke highly of him, but still, Otto was happy to see her again. With a fresh slate pencil, Otto taught Mine more letters. Seeing him work though, she was easily able to pick out the incorrect part in his budget calculations. Even being unable to fully read, numbers were still a universal language that she could draw from her past experience. Otto started looking back and forth at her, until he swallowed his pride and asked for her help. Pausing for a moment, she agreed, on the condition he gave her more slate pencils and teach her the alphabet. She wasn't the kind of girl who works for no compensation. Thus, they shook hands on it, and she had a deal. She declined his offer of the abacus because she didn't know how to use one, instead, doing all of her calculations on her slate. He was surprised to see her perfect results, even without the use of a calculator. On another day, their mother presented Thule's outfit for her baptism, and Thule was quite cheerful. Their family, like most others, used their free time over the winter to prepare for the summer. Observing the plainness of her hair, Mine thought Tuli needed a bit more for her baptism, and vowed to make her big sister the prettiest she could be. Now, Mine could show off the lacework she got from all those hours at mommy crafting classes. Unfortunately though, this world didn't have the crochet hook yet, so she needed to ask her father, who was still sulking apparently. Mine was able to turn this around with a simple, "Pretty please?" And Gunter's heart was on fire, especially hearing her praise him with, "You're the best, Dad." She got him. He got to work, now in a much better mood with Mine by his side. Finally making exactly what she was looking for, she told him she loved him, making this grown man tear up, and his victory over Otto was secured. Next, Mine took some of her mother's waist thread and crocheted a little flower. Her plan was to make a bunch and put them together. Their mother quickly picked up on the technique. Their father made the hairpin part, and Tuli's hair decoration was finished. It truly was a nice finishing touch. Their father was especially happy to see his two daughters love and care for each other. He had to shout it to the heavens. They were his pride and joy. One evening, the family was surprised to see the amazing feast Mine had cooked up. She was clearly quite braggadocious, telling her family to eat up before it went cold. Her mother didn't know if she'd even seen anyone cook like this before. With one taste of the soup, Gunter and Tuli lit up. Mine had made palm soup, the unholy love child of paprika and tomato. In this world, it was standard practice to dump the water used to boil veggies. But once again, Mine used it to create a dish unseen in this world. She also made wine-steamed chicken. The family thought perhaps being a chef was in the cards for their youngest. They were considering finding a place to take Mine in as an apprentice. Oh no, she wouldn't be able to make her books if that happened. She needed to go to the forest and make clay tablets already. She cut in, saying she wanted to go to the forest, making her family break out in laughter. But she was serious. She wanted clay tablets for her books. Tuli put a hamper in this plan though, mentioning there's no way Mine had the stamina to head to the forest and back. So, Mine asked what she needed to get her family's permission to go. Her father gave the condition she needed to build up her stamina and strength. No forest until then. She was discouraged, but accepted. With no means of going to the forest, her desire for books could only simmer inside. But then one day, her father brought the news that Otto wanted her as his assistant for filing and budget calculations. She was a great help last time. However, it's against the law to employ an unbaptized child. So officially, she'll be going there to learn how to read and write. Even though Mine was frail, Otto said she was really smart and could make a good scrivener, which is someone who helps people with paperwork to send to nobility or public officials. The work pays well and wasn't too physically demanding. Otto was in the traveling trade before he became a soldier, and he still had connections with merchants. Her parents figured the jobs they could get her weren't suitable, so her father wanted her to maintain a good relationship with Otto. Other terms of this job include she'll be paid in slate pencils and be allowed to take time off when sick. Otto was stressing how favorable these terms were for him, budget-wise. Mine giggled hearing this. Otto would reap all the benefits of an assistant without burning a hole in his pocket. Once a businessman, always a businessman. Mine and her father would walk to the gate together for work, and when she had the ability to keep up, she'd be allowed to go into the forest. It seemed her body only allowed her to go halfway before having to be carried though. Meeting with Otto, he had a whole group of boys to teach who were apprenticing to be future guards. Their basic alphabet consisted of 35 letters. The boys struggled collectively, while Mine was excelling at a fast pace. Mine could tell they needed to move on though, since the boys were starting to get fidgety and were losing focus. She then clapped, calling an end to the letters and that they were to move to numbers next. By the time class was over, she was the one teaching, telling all the boys to be sure to memorize the letters and numbers by next time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to go home until they got everything down pat. With the boys taking off in a rush, Otto commented they wouldn't learn anything if he was too easy on them. But this was a coy plan for Mine. If the boys don't do their homework, they won't get to go home next time. Man, is this some kind of Japanese ideology? Otto chuckled and agreed to try it her way for a while. After her own personal learning session, Mine met up with Tuli and the gang to head home with them. Lutz was surprised to hear Mine could write her own name, saying she was so cool. She figured learning to read and write must be a big deal in this world. Of course Otto would want her for an assistant. She started to reach her exhaustion point partway there, huffing and puffing, totally out of breath. Lutz was here for her though, promising to walk all the way home with her. He cheered her on, and after she caught her breath, she continued. And so, her days of commuting to the gate began. At first, she would go one day and spend the next 3 in bed, but later, she could go 3 days and take 1 day off. And finally, she was excited to announce she had gone to the gate 5 days straight this week and earned her father's permission to go to the forest. The next day, while her sister and friends went though, she was unfortunately in bed with a fever. She desperately wanted to be out making her clay tablets, but knowing Mai needed rest, her mother decided to tell a bedtime story. It was the same story she heard soon after she became Mine, one she always slept peacefully to. When Mine finally got to the forest, it was the end of spring, 3 months after she started commuting to the gate. The gang was going to gather firewood, so Litz told her to rest up. However, she could hardly contain her excitement finally being able to make her clay tablets. In an effort to find clay soil, she stabbed the ground only to immediately find pain. She kept digging, not finding anything at her current pace. That's when Litz returned, shouting at her to remember the promise she made to her father. Her only goal for the day was to make it to the forest and back, and once there, to rest up and come back with the others. She knows she promised, but Litz pointed to her shovel. Bringing it meant she never had any intention of keeping her word. And yeah, with a shameful look, she admitted to her scheme. Litz was frustrated with Mine, because her father was genuinely concerned for her health. He never knew she was the type who could be untrustworthy. However, he was still willing to help her. When Mine said she wanted clay soil, Lutz went over to a spot with little vegetation or drainage. While he was digging, Mine asked why he was helping her, learning he was paying back the paro cake she served him when he was starving. He made up his mind to serve her from then on, and promised to be there for her. He just needed her to trust in him, and presenting her with clay, Mine was ecstatic receiving something that would have taken her days. Forming the tablet, she got to writing letters on the clay. She explained the philosophy to Lutz. When things are written down, one can turn moments, words, thoughts, and events that one would forget into permanent ones and read them over any time. With books, you can learn what people in the past were thinking and experience so much more than you normally could in an average lifespan. Watching Mine become enthralled in her passion caused Lutz to smile. After a few hours, Mine finished her tablets. However, when 2 of the boys came back from collecting firewood, they started hopping on them, destroying one after another of her hard work. She shouted for them to stop, and now seeing it all ruined, she was on her knees. She was in a tearful fury. Her eyes and body started to glow. She stressed the grievances at all the effort it took for her to get to this point. Going to the gate so many times, getting Lutz and Thule to help her, she was so upset with Faye and the other boy. Lutz and Thule were able to calm her down with reasoning, because the 2 didn't mean to do it. They didn't even know. So, Lutz rounded up the group, and by late evening, they were able to help Mine make another set. Right after though, she was bedridden with another fever, while it continued to rain for a few days straight. Coming back to the site in the forest, Mine was certainly saddened, but Lutz was there to comfort and encourage her to give it another try. While the gang gathered firewood, Lutz stayed behind to help her with the tablets. Mine explained that this still wasn't quite her dream though. She wanted to be surrounded by books. However, real books were still too expensive to buy, so these were just substitutes until then. She then asked what Lutz's dream was, and he answered, traveling to other cities. He wanted to become a traveling trader and see the world for himself. Mine thought that sounded fun, as her dream at one point was to visit libraries across the world, although that dream could never come true now. She encouraged Lutz to pursue his dream, even though that would be unpopular where they grew up. Staring at the completed tablets, Mine reflected on how she thought she wasn't meant to live in this world without books. But now, she's found things she held dear here, too. Now, if she had her books, she'd be fine. She felt like she finally found her path in this world. She told Thule the first story she wrote was about the little stars, the same story their mother had told her on the first night, the earliest one Mine could remember. Unable to accept she was Mine until now, she found her mother's affection all too oppressive. But when deciding to make a book, the bedtime story her mother told was the first thing that came to mind. Mine wanted to turn all of her mother's stories into books. That way, she could never forget them. She felt like this was the first time she'd been able to smile genuinely as Mine. Now all she had to do was bake and harden the tablets, and they'd be done. However, with the first clay tablet exploding, she realized things wouldn't be so simple. The day of the summer baptism came, and everyone was congratulating the beautiful Thule. It is customary in this world to throw a grand celebration for 7-year-olds on this day. Lutz's mother commented it must be nice to have girls, in contrast to her only having rowdy boys, and 4 of them at that. All the women then began crowding around Tuli because she looked like a princess today. They were amazed, having never seen such a hair ornament before. Gunter was freaking out because he had a guard meeting on such an important day, and we learned that only children could enter the cathedral. The bell rang, signaling it was time. Tuli became nervous, so Mine poked her cheek, telling her big sister to smile because that's when she was prettier than anybody else. The children then began their march, and despite Gunter still wanting to follow his daughter, Mine stopped him so he could make it to his meeting. In the working room, one of the guards came in looking for Otto. However, he and Mine's father were at their meeting. Luckily, this guard only needed someone who could read, and Mine could easily decipher identification papers and introductory letters from nobility. Observing the text, it seems the one submitting the document had a referral from Baron Braun and is going to visit Baron Graz. This document still needed the captain's stamp, so Mine told the guard to have the man sit in the waiting room for lesser nobles. In the evening, Gunter hurried his way out, and Mine passed along her message from earlier. A merchant with a noble's referral was sitting in the waiting room. Otto thanked his wonderful assistant, while Gunter took credit for his daughter. During dinner, Tuli described the cathedral as both beautiful and spacious. Mine then presented a cute soup filled with stars and hearts, and with Tuli thanking her for everything, Mine was gushing over her angel of a sister. After dinner, Tuli was then given her gifts: new work, clothes, and tools. She'd start her work as a full-time seamstress soon. They then asked what Mine was going to do for work, since her baptism would be next summer, and of course, she answered becoming a merchant for books. Shifting from her dream though, her father would hand her a dagger as a gift. Moving forward, Mine would be helping with housework in Tuli's place, and need to get firewood and forage in the forest. Seeing the knife though, our little bookworm could only think to use it for wooden tablets. She could chop wood into thin sticks, shave the surface smooth, and write on them. If she made a lot, they'd be a fine substitute for a book. All thanks to ancient China. But of course, given the frailty of Mine's body, this small knife was far too heavy. She then noticed Lutz's quick work and got inspired. She should start by doing what she can. She inched her way, shaving many pieces of wood. She even became embarrassed over how Lutz could tell they were replacements for her clay tablets, because she was having so much fun. Lutz offered to help her, but in return, he wanted to be introduced to Otto to learn about the traveling trade. So, Mine agreed to ask at the gate tomorrow. In the office with Otto, he began freaking out, wondering if it was his fault Mine wanted to join the traveling trade, only to be relieved learning it was actually her friend that wanted it. Hearing Otto still wouldn't recommend the trade, Mine could already kind of tell the profession wasn't popular. Lutz probably would catch hell from his parents, and the constant travel might be hard on a city kid. She wasn't going to tell him that though, thinking it'd be better to hear from someone who came from that world like Otto instead. And thus, Otto agreed on the next day off. Realizing slate pencils weren't going to work on wooden tablets, Mine asked to be paid in ink. The price, however, was far too much. She'd have to work 3 years for free with no advances. Later, back home after setting her wooden tablets to dry, Mine was contemplating on how to get ink. Perhaps catching an octopus or squid would work. Or perhaps not. Where even was the sea here? She then noticed their bin full of ash, and asked her mother for it, only to get rejected on the grounds of it being used for soap, to thaw ice, and various other things. So, Mine instead proposed asking for soot, to which her mother responded happily, giving the oven cleaning job to Mine. She collected a good amount, although she was bedridden right after. She tried mixing it with water, only for the writing to become fuzzy and imprecise. Mixing it with oil would be the next obvious choice, but there's no way her mother would let her have any. Perhaps she could try something non-liquid, like crayon or pencil. Our bookworm used all of her brain power to come up with her next method, mixing soot with clay. Lutz and Mine got to work, and forming them, she finally had something she could write with on her wooden tablets. Making it home though, she was frantic seeing her wooden tablets were gone. She tried to explain it to her mother, only to find out her mother used it as firewood. Mine was so disheartened. Her eyes and body began to glow once more. She fell, feeling intense pain within her heart, and quickly fainted. She felt like the fever was eating away at her, like she was slowly fading away. She woke up to Lutz, who heard she collapsed suddenly. He was going to leave to get her mother, but she grabbed onto him, confiding that her plans had failed again. Her mom burned her tablets. She felt fated to never finish a book. Continuing to weep, Lutz encouraged her to be hopeful. She just needed to pick a material that didn't burn. Mine thanked him for his kind words. Still though, Mine felt anger at something she made being burned, frustration of that anger not being understood, the reality that no matter how many things she tried, she could never have her books. Lamenting, she had enough. If her efforts never amounted to anything, then she felt she might as well disappear. She began to slowly fade from existence, but held on knowing she still had a promise to keep for Lutz. She had to get better and introduce him to Otto. And wow, that feeling alone almost took her fever entirely down. There was something strange about this fever. It attacked her from the inside and kept changing in size. What kind of illness was this? She expressed her grievances with Otto after having 5 whole days of fever. Being unable to make what she wanted after so many attempts, she asked what he would do in her shoes. So, he suggested she persuade someone who already kind of does what she's looking for in her stead. And if they also had a financial stake in it, she wouldn't hurt her bottom line. Very businesslike of Otto. They then talked about doing the merchant meeting with Lutz at the Central Plaza by the 3rd bell on another day. And Otto was looking forward to the boy Mine was recommending. She became flustered, thinking this was only supposed to be a business meeting. Meeting in the forest another day, Mine needed Lutz to do as she said with no objections. She started by washing his hair, and told him that first impressions for business meetings were important. Looking down, she asked what Lutz was hoping to gain becoming a traveling trader. Since his parents couldn't refer him into the business, he needed to have a concise goal in mind to get accepted. He didn't quite know the answer, instead turning the question back on Mine, since she mentioned wanting to become a merchant as well. She responded that she only wanted to become a merchant as a second option, but as an apprentice merchant, she wanted to sell paper, understanding there wasn't much demand for books here. Looking a bit more proper, Lutz asked why they arrived earlier than the scheduled time, and Mine answered it was better to be early than late. With Otto arriving, Mine reminded Lutz to remember his greetings, and held his hand to relieve pressure. They were surprised to see Otto brought another man, a merchant named Benno, with him. After everyone made their introductions, Benno was introduced as an old buddy from Otto's traveling trader days. Known to have a foul mouth, but be a nice guy deep down, Benno put Mine's politeness in high regards, but quickly became curious seeing the stick in her hair. She pulled it out, explaining she used it to tie up her hair. Next, he was amazed seeing her hair shine, and wanted to inquire more. However, she kept her method confidential. Turning to the main topic of this meeting, which was Lutz wanting to become a traveling trader, Otto quickly told him to forget it, because only a fool would relinquish their citizenship. Becoming a traveling trader would give up his right to reside in any given city, meaning he'd have no proof of identity. He wouldn't be able to get a job, rent a home, or get married. When children are baptized at the age of 7, that's when they get their citizenship. If an outsider wanted to obtain one, they'd have to cough up an absurd amount of money. On top of that, the life of a nomad is nothing like city life. They wouldn't even necessarily have access to wells on their travel for water. That's why a family's route is passed down through generations in the trade. Those routes were far too valuable to share with outsiders. And the most important issue was the endgame. A traveling trader's ultimate goal is to obtain citizenship. They save up money to leave their rough travels behind and live in peace in the city one day. That's every traveling trader's dream. Lutz felt totally shut down. Luckily though, Otto brought up an alternative that Mine suggested. If he were just to be an apprentice merchant, he'd still have the ability to go out of town to stock up on wares and materials. Benno then approached him, asking if he wanted to be a merchant. With Mine holding Lutz's hand, Lutz resolutely affirmed. But to his surprise, Benno wanted to know what Lutz could sell, and what he planned to sell once he became a merchant. Seeing Lutz had no answer, Benno declared an end to this meeting. With Lutz tearing up, Mine whispered, asking if he wanted to sell paper on her behalf. He had his goal redefined once more. He'd bring all of Mine's ideas to reality. As it was understood, Mine would invent, Lutz would sell the inventions. The two adults became curious about Mine's desired occupation, But when hearing she wanted to sell books, Benno scoffed, remarking that to be a job for nobility. She definitely didn't like that. She presented her first idea, selling paper not made from animal skin, but instead from plants. It would be cheaper and very profitable merchandise. Benno asked for the details of this, which were of close confidentiality for mine. She planned to have the prototype ready by the time of her baptism next summer, and Benno could approve if they were usable then. He smirked, accepting her gambit, and the two children cheered, high-fiving to the success of their first business dealing. After waving their goodbyes, Benno commented on mine's conduct and speech, remarking nothing about it indicated she was the unbaptized child of a soldier. Otto responded her family was perfectly normal, and she was the odd one out. Benno was excited, knowing if plant-based paper came to fruition, it would turn the market on its head. He planned to make her his apprentice, given she'd already invented hair sticks, a way to make hair shine, and the plant-based paper, of course. He was sure she'd have all kinds of ideas up her sleeve. He planned to have both Lutz and Mine join him. Mine was frolicking, while Lutz seemed a bit more serious. He kind of burst her bubble, asking how they were going to make the paper. At home, Thule was surprised that Mine and Lutz had been accepted as apprentice merchants, even though it was conditional. It was there. Mine was drawing ideas out for a steamer and decal. Paper making happens in 2 steps, extracting the fiber and molding it. First, you chop wood, steam it, and then skin it. When that's done, once you've separated the useful fiber from everything else, you beat it down and unravel it. And after that, you screen a mix of the fiber, water, and starch with the decal. Then, couch the paper and press the water out. Once dried, the paper is all done. They just needed the tools. So Mine planned to ask Lutz tomorrow for help making the equipment. Presenting her schematics to Lutz, he was going to look for the type of wood she needed. However, she also needed to procure nails. She relayed the nail issue to Otto, making him laugh. Mine asked him why he became a soldier, since citizenship was expensive. So, he responded with pride. It was all so he could marry Karina. After he turned 15, he came to this town and met his wife-to-be. He was shot through the heart the moment he laid eyes on her. Just recounting the tale, Otto became so flushed. Getting out of his daze, he desired to strike a deal with Mine. She make all-in-one shampoo for him, and he'd pay for her nails. She was happy to accept, realizing he must want it for his wife. The two shook on this deal, and so, she was invited to Otto's place during her next day off. Heading to the north side, Mine was amazed at the different look of the buildings. Soldiers weren't rich, so Mine questioned how Otto could afford to live here, and we learn his brother-in-law didn't want to be separated from his dear sister. So, the couple lived upstairs in the family room, and seeing they lived in the 3rd floor of a much nicer building than her own, Mine was surprised Otto had gotten the green light to marry such a rich girl. Inside, she met Karina, who immediately complimented Mine's beautiful hair. Karina may be young, but she's already part of the top brass at the Seamstress Guild. Thule was greener than her hair with envy that Mine was getting to meet her idol. After washing her hair out, Karina was astonished at the smoothness and thanked Mine for her help. But now, clutching her dress, Karina wanted to know how Otto was at work. She was worried because he gave up his merchant's life for her. However, Mine erased these worries, explaining Otto was very much a merchant at work. He always haggled people that came on deliveries, and his merchant's spirit burned bright. This really lifted the weight on Karina's shoulders. Opening the door, Karina came out to Otto looking absolutely beautiful. My man's jaw dropped. He quickly tried to get Mine out of here, asking if she had something else to do. And once getting her nails, she left the happy couple to their business. With the nails, Mine and Lutz got to making the decal right away, but they ran into a roadblock. They needed precision tools to make exact measurements. That way they could avoid any gaps when they stacked the decal. Lutz didn't have the tools, so he'd have to ask his father. However, remembering his father thought of merchants as cold, heartless monsters with only money on their minds, he sighed, knowing it was going to be a pain. In the evening on the way back, Otto gave the two an invitation to meet with Benno. It might have something to do with their first day of meeting. Mine had asked about illnesses where a fever suddenly grows or shrinks, because she felt hers was always eating her away. Benno believed it might be the devouring, and Mine would die very soon. The invitation they received was a lunch with Benno. It designated they meet with him at the Gilberta Company by the 4th bell. on the first floor of Otto's building. That's when Mine figured out it was Benno who didn't want to be separated from his dear sister, meaning he and Otto were brothers-in-law. They pulled one over Mine last time, so she warned Lutz to be careful they do not get tricked today. Reaching the shop, they observed it not to have too many customers and not many goods. Lutz wondered if the shop actually made money. Mine was certain they did. The shop was squeaky clean, the customer service thorough, and employees were classy. The clientele must be nobility and wealth. Inside, they began their meal. However, Mine was displeased with the taste of the food. She noticed Benno seemed a little mad, and we learned it had to do with her asking Otto for nails, especially because it involved a trade for the all-in-one shampoo. Benno wanted her to come to him first. Mine assumed that wouldn't be acceptable, since she and Lutz had only been conditionally accepted. However, Benno explained that if the plant-based paper they create has value, the two would be hired as apprentices to his company. The paper would be Gilberta Company's merchandise, and thus he needed them to talk to him about everything first. Now understanding how this would make him look bad, Mine bowed in apology, but oops, they don't do that in this world. Regardless, they came to an agreement, so now they could get on to business. Benno would be providing everything they needed to make paper. However, he couldn't assess their abilities fairly without the right environment. Starting a business requires capital. Of course, he wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart. In return, he wanted to buy the recipe for the liquid that made hair shine. Mine understood this was collateral, which shocked Benno, because how could a little 6-year-old girl know that word? It's almost like she lived as an adult in another life. She broke the term down for Lutz, explaining collateral to be when you lend money to someone, you take something in exchange for security's sake, and ensure you get your money back. Mine, demonstrating her shrewdness, asked how long Benno's backing would last, to which he explained until their baptism, and his company would buy all the paper they produced by then, and once they deduct the material costs and commission, he'd give them the rest of the money. After baptism, the paper would be sold through his company and 10% of the profits would be paid to Mine and Lutz as royalties. Mine deferred the royalties, wanting to reserve the right to produce paper herself, and give Lutz exclusive right to sell it. Her reason being royalty added to their pay would mean nothing if the two of them were fired. She was protecting them from being cast aside once Benno had the product in his hand. Benno smirked, hearing her desire for job security rather than short-term benefits. He was impressed she had the wherewithal to protect her interests. He then called in his employee, Mark, who helped Mine write out order forms for their needs while Lutz continued to practice his writing. However, Lutz gave a serious look at Mine, prompting her to ask what was wrong. However, he wouldn't answer. After filling out the paperwork, they needed to sign it with contract magic, making Mine excited to hear about magic in this fantasy world. However, her dreams were crushed again, hearing only nobles had magic. Contract magic was created to curb high-handed nobles. When signed, the magic ensures the terms are binding, and it can't be cancelled without the consent of all parties. They brought out paper and special ink, used for contract magic. Mine pouted, realizing she gave up the all-in-one shampoo too easily. The ink used was quite expensive, only used for deals considered very profitable. With all the parties having signed, Mine gasped in fear seeing the blade Mark presented. They needed to seal their signed names in blood. This was no problem for Lutz or Benno, but Mine was really squeamish. Lutz decided to take her blood for her, and placing the final bit of blood on the contract, it lit up and disappeared, making it official. Outside, while the two children began their walk home, Lutz kept his distance from Mine. While calling to him, he suddenly stopped, turning to ask if she really was Mine. He asked how she was able to have that business conversation with Benno, which Lutz could barely understand half of. Mine tightened her hand. She shook nervously, asking if she really seemed like a different person to Lutz, and he apologized, knowing that was weird to say. He just was surprised by all the complicated talk. The two then moved forward, but Mine realized she had messed up by being too eager today. Once they started to make paper, she knew Lutz would definitely realize she wasn't Mine. She wondered what he would do if he found out. She reached out as he walked away, not wanting to hurt someone who's become a dear friend. Arriving back at her house, Mine's family was strangely distant to her. Outside, Lutz's family asked who she was, and told her to bring Mine back. Mine tried to get away, calling for help, but was only met with hands and voices asking who she was. The scream from her nightmare actually brought her mother to her room. If they found out she actually wasn't mine, she was fine letting the fever consume her until she disappeared. She didn't want to have any regrets when that happened. So, until then, she needed to put everything into making paper. The next day, she felt facing Lutz was a little awkward. Luckily, he had to go to the forest today, so he couldn't come with her to see Benno. This was a big relief for Mine, since she could just finish all her dealings with the adults while Lutz wasn't around. Now she could avoid further suspicion. Meeting with Mark, Mine discussed having a shop arranged near the south gate, where they'd be procuring a lot of lumber. Suddenly, though, she collapsed on the street and passed out. She woke up in a bed to Karina and Benno, who were concerned for her. She quickly got into kowtowing, again, a bad habit of hers. Benno checked her head, finding her fever had gone down, but told her to head home. She tried to tell him she still had so much to do, but he really insisted she go back, and banned her from coming back to work alone, saying Lutz needed to accompany her every time. And so, she was forcibly brought home, where she was given a real earful by her mother and found herself bedridden again. Benno was now certain she had the devouring, and explained to Otto it manifested in commoners born with mana. It's not well known because most of these children don't live to see their baptism. If a person's mana overgrows too much, it'll devour and kill them. The more excess mana they have, the sooner they die. The only way to save someone with this condition is to have them use magical items that can extract the excess from their body. On another day, Mine's father scolded her, saying if she pushed herself one more time, she wouldn't be allowed out of the house. Lutz laughed hearing she was banned from going without him. With Gunter gone, Lutz admitted he felt inadequate with her doing all that complicated stuff without him. He felt like she didn't need him. He lashed out, and now he was apologizing. Mind felt relieved, knowing he didn't hate her. In Benno's office, he stressed the importance of Lutz's job taking care of Mine. He believed Lutz was the only one who could babysit this girl who was so reckless. Everyone was poking at Mine to take it easy, while they all did the heavy lifting. Seeing the look on her face, Lutz could already tell that went in one ear and out the other, and seeing she was caught, the room filled with laughter from her embarrassment. At the time, she hadn't yet realized that Lutz had completely stopped calling her Mine since that day. Mark showed the two children to their personal workshop, where all of their materials would be delivered. Lutz was interacting with Mine like usual. She was worried he figured out she wasn't really Mine. She's glad they made up. Their next task was to have bamboo sticks combined together to make a drainer for the decal to screen the paper solution. But it seems Mine and Lutz couldn't refine the bamboo into the shapes they needed by hand. So, they decided to visit the lumberer the next day, a very country-like man who knew his way around wood. With her presenting him in order form, he was in disbelief this little girl knew what she was asking for. She also found out he couldn't handle her bamboo work, and he recommended her to a craftsman for more precision. This entire interaction created further suspicion for Lutz. Meeting the craftsman, she showed her scheme for the drainer made of bamboo sticks. The man was capable but needed some sturdy thread. So, they then went their way to a thread seller, where Mine was forcibly carried because Lutz could tell she was going too far again. A month and a half later, they had everything in place to start making their paper. Blue skies, white clouds. This was the perfect day to make paper. Although, Lutz was struggling to carry the heavy steamer. Arriving at their production site, Mine suggested he take a break, but he refused, knowing once they started steaming, they'd have to wait a while. He could break then. With everything set up, Lutz went to chop wood, leaving Mine to watch the pot and rest. She noticed a weird bulb in the ground and dug it out. Holding it, it became unusually hot, so she tossed it and it broke apart into the ground, producing rapidly growing sprouts. She called out to Lutz, which alerted him to the sight of the trombe. He whistled to his brother and cousin as he started to cut the roots out. The boys continued to cut the rapid-growing plant while having Mine run away. After the event, he explained trombe to be a monster that grows and sucks all nutrients from the soil. If it gets too big, they'd have to call in the night order to deal with it. He thought it was pretty strange, since it was growing so fast, despite it not being trombe season yet. Luckily, it hadn't affected the soil much. Mine had other ideas for the monstrous plant though. She suggested making paper out of it. They steamed it and peeled the bark off. It was the perfect material for paper. The next task was to stretch it and let it dry, whereafter they'd wash and steam it again. Lutz wanted to talk about something. However, he decided to hold it off until they finished the paper. Walking away, Mine could tell he was still suspicious of her. The paper-making process continued smoothly, but she couldn't tell what was on Lutz's mind. She had him make her chopsticks to stir the bark in the pot, and he was suspicious of the skills she had holding the strange utensils. She tried her best to play this off. On another day, they were on the task to remove any knots and bruises in the fiber. Once the adial fruit mixed in water produces a sticky starch, they mixed the fiber in it, completing the paper solution. She was happy to finally get to a stage she was familiar with. When she was Urano, she used to make paper out of milk cartons. Lutz questioned when and where she was familiar with this, to which she completely blew her cover, only making the excuse it was a girly secret he couldn't pry into. Getting to work, Lutz continued to question her techniques. She paused, wishing Lutz wouldn't glare at her so suspiciously. As the days passed, everything went smoothly, and they finished their first pieces of paper. She was happy, but it still needed to dry. With it now basically finished, Lutz brought up the talk he wanted to have that Mine had been dreading the entire time. He asked who she really was, citing she knew how to make paper, and even said she had done it before. There's no way she could be Mine, he gasped. When she admitted he was right, he then became angry, shouting at her to bring Mine back. Mine agreed. Speaking as if she were ashamed, she told him it'd be better if she did that back at home. The reason being she was certain this body would only become a corpse after she was gone. Lutz didn't understand. He couldn't believe Mine was gone forever, and his heart ached hearing Urano confirm that was the most likely outcome. He then asked her if she devoured Mine with the fever, to which Urano answered she believed Mine was consumed by the fever, but Urano herself was not the cause of it. Right now, the fever was also eating her away. Lutz began to shake her. He was confused. He thought Mine disappeared because of her, but she screamed back at him, because it wasn't like she wanted to be Mine. She told him how she lived and died in a different world, but suddenly found that she'd become some child. If she had the choice, she would have never picked such a sickly body. Lutz began to disarm, hearing her reasoning and learning she didn't intend to take Mine away. After all, who would want a body so frail? Just walking a little left her bedridden for days. He let go, and Mine accepted if he truly wanted her gone, she'd be willing to disappear at any time. He was shocked hearing her say that, but she explained she would have been long gone already if it wasn't for him. She reminded him she fell sick after her mother used her wood tablets as firewood. At that time, she didn't mind the fever swallowing her whole, knowing no matter how hard she tried, she wasn't getting her books. But seeing his face, she remembered her promise to introduce him to Otto and came back. She fulfilled her promise, and they even made paper. Even so, if he wanted her gone, she was okay with that. Now figuring Urano had taken over once she put the stick in her hair, he was surprised because that was almost an entire year ago. Her family didn't suspect anything, only thinking she had become a little odd. However, they were just happy to see she was active these days. Lutz conceded. It wasn't his place to decide what happened to Urano. Mine's family needed to make that decision. Hearing he was fine letting things continue on like this, she grabbed onto him, wondering if it was really okay, even though she wasn't the real Mine. Seeing her so full of remorse, he was willing to let it go. Most of his memories with Mine were actually with her anyway. He flicked her head, smiling as he told her she could still be Mine to him. His words made everything fall into place deep inside of her. It may have only been a tiny piece, but it was the final piece of the puzzle that was her life here. They eventually brought the prototypes to Benno, with 3 samples of varying thickness each from 2 plants. Testing both, they worked phenomenally, and thus, the 2 children were accepted. Benno pointed at the higher quality paper, and was shocked to learn it was made out of the monstrous trombe. They began scolding her for wanting to mass produce from a plant that could devastate entire forests. Receiving their payment, Lutz had never seen so much money before. However, Mine had never bought anything herself in this world, so she couldn't tell what's worth how much. She collapses at the drop of a hat, so she's never been sent on errands. So, Mark explained denominations. A small bronze coin is worth 10 leon. 10 small bronzes are equal to 1 medium bronze coin. 10 medium are equal to 1 large bronze coin. Then it goes from small silver to large silver, and small gold to large gold worth 10 million leon. After getting paid for the paper prototypes, Mine presented her flowery hair ornament, which immediately made Benno see money in his eyes. He was prepared to sign a deal for another one of her works. But first, Benno decided to take them to the Merchant Guild. Anybody who does any kind of business must register themselves with the guild. Otherwise, unless they did that, they wouldn't be allowed to sell anything. Inside, Benno presented his magic access card that granted him entry and made the gate vanish. Before their registration, Mine was excited to see a bookshelf. However, Benno explained that it was a file cabinet containing only scrolls and wooden plaques. Not that Mine cared though, she just wanted to read something. She pulled out a map, and Benno described the layout of the town. He pointed to Arryn Forest, explaining that towns were named after their lords. The lord lived in the noble quarters up north. To the east was the highway, where you'd find a lot of travelers. The south had farming villages, the forest, and a small town. The river lies to the west. Crossing it, you'd reach the neighboring domain. The two lords are friends, so it's a busy route. Upon getting registered, Mine and Lutz would eventually go there to stock up as well. Getting the summons by the guildmaster, Gustav explained temporary registrations were only for unbaptized kids looking to help their families. He couldn't permit unrelated kids to work for Benno. Benno argued, though, the situation would make the master change his mind. Having Mine present her flower ornament, the master stood up abruptly in shock, finding out it was her creation. The master had been looking for a piece like this, and seeing Benno's smug look, Mine was getting the picture now. The two kids planned to make it their winter handiwork, but if they weren't allowed temporary registrations, they unfortunately wouldn't be able to sell them. Benno really played up how much of a shame this would be, so, begrudgingly, the master approved their temporary registrations, and thus, Lutz and Mine were issued IDs, guild cards. Afterwards, Gustav explained his daughter Frida will be baptized in the winter, and he wanted an ornament before the ceremony. Using his business skills, Benno stressed there was only a month left until the winter baptism. His company could prioritize the order, with an extra fee. Gustav agreed. He wanted another ornament, just like the one Mine showed him, and when she suggested one that fit his granddaughter's hair color or outfit, he made the honest mistake of joyously saying he didn't want her to find out about it. Mine turned this around by saying his granddaughter would probably wear something more lovingly if it were made with her opinions in mind. Gustav was impressed with her perspicaciousness. He asked her to come work for him, since his store was bigger and he could pay better. But Benno objected to the idea. After that, they made plans to meet with the guildmaster's granddaughter and met back up at the Gilberta company. Benno showed off 4 fingers, signifying Gustav had purchased the hair ornament for 4 small silvers. This was daylight robbery. However, in Benno's words, if you can make money, make as much of it whenever, wherever, and however you can. He told Mine to study up on the value of things, as all of her creations were luxury items. If she couldn't understand their pricing, she turned the market upside down. Before leaving, Mine and Lutz decided to take a portion of the prototype money, a small silver coin, and deposit it with the Merchant Guild. The guild also functioned as a bank apparently. Benno warned the two to stay on their toes meeting with the guildmaster's granddaughter, because she supposedly takes after Gustav the most. He wanted Lutz to prevent Frida from recruiting Mine at all costs if she tried. Returning home, Mine was excited. She always looked forward to repaying her folks with her first salary. Her family was happily surprised to see all the money on the table. Mine wanted them to use it to stock up for the winter. She received so much praise from everyone. The next day, Mine told Lutz about how her parents were over the moon. It wasn't quite the same for his though. While his parents were happy with the money he made, his father started ranting about how he should become a paper craftsman. In Lutz's heart though, he still wanted to work a job where he'd get the chance to leave this town. Knowing Mine still wanted to run a bookstore someday, Lutz admitted a desire to help sell them with her. It hit him while they were looking at the map yesterday. Booksellers can sell their wares to nobility across the lands. But before the conversation could continue, the pink-haired Frida arrived. Frida immediately knew who Mine was seeing her hairpin, leading them back to her place. Mine could tell the girl exuded well-bred rich girl from every pore of her skin. They arrived at the Otmar company, the store run by Gustav, and in Frida's house, it was loaded with luxury items. Seeing the hair ornament, Frida mentioned how she always loved watching the baptism day parade, and in the most recent summer, this hair ornament stood out from everything else. She begged her grandfather to get her one. Seeing Frida's baptism outfits, Mine picked out a color for the ornament that would suit it. There was a minor issue though. With Frida's hairstyle having twin tails, she'd probably need 2 ornaments. Frida offered double the pay, but Mine declined it, since Frida had given her thread to use as material. The two argued back and forth with Frida insisting on extra payment, while Mine continually tried to decline. That's when Lutz suggested the second one at half price. That way, Mine could at least receive some kind of compensation for receiving Frida's threat. Frida didn't mind, but as the daughter of a businessman, she recited the same lines Benno said about making money. This suddenly gave Mine the realization that Frida was definitely no ordinary little rich girl. For refreshments, Frida presented cold water, a drink made by mixing cold juice with honey and diluting it with water. It's from a fruit similar to raspberries. Learning Frida didn't make this herself, Mine asked what she did for a pastime, and we learned Frida's favorite hobby was counting money. Not just counting it, but piling it up too. It gave Frida great joy to feel its pleasant weight fill up a bag. Even the sounds of coins scraping together was delightful to her. She started suggesting Mine work for her, but luckily Lutz was here to intervene, despite Frida using all the same tactics her grandfather did. Back at the Gilberta store later, Benno was not happy hearing Mine sold the second ornament at half price, scolding them that people might start demanding a second one for free upon hearing this. Lutz described Frida much like Mine, although instead of books, her passion was money. 1 month later, Frida received her ornaments, which Mine helped place on her head. Gustav gushed over his granddaughter, who looked just like a flowery fairy. With it getting late, Lutz suggested they leave. Mine explained to Frida her frailness and propensity to fall sick often, and that's when Frida brought up the devouring. Frida described all the symptoms Mine was familiar with, because she also had the same. That's actually why the both of them were so tiny. The ailment unfortunately could not be cured. The fever could be controlled, but it cost a lot of money. It wouldn't harm them as long as they were motivated, but it would come back any time they became aimless or lost heart. A year has now passed since Mine came to this world. The pork stocking festival has come again, and soon, her second winter here will arrive. She sighed, having been bedridden the last 3 days. Since this hadn't happened in a long time, the devouring started to encroach, so she did her best to stuff it in a box and shut the lid. A little anxiety was all it took for it to return. Remembering Frida's words about losing heart, Mine thought to distract herself with fun things. In the evening, Thule came back with bacon, and Lutz stopped by to see how she was doing, but she had a list of things to show him that Benno wrote down for them to study. 1. Smarten up your appearance and learn how to greet people. 2. Learn how to read and write all the basic words and numbers. 3. Learn how to use a calculator. This was the training process for new apprentices. They needed to master this over the winter time. Meeting at the Gilberta store later, Mine tried to clarify what Benno was looking for in terms of appearance. They needed work clothes and shoes, and 10 small silvers should get them to passable levels. Next, Lutz needed to learn some manners, because he couldn't serve customers with his current vernacular of speech. For starters, he needed to add please and thank you, but him trying for the first time really broke Benno out into laughter. Hopefully, Lutz could improve enough over the winter to meet expectations. The next order of business involved the all-in-one shampoo. It seems the workshop could not reproduce it with the same results, despite following Mine's instructions. He wanted to know if Mine had any ideas why. If they couldn't put it into selling form, it would violate the contract magic, which in the worst case could threaten their lives. Mine was freaking out now. They made their way to the workshop, and very quickly, Mine determined the issue was with the cloth used to wring out the oil. The workshop was using a nice smooth cloth with tiny pores, while the cheap rough cloth back at home had larger ones. The larger pores released more fruit fiber and seed pieces into the oil, which played a crucial role in removing impurities in hair. Worker thought all the oil he squeezed out couldn't be used. However, Mine explained a way to recombine the missing fiber and seeds to create an even higher quality product. Whoops. She accidentally revealed knowing more than she let on. With Benno asking for more, Mine was willing to sell the information at a cost. So, Benno grabbed her away for a private meeting. Inside the office, he wanted all the info for any improvements, substitute ingredients, and anything else she could think of for 2 small coins. That's when Mine called for 3 small coins, citing the money-making slogan Benno had taught her. He accepted, telling her to save it because money was the only thing that could stave off the devouring. Frida was only surviving right now because she's rich and has ties with nobility. Having Mine sit down, Benno explained even if she had to sell everything, she should do it and save up money for the time when her fever couldn't be suppressed anymore. She gasped, thinking her fever had grown more active lately. It took so much to get this far, She didn't want to die yet. She was determined to survive. She sold all the methods to improve the simple all-in-one shampoo to Benno, including how salt can act as an abrasive, and how citrus can make it easier to remove impurities. She unfortunately couldn't test this out herself, since the ingredients were too valuable for her family. He wondered how she could know this worked, despite her not even being able to test. But she held her secret, a secret that no amount of small golds could get her to talk about. She was ready for this when she decided to give him all that information, but she wondered if Benno would boot her out for being a creepy child. He had no intentions of it since she was so profitable, and decided to try harder to ensure nobody else got their hands on her. He was a businessman after all. He patted her head for comfort, although she pushed away. Putting the serious talk aside, he decided to rename the all-in-one shampoo to AIO shampoo. He planned to make a fortune selling that, and the hair ornaments. Back at home, with Mind presenting the money she received for new orders, her mother and sister got to work on new hair ornaments. She visited Otto the next day at the gate, but while chatting, the guards were suddenly called away to deal with a trombe. But alone, the devouring started to act up in her body. It's been happening more lately. Lutz didn't expect paper production to begin again so soon, having collected the trombe remains. Back at his place, Mind casted what she called the rush spell to have his brothers help with making hair ornaments. Paying them with 5 medium bronzes, getting them to help was in the bag. However, Lutz's mother didn't seem so happy. The next day by the well, his mother brought up how merchants were all con men to Ava, asking why anyone would ever want to be one. She was concerned about Lutz. Ava tried to deter this, saying Benno didn't seem like a bad guy, especially since he was paying for their handiwork. But still, Lutz's mother had concerns about the instability of merchant life. Later, Mind had Lutz taste a steamed potato with butter, another novel food invention with people not steaming food in this world. They then got to work on the trombe bark, and after setting the bark to dry, the devouring suddenly began eating at Mind. Why though? She wasn't anxious nor losing heart. Lutz could feel her burning up, but quickly, she was able to calm the fever down. Lutz was still concerned for her, but unfortunately, there was nothing else they could do. He then bent down, offering to give her a ride on his back, since that's all he could do. And riding back, even with all the books she's read, she couldn't find the right words to say to him right now. Lutz was just too nice. He stood by her, even when she felt she was such a burden, and accepted her even after finding out she wasn't mine. With her telling him she wasn't going to give up, she felt his tear droplets fall into her hands. He cried, carrying her the whole way back to the shop. Meeting with Benno privately, Lutz begged him to save Mine because he felt unable to do it himself. Benno's only suggestion was for Lutz to be more self-sufficient without Mine. Mine was far more mature, and even in pain she smiled for him. Benno wanted Lutz to make sure he didn't make Mine worry, as a man. And if he really wanted to help, he needed to make all of Mine's ideas come true, and make a lot of money for her. So, Lutz steeled his resolve once more. The next day, the two kids had a basket full of hair ornaments. Lutz was serious about making money off of them, so Mine could deal with the devouring. He told her he was willing to make anything and everything she could think of. So after payment of the ornaments, Mine presented her a more complexly weaved basket. Benno sighed, now wondering if every bizarre product he encountered in the last 6 months had come from her. He asked if she had anything more profitable though, consumables like the AIO shampoo. So, she brought colored and scented soaps and candles to the table of ideas. Getting excited, everything was brought awry when the devouring became active and forced Mine to fall back off of her chair. While her consciousness was fading, Benno had Mark ready the carriage. Mark got in touch with the guildmaster, and reaching his place, Mine's family prayed for her safety. Mine beckoned the fever to stay away. She hadn't even finished any books yet. Panting from the burning fever, the bracelet on her wrist began to glow and sucked the fever away from her. She woke up in an unknown bed, and the bracelet on her wrist shattered. Frida then appeared, explaining the bracelet absorbed Mine's magic and fever. She compared this to taking some water away from a cup that was about to overflow. The cup wasn't empty, and would only fill faster as she grew. With a disheartened look, Frida told Mine she only had a year left at best. Getting magic items was a no-go, since they were exclusive property of nobility. The only ones commoners could get were considered faulty or useless. And even if Mine were to get her hands on one, it wouldn't be long before she needed another. Those with the devouring could not live without them. Frida's life was saved by entering an agreement with a noble. In return for one buying her magical items, she agreed to become a noble's concubine after her coming-of-age ceremony. This certainly took Mine aback. Frida's grandfather did business with many nobles, so he took the best offer from one of his customers. It's not like Frida wanted this, but she had no choice if she wanted to live. Not accepting that path meant Mine had to choose death. Would she live life chained to a noble, or perish by her family's side? The next day during lunch, Gustav had Mine pay for the bracelet with 3 small golds. They were shocked to hear she could afford it, since his agreement with Benno was that if she couldn't, she'd have to become Gustav's apprentice. Thank goodness she happened to sell the AIO shampoo improvements for the exact needed price. A while later, Mine's family plus Lutz came to check up on her. She wasn't quite stable enough to return home yet, so Frida's family would be keeping her here for the night. Watching her family leave, Mine was saddened knowing she might only have 1 year left to live. After they left, she and Frida decided to indulge in some girly playtime, where she was introduced to Frida's cook, Ilse. With sugar, flour, eggs, and butter, Mine thought of making a pound cake. The 2 little girls were quick to exhaust with simple stirring, so Ilse handled most of the work. Completing the pound cake, Mine felt bliss in its taste. Then next, for Girl Playtime Part 2, they moved to Frida's private bathhouse. Despite not really wanting to be a concubine, on the bright side, Frida would be able to run her own store in the Nobles District. The 2 shared bath time pleasantries, even washing Frida's hair with the AIO shampoo. They were supposed to have a nice long chat in bed, but thanks to the bath, the 2 fell asleep immediately. Frida was getting baptized tomorrow. Gustav praised her granddaughter for looking like a goddess. This reminded Mine of her time dolling up Tuli. She began to tear up uncontrollably, wanting to see her family again. Seeing them, she held her father close and tight. Heading back home for dinner time, this was when Mine realized at some point this had truly become her home. Later, in Benno's workshop, he was getting frustrated over Gustav taking 3 gold coins from Mine when he had told Benno the price was 2. He then began to freak out, hearing she had made a treat out of sugar when she was at Frida's place. This town had only recently gotten imports of it, and it was popular among nobles. Mine basically gave away a product nobles would have loved for free. He scolded Mine for losing so much potential money. With her now seeing the flood of customers, Benno mentioned wintertime was usually the busiest time of the year. People often splurged for things that kept them occupied while they were snowed in. Mine's head racked with quick, casual games like karuta, shogi, and reversi. She wondered if she could make them by next year, but then remembered she might not make it to next year. She lay awake in bed with her family fast asleep, haunted by Frida's words. Time passed mercilessly by as she couldn't bring herself to tell her family the truth. Before long, her outfit for the baptism ceremony was finished. They reworked Tuli's old dress, and Gunther was in glee to see his beautiful daughter wear it. They cheered, thinking everything was fine and that Mine was cured. However, she sighed, preparing to share the truth with them. After her explanation, the family became distraught. They didn't know she had paid 3 small golds for the bracelet that saved her life. Gunther calmed himself, ready for the full truth now, and hearing she'd only last 1 more year at most, it broke her family's hearts. If she couldn't procure more magical items, she'd have to sell herself off to a noble and probably never see them again. But Mine would rather die than be without her family, so she asked to stay right here, to which everyone agreed in tears. That night, Ava and Tuli hugged Mine to sleep, while Gunther sat out the room, drinking as he sniffled by the fire. Having chosen death with her loved ones, Mine decided not to apprentice under Benno. Otto explained that with her bringing massive profits to the store, she might be paid more than people who've worked there for more than a dozen years. It might cause drama, especially with her only able to work when she felt good. Lutz's mother, Carla, thought this was fine and now felt her son didn't need to go anymore either. However, he objected because his dream was to be a merchant. He was determined to be one, with or without Mine. He was ready to be a live-in apprentice if his mother and father stood in his path. Mine knew this consisted of living in an attic under atrocious conditions, and Lutz would have to work for free until he became pro. If he continued the path of a craftsman, then everything would stay the same. His brothers would take everything, leaving him nothing to call his own. He felt becoming a merchant, he'd be able to savor the fruits of his hard work. His mother then conceded, since he'd given it so much thought, and he ran to her giving a big hug in happiness. By the time spring rolled in, Mine and Lutz had their plans set in stone. Meeting with Mark, he gave a strange greeting. Blessed be the melting of the snow. May the goddess of spring's boundless magnanimity grace you both. It's apparently a celebratory spring greeting among merchants. Lutz somehow learned it even faster than Mine did. Benno regrettably cancelled Mine's apprenticeship, but she was allowed to keep her guild card as long as she signed an exclusive contract with a Gilberta company. With it, she'd be allowed to conduct her business the same as before. This marked the beginning of some hectic days. The workshop they'd been using officially became the Mine studio, and Mine sold the paper-making process to Benno. But the Parchment Guild butted into their business. If their plant-based paper took all the customers, the parchment business would plummet. Benno applied to start a guild for plant-based paper to prevent any complaints, but Gustav wouldn't approve it. Mine thought to settle this by having all official contracts still signed on parchment. That way, the Parchment Guild could still secure revenue, and with that, Gustav approved them. Gunter appeared by the gate, not too happy to see Benno carrying his daughter. This was their first time meeting, and Mine's father calmed down when he realized who Benno was. Otto was cracking up from the side, commenting Benno looked just like a dad from here. Mine was surprised to hear Benno was a bachelor, thinking with him running a big business, he must have been under a lot of pressure to marry. He stopped, admitting that back when he wanted to marry, he had his hands full taking care of Karina, and by the time she got married and he was a free man, the woman he wanted to marry was dead and gone. He refused to get married because he hasn't found a woman better than her. That's all. Mine smiled, patting his head to comfort him. Later, she taught Benno how to make paper, got the Mine studio up and running, and made preparations for Lutz's apprenticeship. The seasons warmed up to summer. Meeting with Frida, Ilse made some pound cake for the two girls. The pound cake was already better than before. However, Mine traded information on how to improve it for a bag of sugar anyway. Frida was still in town apprenticing under the Merchant Guild, but she'd ultimately be on her own once she opened shop in the Nobles District. Things had become silent, with Frida waiting to hear Mine join her by selling herself off to a noble. But, with a smile, Mine chose to perish by her family's side. Thus, she wanted to make and leave them a lot of money before she was gone. Hearing this, Frida offered to buy the pound cake recipe officially, and they signed a deal for Frida to own exclusive rights to the product for a year. After that, the recipe would become public, and make the delicious treat available everywhere. Although, since Mine wouldn't be around, the decision would ultimately be up to Frida. We arrived at the day of Mine's baptism, and she really looked like a rich girl in her dress. Mine had gotten a little taller, so now the skirt was at the perfect length. Gunter was cheering, as his daughter would be the prettiest girl at today's ceremony. Of course, he said the same during Thule's because his daughters were the cutest in the world. Lutz blushed, seeing Mine looking so beautiful. As the children walked towards the cathedral, Mine's father carried her the way there. Reaching the entrance, parents weren't allowed inside. Lutz would be in charge of her care, and taking her hand, he complimented her outfit and ornament, saying she was so cute. It left him speechless. Oh man, Mine's heart wasn't ready for that. The two children were so cute walking in together. Inside, the light upon the statues was grand and shining. Registering for citizenship seemed unpleasant for Mine, since it involved finger pricking. She was called forward by a blue-haired priest, who pricked her finger and imprinted her blood for citizenship. As she walked away though, Ferdinand thought the girl to be peculiar. High Priest Bezawanst made his entrance. However, Mine could only focus on the book he was holding. She pointed towards it, alerting Lutz, who commented it looked nothing like she had tried making, and was far more expensive. With the High Priest opening the book, he told the children about this world's creation. The lonesome god of darkness met the goddess of light, and the two gave birth to the goddess of water, the god of fire, the goddess of wind, and goddess of earth, thus creating their world. Later, the god of life fell in love at first sight with the goddess of earth, and the two of them married. However, he stole her power and sealed her in ice and snow, thus bringing winter. The goddess of light thawed the ice, and the goddess of water swept the ice and snow away along with the goddess of life, thus allowing offspring to bud in the spring. The god of fire helped the budding lives flourish in the summer, while the goddess of wind kept the god of life at bay. Harvests are completed in the fall, and then returns winter, the season of the god of life. Mine was so enthralled in this story and wanted to read it for herself, but with the priests getting together and showing the proper way to demonstrate worship, she held back her laughter seeing it was the Glyco Running Man pose. And then into Kauto? This was just too goofy. The children all joined in on command, but mine couldn't because it was too ridiculous. She ended up falling over in laughter. The clergyman took it as her being unwell, so they sent her to rest in a room that was clearly meant for rich folk. Her outfit probably was the cause. She stepped out, not wanting to miss the rest of the ceremony, but quickly got lost. She found someone who promised to lead her back to the prayer hall. However, when the worker opened the door, mine had to step in the room. She began to tear up, finally finding an actual library. She offered her thanks to the gods. Stepping forward, her dreams were crushed, getting sent back by a magical barrier, so close, yet still obstructed. She shouted for the worker to let her in to read. However, only cathedral staff had permission to enter. So what did that mean to mine? Without a thought of what that might entail, mine begged to become a worker for the cathedral. Interviewing with Bezawanst, he wasn't pleased with her answer for joining to be reading in the library. This was a place for priests and priestesses to worship and serve the gods. If a child from a family like hers wanted to work here, he'd need a sizable donation as a good indicator of their passion. A big misunderstanding still because of her outfit. But upon hearing mine was willing to offer one large gold coin, the priest and worker were shocked. His tune quickly changed to asking if her parents agreed to her working here. If they were to object, he told her they should come see him at once and he'd help out. He also gave her permission to read the scriptures stored here any time. Mine was thankful, offering her prayers, but fell over having gotten too worked up. In the guest room, mine received a scolding from Lutz for her usual trouble. She was embarrassed to admit she found a library and got overexcited. And hearing how she wanted to become an apprentice priestess for the books, Lutz told her they had to get out of here before she caused more trouble. Mine knows she should have been more rational, but becoming a priest will let her read scriptures, so all's well that ends well. Back at home, she told her family about her desire to become a priestess, which was met with extreme dissatisfaction and Gunter slamming his drink on the table. He refused to give his daughter to the church vehemently, but mine couldn't understand why he was getting so mad. He explained priest and priestess apprenticeships were the last resort for orphans who had nowhere else to turn. He calmed down, realizing she just didn't know. Mine's mother asked why, and of course, it was for the books. Gunter understood, but thought it was best she just kept doing what she was doing instead. Apprentice priestesses live at the cathedral and are worked to the bone. She would ultimately be separated from her family if she became a priestess. Mine gave up the idea, which made her family glad. However, with Gunter holding her, he could feel her fever heating up. In her Urano days, books took priority over everything. She loved her family, but now, she finally found some books. She wanted to read them. It took 3 days for the fever to cool. While Lutz dropped mine off at the cathedral to decline the apprenticeship, she met with head priest Ferdinand, who was informed about her situation from the high priest. He'd been instructed to read her the scripture until Bezawanst returned. However, she didn't want to listen, instead asking to read it herself. He thought it was strange, but agreed to let her as long as she promised not to touch the holy scripture. He placed her on his lap, where she stared at the pages in glee. She was grateful to read the words with her eyes while he read aloud. He was surprised to see she picked up words quickly. With her being a fast learner, he believed it would be worth his time teaching her. The high priest arrived, and having their meeting, both Bezawanst and Ferdinand were aghast, hearing mine's father yelling at her that becoming a priestess was only for orphans. Ferdinand explained while orphans were the majority, there were nobles here too. But of course, mine was also frail and sickly. A live-in apprenticeship wouldn't work because of the devouring. Hearing this, both the priests were familiar, and with Ferdinand going to retrieve a magic item, Bezawanst gave prayers. Presenting a large grail, they wanted mine to touch it. She was nervous and filled with hesitation, and when it glowed from her touch, she quickly pulled away. This convinced the priests they needed to speak to her parents. After their meeting, she ran, hugging Lutz. He wasn't excited to hear she caused another event, but he had to drag her to meet Benno right now. Benno demanded to hear about everything that happened after she collapsed during the baptism. Learning about the events, he pinched her cheek, telling her to use her brain. He then explained that priest nobles wore blue robes, while gray was for orphans. The orphans got ordered around by the nobles and worked for no pay. Since she wasn't a noble, she'd be stuck as a gray-robed apprentice priestess. That's why her father got angry. But now, Benno was losing his mind, hearing the priests wanted to meet with mine's parents. He saw a silver lining though, a possible negotiation with the high priest. So, Benno filled her in on the current situation with the church. A few years ago, there was a coup and political purge in the capital. The number of nobles went down drastically. That reduction in the political class meant a downturn in the nation's power. That's where the blue-robed priests in the church came in. They had fallen out of favor with their parents and been dumped in the church, but now returned to noble society. This meant the church lost the blue robes' obligatory donations. They were also the ones employing the orphans, who were out of work and having a hard time surviving. Then there was the grail she touched. It was the blue robes who deposited their mana within it, but the lack of supply could mean smaller harvests. The church was probably in dire need of people with the devouring. Mine was surprised to learn her raging fever was actually extreme excess mana. Before the coup, nobles despised commoners who possessed the devouring, but things have changed. If she joined the church, Mine would be able to live now. It was risky though, with her possessing both mana and money. Nobles would see her as fine prey, so Benno suggested she sign a new contract with magic that states Lutz would sell everything she made. Even if a noble tried to steal her away, this would guarantee she could still contact them. This would forge an unbreakable pact with Lutz. Mine worried this put Lutz in danger, but he was fine since this would help her survive. And if he sent her off alone, he'd have a constant headache worrying about what she might be doing. Since her invitation with the priests was set, she had very little time. She needed to register Mine's studio with the guild and secure an outlet for her goods. If money could buy her better treatment, she needed a revenue stream ready before negotiating with the church. She needed to prepare all her means to survive. Benno wanted her to fight and live on. At the Merchants Guild, Mine handled her studio registration with Frida, who was gloating about her maid testing different pound cake flavors. Mine recommended to improve demand for certain flavors, that Frida canvassed opinions from a wide range of people. This led to the suggestion of a sampling party, where Frida could prepare bite-sized portions of various pound cake flavors, and ask guests which ones they liked best. Frida got excited, getting her notes prepared, while Lutz and Benno teased Mine for being just like her. Heading home together, Lutz suddenly stopped. Mine could tell something was on his mind. He at first refused to speak his mind, knowing he'd ruin the mood. But as Mine stepped forward, he called her a liar because she said they'd sell books together. She tried to apologize, but he wouldn't accept it. He knew he couldn't do anything for her, but it still hurt him. He really wanted to make books with her. She knows, but still, she hasn't given up on her ambition to make books because she wanted to be surrounded by them. She encouraged Lutz, saying they should both do their best to make their dreams come true. He admitted he was only able to give his all because she was with him, and wanted to keep that up at Benno's store with her. There's still so much more he wanted to do with Mine. Mine reassured him nothing would change with her joining the church, and whenever she wanted to make something, he'd be the first person she asked for help. With her asking him to still bring all her creations to reality, he agreed to make anything and everything she thought up. Back at home, Mine explained the situation and presented the invitation from the church to her parents. They were to meet at the third bell 2 days from now. After touching the Grail, she could no longer run from the church or the nobility. But, with the situation going on in the capital, she could negotiate receiving noble treatment. Benno instructed her to envision the ideal result for herself. What concessions did she need from the church to achieve it? What could she offer them, and what did they want? Mine wanted permission to enter the library and read books, which impressed Benno that even in this situation she remained so single-minded. What she could offer was mana and money. As long as she didn't sell her offers short, she could secure better conditions. There was another problem though. Mine had heard from the high priest that she couldn't join the church being registered to the guild, and that he'd negotiate with the guild master to void her contract. In response to this, Benno flicked her head, telling her to get them to accept she already registered, and for her to throw some money around to get them to allow her studio business. She would be the only one in the church who could deal with the guild. If she needed an excuse, she could say she wanted to use Mine's studio to provide work for the orphans, provide them a better environment, basically all the corporate pandering BS to get them to accept her ownership. Also, she should sell her being frail to secure the best treatment possible. Gunter now felt there was hope, hearing they just needed the church to agree to her 3 demands. She'd get treated like a noble, be able to keep her studio, and still live with her family. They were going to give it their best. That night, while Mine and her father slept, Thule went out to her mother, who also couldn't sleep. She was concerned about whether they would really succeed negotiating with the nobility. She was worried that nobles killed people just for talking back to them. She didn't want her family to die. She wept into her mother's arms, pleading for her parents to return safely. 2 days later, it was negotiation time. Mine and her father fist bumped for the fight of their lives. Inside, Bezawanst was joyful, until being presented with Mine's parents. He gave a look of disgust, hearing her father was a soldier, and mother a textile worker. He never thought Mine's family would be poor. His change in attitude was so abrupt, it was appalling. He wouldn't even let them sit down for their meeting. Bezawanst took the driver's seat, telling them straight up that Mine could not live without the church graciously saving her. The parents pleaded with him to give her blue-robed priestess treatment because of her frailty, and the high priest slammed his fist, calling them knaves who complained about his compassionate offer. He demanded they shut up and hand over their daughter. Gunter refused, making Bezawanst's face red in anger. He commanded the priests to hold the parents down and lock Mine up. Gunter was prepared to fight, but with the resistance, Bezawanst promised his execution. However, Gunter was prepared to die for his daughter. He fought off the priests, taking out one after another. The 3 in the room were downed, but more barged in. Bezawanst looked down upon Mine's family, saying her parents were headed for the guillotine. However, he wasn't prepared for the might of Mine's anger, as she suffocated him with her magic. She told them all no one was allowed to lay a hand on her parents in a commanding voice. She brought the priest closer and closer to death, while Bezawanst begged for help. Ferdinand told her to control it, but she started to strike him too. How was she supposed to quell her rage towards a man who wanted to execute her father? She kept moving forward, nearly about to crush Bezawanst's heart. Mine felt a man prepared to kill should also be prepared to die. She squeezed his life out until he passed out, and about to deliver the final blow, Ferdinand intervened, begging to talk things out with her. This only angered her further, forcing blood to leak from his mouth. However, he reasoned that if she killed the high priest, her parents would be accessories to the murder of a noble. She backed off, realizing her family would get hurt because of her, and returned to her senses. Ferdinand agreed to all of Mine's conditions, and with her getting the devouring under her control, she fell to his arms. Her parents came to check on her, and she was genuinely concerned for Ferdinand, but he accepted this as his punishment. He should have stopped the high priest from antagonizing her. He didn't expect her commoner parents to defy a noble's orders. But hearing Gunter claim her as his daughter, Ferdinand patted her head, envying her for having such loving parents. Be they orphans or nobles, everyone in the church was cast aside by their parents. Later, Gunter learned from Ferdinand about the technique Mine deployed earlier called the crushing. Her rainbow eyes and emanating aura occurred in those with the devouring who let their emotions go out of control. Their mana courses through their body and crushes their enemy. It happened often to kids since they couldn't control their emotions. Their parents noticed it a bit during her tantrums, and Mine felt nostalgic with all the love they'd given to raise her. Ferdinand never imagined even one with the devouring having so much mana. He questioned how she was still alive, giving the stronger one's mana, the stronger their will needs to be to control it. It made no sense she still lived. However, she explained the kindness of another family who let her disperse her mana within a magic bracelet. She chose not to be chained to a noble either, wanting to stay with her family. She wanted to make books, and if she couldn't live her life the way she wanted, there was no point in living. Hearing this conviction blew Ferdinand away. He couldn't comprehend her mindset. He wanted her to join the church, not on an order, but instead a request. He was the one in charge of the daily affairs here, and he'd provide her the best environment possible, even discounting today's events. The head priest kept his word and accepted all of Mine's demands. She was able to become a blue-robed apprentice priestess, and walking out to the sunlight, her parents were relieved the ordeal was over. Mine's mother believed that as long as Ferdinand was there, she'd also be just fine, but was embarrassed knowing he'd probably end up scolding her a lot. The family returned to Tuli and Lutz, smiling and waving. The sisters were in tears as they held each other. Mine was cheery after getting accepted as an apprentice priestess, now finally able to read books. Meanwhile, Ferdinand was tasking Eckhart and Justus with the mission of gathering information on her. Since she had just gotten accepted as a blue-robed priestess, there were a lot of strange things about her, coming from a poor background yet having so much money. The two nobles agreed to Ferdinand's task. They infiltrated the downtown area on his orders around the beginning of summer. Eckhart was not used to the smell of such a poor area, but seeing the crowd of people starting to gather around them, Justus figured they needed to get new clothes since they were attracting too much attention. It was there at the clothing store the men asked about the mine studio location. However, the shop owners pretended they had no idea where that was. Continuing their way, Justus was perceptive, believing they had to finish their investigation quickly. The two women at the shop were wary of them since they weren't from around here. It was clear that people living here guarded and had strong ties with one another. But stepping on horse poop along the way, Eckhart lost focus, throwing up. Justus left his colleague to rest at an inn, while he headed off himself to investigate the Gilberta company. Seeing the store looked mostly like a fashion boutique, he was surprised Mine's paper company would be working with them. Mark noticed them and stepped outside to greet, to which Justus made an excuse to quickly get away. Back in the inn, Justus put on a disguise, ready to enact a new plan where he'd gather information around Mine's home as an old man. He observed the people around and tried his best to blend in as a peasant. Along the way, he bumped into Carla, and she questioned what a farmer would be doing out in this area, especially with no market around this neighborhood. He tried to make an excuse to deter suspicion, asking for a girl named Mine who had helped him once. However, Carla denied knowing Mine at all, and shouted that Justus would be mistaken for a thief if he kept coming around like this. He then asked all around town, getting nowhere, until he spotted Ralph, his brothers, and Faye. The boys didn't believe Justus was looking for Mine, especially since he described her as a kind girl. Faye felt a type of way since Mine had yelled at him for destroying her clay tablets. They then prompted Thule to come over, but she thought there was no way he could have met her little sister, and hearing him mention Mine's studio, Thule gave him such a suspicious look. Little did he know, he just walked past Mine carrying a large loaf of bread. He did learn, however, that Mine was frail and usually always had someone around her at all times. The two nobles' next plan was to tail Mine's father, who they knew was a city guard, and break into the merchant guild at night. Gunter and Otto were celebrating with drinks. Because Otto was about to be a father, Justus couldn't stay around long though, since Eckhart was once again too nauseous from the smells. But at the merchant guild, they were finally able to get something. The next day, they gathered information from vendors who had done business with the Gilberta company, learning everyone called Mine a strange kid who was too good at everything. The nobleman felt like she seemed to handle her responsibilities well, so it shouldn't be a problem to let her join as a blue-robed apprentice priestess. At the marketplace, Justus spotted the first book Mine was interested in. He had heard she had thrown herself at it just to smell the ink, so he decided to purchase the book, looking to use it to see just how interesting Mine was. While Justus was gathering information on Mine, she was getting a summons from Karina. Karina wanted to see Mine's outfit and hairpin she wore for the baptism. Thule was excited because she would be able to go too and meet her seamstress idol. However, their mother was getting nervous, knowing her sewing techniques to make the dress were nowhere near what Karina could do, and was somewhat worried about Karina's criticism. Along the way, Mine had her mother and sister practice their greetings to Karina, but finally meeting her, the two were silent and awkward, and seeing Karina's work was enough to make them marvel. Karina was amazed, observing the dress and hair ornament. She wanted to make orders of the ornament herself. However, Thule and Ava had never seen Mine's business skills in action. As she explained, Karina had to buy the rights to reproduce the hair ornaments from her. Ava tried telling Mine to not be so rude. However, Mine told her to stay out of this. This is crazy. Karina understood though, and told Mine to handle the dealings with her brother. Meeting with Benno, Mine explained Karina wanted exclusive rights to sell the new hair ornaments, and knowing he loved his dear sister, Mine wanted to know how much he was willing to pay for it. Throwing his first offer, Mine laughed at him, calling it insulting. She'd much rather strike a deal with Frida at that point. He tried arguing that products at Mine's studio had to go through Lutz, but she countered this was a product idea, and technically didn't need to be produced by her studio. Thule and Ava were surprised that Mine had the yelling man beat. Knowing negotiations were going to take a while, Karina pulled the green-haired girls to another room to have tea. She was quite surprised someone could deal with her brother in terms of business. Thule and Ava were just as surprised, because the Mine they had known was frail and helpless. But here, in the business world, She was basically a grown-up. The three women then got to what excited them, which was sewing and embroidery. Tuli's dream was to make things as pretty as Karina. Eventually, Mine and Benno shook on an agreement, and explaining the pricing, Karina was shocked Mine got her brother to agree. Tuli begged Mine to learn how much she sold the rights for, and somewhat hesitant, Mine admitted she was taking home 1 large and 7 small gold coins. Tuli and Ava were blown back by the sheer amount of money. They didn't even possess 1 small gold themselves. And after touching Karina's tummy to feel the baby kicking, they ended their visit to her home. Back to cheering her acceptance as an apprentice priestess, Mine sighed because it would be some time before she officially started. Meeting at the Gilberta store the next day, Lutz gave his greeting as an official apprentice, albeit still rough around the edges. He had been trying really hard and was initially overwhelmed, but grew in his skill set quickly. Meeting with Benno, Mine relayed her officially signed agreements with Ferdinand. As a blue-robed apprentice, she was tasked with maintaining magical items in the library. Back in her neighborhood, Carla asked Mine what she was doing for work, since declining the merchant apprenticeship, Mine's alibi being helping Otto at the gate and her family at home, since she was so frail. Her family decided she should keep her church apprenticeship a secret, because a lot of their neighbors disliked the church's practices. Before leaving, Carla brought up a suspicious man who had been looking for Mine and asking about her studio. She, of course, told the man nothing. Mine felt paranoid, since only Benno and the guild master should know about the studio. We turned to the night Gunter and Otto were celebrating Karina's pregnancy news. Otto was quitting his gate guarding job to help Benno out at the store, since products were flying off of the shelves due to Mine's creations. The two discussed the church, and Gunter was not happy about Mine joining. He felt even with the blue robes, there's no way they treat her like an equal, but it was still better than her dying. Otto remarked that maybe the gods had made Gunter a soldier for this reason. Mine possessed mana and the ability to earn lots of money. That put her at risk of getting abducted by outside nobles. Gunter had the strength to prevent that, and as a gatekeeper, he could also look into the background of each noble that entered town. The two vowed to protect their families and the entire town. On another day, Benno and Mine discussed a man who was investigating her. He assumed correctly it was the same man who broke into the merchant guild, and that someone from the church was gathering information on her. Lutz held her hand, reassuring he was here for her, and this relieved her heart. Later, Benno was annoyed seeing Mine was serving for Frida's pound cake tasting. He quickly got her out of helping to deter any other possible information she'd give out. Tasting the pound cake, he only became more annoyed the recipe wasn't his. However, Mine learned from Frida that he'd been ripping her off, since the rights to new products typically start at a large gold coin. On top of that, he didn't have access to sugar and a chef. Most of her snack recipes required sugar. Frida approached, remarking she'd buy up all of Mine's recipes before Benno had a chance to put any of that together. And Ilse was confident in her ability to perfect the delicious treats. Benno was not out of the count yet though. He just needed a cook, an oven, sugar, and creativity. And if he couldn't find a cook for nobles, he could train a cook himself. Mine loved Benno's gung-ho approach to things. If she got access to a dedicated oven through the Gilberta company, it would open the door to so many dishes like pizza, gratin, and lasagna. Quiche and pie would be on the table too. She wanted a whole Italian restaurant. Back at the church, Ferdinand explained Mine's merchant situation to Bezawans, emphasizing the benefits from her donations. In addition, Ferdinand would be assigning one of his retainers to report on her. The high priest thought this would be a good idea, so he would also be sending one of his own. In addition, Bezawans wanted the biggest problem child among the orphans assigned to Mine. In order to give her a headache, his goal was to get as much money and mana out of her as possible. Yeah, I hate this old, fat, pretentious fuck. Outside the office, Ferdinand thought the result of this meeting to certainly not be ideal. Heading towards the church with Lutz, Ferdinand's assigned retainer, Fran, greeted by calling our bookworm Lady Mine. Making Lutz crack up, he felt the noble honorifics were so wrong on her. Walking along the way to their destination, one of the other blue-robed priests muttered, "Out of my way, plebeian," under his breath towards Mine. She garnered the ire of many gray-robed priests as well, making her realize this world truly was class-based. Meeting with Ferdinand, He initiated her oath-taking ceremony and had her repeat the praising words to the gods of the seasons, giving gracious worship. Then presenting her robes, he explained blue was the color of the god of fire who aided in the growth of life, and the color of the skies the supreme beings ruled over. The priests and priestesses who vow to worship them and continually improve are granted these blue robes. Placing them on, she offered her prayers, but could barely maintain balance. So Ferdinand told her to get it down by her commemoration. He then introduced her 3 retainers. Of course, there was Fran, incredibly courteous and clearly well taught by Ferdinand. Mine told him she was pleased to meet him. However, Ferdinand explained as a blue robe, she was never to humble herself before a gray robe. Next was the red-haired Delia, very kind and friendly. But last was Gil, a 10-year-old boy who hated the idea of serving a girl younger than him. Ferdinand explained since Gil was her retainer, she was responsible for disciplining his misbehavior. She tried asking him not to be rude, but he only got worse. Ferdinand then added it was her duty as their master to show them the way with her behaviors and actions. But with the priest calling for Ferdinand, he had to step away for a moment. While he was gone, Delia's kind tune changed to bratty, mentioning how she wormed her way into serving the high priest. But now her charms weren't going to work on a girl. Gil thought this was ridiculous, since Mine was a commoner like him, while Fran told him to watch his mouth. Mine tried to discipline the two by telling them they'd be replaced. However, Delia clapped back, saying it was her duty from the high priest to give Mine a headache. They definitely weren't getting replaced, and Delia was confirmed to make Bezawants to recognize her wiles and become his concubine. Disgusting. Mine observed the 3. Fran was devoted to Ferdinand. Gil only spoke in insults, and Delia openly declared she's a spy. It seems Mine has set foot in a world she wanted no part of. In Ferdinand's office, he reiterated blue robes were for born nobility. Since Mine was granted them as a commoner, she should assume nobody looked favorably upon that fact. The high priest even refused to administer her oath-taking. As such, it was now Ferdinand's job to supervise her. What mattered to him most was merit, especially now with the number of blue robes dwindling and most of the work coming his way. He intended for Mine to handle a lot of his paperwork as his assistant. Her work as a blue-robed priestess would be prayers and mana dedication. He had Fran bring over the dedication shield, which he held with gloves. He wanted Mine to touch it while imagining her mana be sent into it. This created a magic circle where she could discharge and dedicate mana. It refreshed her and made her body feel much lighter. And now her final task was to memorize scriptures. Along the way, Mine was cheerful, but Gil and Delia ruined the mood, asking why a stupid girl like her wanted to read. Mine accepted their insults, stating she didn't see the 3 of them as her retainers anyways. She couldn't trust 3 strangers that were dumped on her. Inside the library, she became elated from the smell of ink and old paper in the air. This was her paradise. Observing a copy of the scriptures flip itself open, she felt this book wanted her to read it. She read page after page, until Gil called for lunchtime. She had no desire to eat, telling Gil to eat without her since she wasn't his master anyway. Gil tried to get her to budge, but she was serious about being unbothered, flashing her mana aura to the 3 retainers. And Fran pulled the kids away to prevent the chance of being crushed. After work, she ran into Lutz explaining her exhausting day. She wanted to meet Benno right now to talk about her donations, and while trying to leave, her retainers were right behind her. Apparently, her meeting anyone without them was out of the question. Gil was pissed, and the first to go. Then, Mine commanded Delia to inform the head priest she'd be retrieving the church donation. Fran returned as well, since Mine wouldn't let him tag along. Heading through town, the people seemed to stop and stare at Mine in her blue robes. Benno scolded her, calling her stupid. She wore an outfit for nobles, and nobles usually traveled by carriage to avoid getting kidnapped for ransom. She learned quickly not to ever do this again. After changing her clothes, she requested Benno come help deliver her donation, since it was a lot of money. That's when he suggested having her retainers take care of it. However, she explained she left them behind because of how awful they were. Lutz then came in, asking Mark a question about one of their products. Benno then used this as an important lesson. Lutz was giving his all to become a merchant, asking questions about everything he didn't understand, and trying to learn what's common knowledge in the trade. Mine needed to do the same in her new role. If she wanted to read her books in peace, She needed to learn how to command her retainers first, learn how to act and speak like nobility. After accepting this teaching, they had to deal with the next thing, which was Benno having to help deliver Mine's donation right away. Benno stepped out of the carriage in his finest outfit, and Mine was in shock, seeing the grandness of the cathedral's front entrance. Fran arrived, and Mine realized she needed to speak more properly in her role. She commanded him to prepare her meeting with Ferdinand, and Fran responded respectfully. Along the way, seeing Mine panting hard, Benno told Fran to stop or she'd collapse. Fran understood he needed to control his pacing from now on. Meeting with Ferdinand, Benno and Mark said the accustomed prayer, greeting him with their titles. Ferdinand blessed them, as it was the usual courtesy. Sitting down for the meeting, Mine realized she couldn't reach the seat by herself and hinted for Fran to assist her, and he did, with much enjoyment. His attitude improved with her understanding her role better. After donations, Ferdinand had a few questions for Benno. He explained that here at the cathedral, most of the staff saw Mine as a loose cannon who let her mana go out of control, making her look away because she was totally guilty. Ferdinand knew Benno as a man of keen insight who discovered Mine's talent and wanted his opinion of her. Benno described Mine as a genius of product design who had an easygoing and magnanimous personality. She held her family, friends, and books very dear, refusing to compromise on them. She was also incredibly frail, and Lutz knew how to monitor her best. Ferdinand asked Fran, who admitted he was ashamed because he only realized after Benno explained it to him. Thus, Ferdinand ordered him to figure it out before the Night Order's convocation. Benno then added further that Mine was highly intelligent, but had little social experience, and even less knowledge of the church's values and noble society. Ferdinand was aware already though, which is why he assigned Fran, his best retainer. He wanted Mine to ask Fran if there was anything she didn't understand. Mine was surprised Fran didn't realize his reason for assignment. There was another matter though. People thought Benno was Mine's lover, which made the room feel somewhat embarrassed. She claimed it to be ridiculous, since they could be closer to being a father and daughter. While the age gap was common among nobles downtown, this did not usually occur. Closing the meeting to an end, they settled by contract the church would get 10% of Mine's earnings. Mine suddenly collapsed though, and in response, Ferdinand told her to get up to avoid disgracing herself. However, Benno picked her up, explaining this was a common occurrence, and Ferdinand understood. Along the way for their leave, Fran requested to carry Mine, stopping them as her retainer. He admitted his fault in failing to understand the head priest's intentions and having taken out his frustrations on her. He asked for forgiveness. Mine empathized with him. It must have been painful. He probably felt he'd been cast aside by Ferdinand. She assured him the head priest had no intention of letting him go, especially with Ferdinand giving Fran orders despite Mine being his master now. Mine promised to do her best to become a master Fran could be proud of, and asked for his assistance, to which he gracefully accepted. So, Benno handed her over, and Fran saw them off, with the carriage leaving. Elsewhere, Delia was relaying that Mine had donated to the high priest, and in return, Bezawanst fed her. Unfortunately, Gil had to sit in frustration, because now that he had a master, he wasn't allowed to eat in the orphan's hall. He was so hungry since Mine didn't feed him. Arriving at the church another day, Fran welcomed Lady Mine home. She explained to Lutz that while it was a commute for her, it was home to the priests and priestesses. Gil and Delia then opened their mouths to mock Lutz for his lack of understanding, but with the scolding from Mine, Delia took off. With 2 out of 3 of Mine's retainers having a bad attitude, Fran was the only one she could rely on. Lutz was here to help inform Fran on how to monitor Mine's condition effectively. The group began to move forward. However, with them all ignoring Gil, he decided to pull Mine back. So, Lutz quickly got on top of Gil ready to slug him. Fran begged Mine to stop Lutz. However, Mine couldn't help but think an event like this would be normal downtown. Lutz wanted Gil to be fired, but Fran explained the only punishment he could receive would be getting thrown in detention or denied the alms of the gods once. Mine hadn't heard of that term, which is what Gil had been so frustrated about since yesterday. Masters must look after their retainers' daily needs. Usually, they give retainers their leftovers from meals, and whatever's left over from that goes from the orphanage as the alms of the gods. Mine was shocked. She hadn't been doing that because she'd been commuting from home, and Gil was starving to death. Fran was fine, since he still lived at the head priest's quarters, while Delia was receiving food from the high priest. Gil accepted his role as a retainer to eat his fill, thinking he wouldn't have to share what little food he got at the orphanage anymore. Mine accepted fault commuting every day, and now Gil was bearing the brunt of it. She promised to find a way to feed him. First, though, she had to meet with Ferdinand for work, who questioned why she entered without her robe. When she informed him she was told she'd be kidnapped traveling in town with it on, she put on her robe in front of everyone, an act seen as improper. One of Ferdinand's retainers recommended the orphanage director's office, since it was far from the noble wing, and thus, she was granted to both change and welcome guests there from now on. Ferdinand added, though, that it hadn't been used for a long time, so she'd probably need to clean it. That's when Mine brought up a great idea. She'd have Gil clean it while she worked on tasks with Ferdinand. She thought of cleaning as a perfect task to compensate him for something. She called it a wage, which was a term unfamiliar to the boy. But she sternly affirmed, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." Gil responded with determination, taking the key with his word. Entering the director's office, every inch of it was covered in dust. But still, he was ready to prove himself. Elsewhere, making their way, Fran explained the orphanage lies on either side of the chapel, split into boys' and girls' wings. They made it into the director's office, disappointed with no signs of cleaning. However, Gil shouted he just hadn't been to the first floor yet. The staircase in Mine's room was sparkling clean. She thanked Gil, making him blush. She went over to the window, then gently called Gil to kneel down before her so she could pat his head. She told him deep down he was a good boy, causing him to weep. Mine finally understood all he needed was thanks and praise for once. The high priest, however, was pissed that Ferdinand gave Mine the office without checking in with him. He blamed Delia for not informing him and cast her out. She became pissed, pinning the blame onto Mine. Gil and Fran were excited to escort Mine into town, and she even prepared outfits for them. They then went to the market where there were a ton of food stalls. The group sat down with their bouclettes, a local favorite dish. But before Mine and Lutz could take a bite, Gil began to say grace, and he and Fran prayed. It was certainly long, but Fran was willing to help Mine learn it in the future. The retainers waited as Fran explained they must eat whatever's left over after their master's meal. So, Mine gave them the order to eat while it was still hot, and Gil got to chow down excitedly. Mine then learned from Gil the alms of gods wasn't so plentiful these days, given there were fewer blue robes around, so the orphans received less alms. He was so excited to hear Mine was going to let him eat as much as he wanted, he chanted his prayer out loud, making a scene. Learning quickly this wasn't how things were done here. He humbled himself, apologizing to Mine for all his rude acts and acknowledging he'd been stupid the entire time. At the Gilberta company, Benno was surprised to find out the orphanage director's office had an oven. He picked her up, thinking this could lead to the Italian restaurant of riches she mentioned earlier. The fact that Benno had already found chefs worked in Mine's favor, since the leftovers of whatever they made could be sent to the orphanage. That's when she was introduced to the cook Hugo and his assistant Ella. Hugo was certainly flabbergasted, reading a lot of Mine's novel cooking ideas. But very quickly, they were able to craft pizza, something Mine never thought she'd get to eat in this world. Taking the first bite, she gushed over the delicious taste. Benno was blown away. She then bestowed Fran with her alms. But then suddenly, Delia entered to ruin the mood. Because Mine got this office, Delia was deemed incompetent by the high priest and thrown out of his quarters. She had nowhere to go and started crying. However, Gil caught her with crocodile tears. Shut up. He spit what he learned from Mine. She who does not work, neither shall she eat. No food or shelter for those who don't work here. Mine giggled, affirming the motto. So, Delia scoffed, deciding to sit on Benno's lap, so sure of herself that Mine needed someone with womanly charms for guests. Mine was taken aback, just like I am. She's a little girl! But smiling and fawning over guests had been her job all this time. Benno shoved her off, making Delia question her womanhood. She didn't know what to do, so she tried to offer to clean and do laundry. She was willing to do anything so long as she wasn't sent back to the orphanage. Now, she was breaking down and crying for real. Out of the kindness of her heart, Mine went over and allowed her to stay, so long as Delia promised to serve as a retainer should. After one of Mine's meals, Fran would deliver the alms of the gods to the orphanage. Gil stepped out and now was a little too late to give the excess bread to Fran. But that was alright, because Mine would allow him to go deliver that as alms as well, to which he was delighted to do so. The two headed together, so she could see what the orphanage was like for the very first time. Along the way, he explained the foods were handed out to gray robes, apprentices, and then unbaptized kids in that order. Mine was surprised to find out the unbaptized kids and gray robes were kept here in the basement, where they were locked inside. Inside, Mine smelt an awful stench, only becoming horrified as the exhausted, malnourished kids came out to eat the alms. One grabbed onto Mine, causing her to shriek and back away, and Gil followed up to seal the door, getting Mine away from the horrific darkness within the church. But this wouldn't stop her from fainting. We hear the sounds of Delia scolding Gil for taking her there. As she slowly awakened, she spoke meekly, still trying to comprehend what she saw in the orphanage. Gil explained that it was a bit better when he was still there though. What changed was the removal of gray-robed priests. After that, nobody was around to take care of the kids anymore. On top of that, the decline of blue robes also made less alms to go around, causing plenty of the really young children to start dying off. Delia explained it began about a year ago, so now it's probably become much worse. Gil pleaded for Mine to help, but Fran said she shouldn't. His thought process being she could get into trouble sticking her nose too carelessly when it came to the matters decided by the high priest. Gil turned to Delia to give her opinion, causing her to reflect on her miserable times at the orphanage, where because of her beauty, she was taken away, leaving behind those who would still suffer. She wanted nothing to do with the orphans and didn't want to remember life down there. Mine remembered Delia's teary eyes as she begged not to go back. She was empathetic to Delia's hardships and feelings. Still, Gil pleaded once more for Mine to help the orphans. He felt guilty knowing he could eat all he wanted while his peers suffered. Mine knew it was still too risky in her position, so she asked to arrange a meeting with head priest Ferdinand to see what he could do. Ferdinand immediately declined, citing they didn't have the money to spend on unbaptized orphans even knowing they were dying. Moreover, the church doesn't recognize unbaptized children as individuals. In the view of the church, if they were to die, it was because the gods willed it. Mine was pouty, questioning what the purpose of the orphanage was for, to which Ferdinand explained its design is to raise servants for nobility by the grace of nobility. A well-trained gray-robed priest could fetch a pretty penny. The abnormal thought process of this frustrated Mine to no end. Ferdinand gave her the option to help them herself, allowing her to take on the unwanted role of orphanage director. She would then have to take personal responsibility for their well-being. However, Mine couldn't because she didn't have any personal funds left. She couldn't use her studio's capital. With that answer, he declared half-hearted. He told Mine to keep her mouth shut as he walked away. She went to the library, attempting to read her woes away. But for once, even books could not cheer her up. After work, she ran to Lutz, crying in his arms. She explained the situation to him at the downtown fountain. Lutz came up with a great idea of having the orphans take on the job of foraging for their own food. And learning they weren't allowed outside of the cathedral, he suggested Mine take them all on as her retainers. That way, they would then be permitted. They pointed to the sky, chanting together the phrase, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." She then began having concerns about the wintertime, but quickly came to the idea that she could create the Mine Studio Orphan Branch, where the orphans could gather the wood she needed to make paper and earn themselves wages. With that, the two kids fist-bumped, determined to save the orphans together. Fran warned Mine to be wary of Delia though. Since she still serves the high priest, he'd do his best to assist Mine. At the Gilberta store the next day, Benno was scolding Mine to prepare herself, since helping the orphans in a way never established before would cause her to deal with backlash from the nobility. She needed to lay the proper groundwork to proceed. Fran added further that the proper etiquette for nobles was to not be direct with them. She needed to prepare by having an appointment, while being ready to lead the conversation in her favor. This was quite vexing to her, because this all sounded like corporate politicking. Fran wanted to handle the setup for this, especially knowing his previous master Ferdinand shared the exact same sentiment as Mine did. Ferdinand only hid his feelings so couldn't find fault with him. It was hard to tell, but Ferdinand was indeed annoyed by the present state of the church. After the discussion, Mine attempted to take the post of orphanage director, and Fran immediately went to work to make it happen. Meeting with Ferdinand, he used his magic to reveal a secret room hidden within a wall. This hidden room was only accessible to those with a certain amount of mana. Even retainers couldn't enter. It's the perfect place for their discussion. Sitting down together, Ferdinand explained he brought her inside because Fran advised him it was futile to expect noble society subtlety in her speaking. The other day, Ferdinand felt as if he'd lost years of his life with their last discussion. He couldn't believe she'd criticized the High Priest's policies in front of his retainer, the red-haired woman. Mine had no idea, but also, there was another blue robe as well who supported the High Priest's decisions. He recommended she memorize the faces and names of people she needed to be wary of. She needed to learn how to read between the lines and hide her true opinions to survive in this world. He then moved to the topic of making her the orphanage director, questioning why she was so eager to help them when normally she was indifferent to people. To which she responded it was so she could read her books with a clear mind. Ferdinand was truly taken aback. He didn't understand and wanted her to elaborate. So going further, she explained she was too bothered by the state of the orphanage to focus on books. That's why she made up her mind to help the children. He wanted to get this straight. So, in order to clear the way for her reading, she'd be willing to become orphanage director and run a workshop there? He was just beginning to understand how foolish and petty Mine's reasoning was. Even so, he granted her the director position. She could hardly believe it, but she was so excited. As he began to take his leave, Mine stopped him to ask why he was so different from the other blue robes. And we learned just like Mine, he wasn't raised by the church. He grew up in noble society, but joined the church for certain reasons. That aside, he wanted her to report any activity she did to him from now on. Back in her office, Gil was crying in gratitude that Mine succeeded in becoming the orphanage director. The room became awkward the moment Delia entered, since they'd been keeping this whole operation a secret from her. But she quickly brought a basket of bread to Mine, saying she'd keep this all a secret from the High Priest. It seems things were going to be just fine. Mine then barged into the orphanage, declaring it was time to get them all nice and clean, and then they'd eat until they couldn't eat anymore. Under Fran's directions, the orphanage was given a total makeover. It was performed under the pretext of cleaning it up for Mine's first visit as director. She would then hand out rewards to the kids who put in extra effort in the cleanup. Mine was relieved to hear with all the work that had been done, no kids had experienced sickness or fatigue, probably thanks to the fact that Gil delivered food to them all the while. The kids practically look up to him like a messiah, and since he went around saying he did it under her orders, they likely saw her the same way. While Delia brushed Mine's hair, she recounted the time she was brought out of the orphanage on the day of her baptism, washed from head to toe by a gray-robed priestess, and taken to the High Priest. She felt remorse knowing 3 children were taken there that day, yet she was the only one chosen. Delia wished Mine was there when she needed help. Mine wished the same, and told Delia if she ever had trouble in the future, she would be there for her. Meeting later with all the orphans, Mine introduced herself as the director appointed by the head priest. Giving her praise to the gods of seasons and saying grace with them following her lead, she revealed their meal reward for cleaning the orphanage, calling the children one by one, starting with Wilma, who was the first to take the children and wash them up. She was presented with the first buttered potato. However, one of the kids objected, saying all the alms should be bestowed upon them equally. The kids then began to chant their dissent, but Mine cleared up these were not alms, they're rewards, and those aren't given out equally, giving them the ever-valuable, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. She wanted all of them to keep that in mind from now on. Kai was then called next, rewarded for his efficient cleaning, and still, many of the children were not pleased, but it motivated everyone to work. So later, Mine had her dad and Tuli take the kids to the forest. Doing as Mine said, they can now make soup for themselves. The other orphans were surprised at the change of Gil's attitude, because he initially complained about having to serve another commoner runt. But having gotten to know Mine, he realized she wasn't like other blue-robed priestesses. She praised people who did their part. The kids weren't just foraging, they were also eager to find a gift to bring back to Mine. And so, Gunter, Tuli, and Lutz taught all the best methods for foraging. And with the orphans returning, even the ones who were grumpy before were now touting over who got the most sticks. All of them were looking to garner Mine's praise. Afterwards, she then worked with her father to provide gifts for those who helped with the orphanage reforms. She first presented Fran with the gift of a tablet. She wanted to reward him for laying the groundwork for this entire plan with the head priest. Now he could take notes anywhere and everywhere. He was quite pleased. She then presented slates and pencils for Delia and Gil for their rewards. They could now learn how to write, which would especially be useful since retainers also needed to ghostwrite for their masters. They were just as grateful. Mine then decided to make flashcards to make learning the alphabet fun. Wilma decided to draw the faces, since she was a good artist. For the leisure-starved orphans, the flashcards became the ideal playthings. Benno took an immediate liking to the cards and bought the rights to sell them. This was a big help for Mine's personal funds, since she had expended quite a bit running the orphanage. Walking their way, Mine asked about Lutz's older brother, Sieg, since the two didn't seem to talk much to each other. She noticed when they went to the carpentry workshop to work on the cards, Sieg didn't seem to know much about Lutz's work at all. Lutz seemed saddened, answering plainly that merchant and craftsman work didn't really have much in common. Attempting to put his personal troubles aside, Lutz invited Mine to participate in the Star Festival with him this year. It's a festival where people throw tau fruit at each other. Mine then stopped, wondering if orphans could participate at all. To discuss the orphanages and her role during the Star Festival, she sought to make an appointment with the head priest. Ferdinand sighed, but nodded his head in the direction of the hidden room. She pouted, thinking she was about to get a scolding. Inside, he immediately called her a fool because the star binding ceremony was the day after tomorrow. It's what the church calls the Star Festival, and with it being a festival for adults, apprentices like Mine weren't allowed to partake. Many townsfolk will be visiting the cathedral on that day. Mine's role is to make sure none of the orphans leave the orphanage during the ceremony. This is when Mine came up with the idea of letting the orphans play strictly within the orphanage. She wanted them to experience the fun of throwing tau fruit at each other. Ferdinand accepted as long as she was willing to clean it up thoroughly afterward and ensure they wouldn't be a nuisance to the townsfolk. Then came the day of the Star Festival. The kids picked the fruit with Lutz. Back in the cathedral, Mine and Fran stopped to respect another blue robe, who while passing by called her a shameless plebeian. He did think it was fitting that a commoner like her take care of the orphans on this auspicious occasion. Mine was unaffected, since these were just words, but I would have punched him in his jaw. While the orphans had their meal, Lutz decided to take Mine downtown to see the festival. Lutz got hit with the fruit, and with the other kids spotting them, he took Mine to run away. They then went back to the orphanage to prepare everyone. But things got bad the moment Mine's hand touched one of the fruits. It sucked up her mana and became a trombe. Lutz was quick to act, telling everyone to grab a knife. Mine then tossed the plant, and it burst and sprouted into the ground, growing to a sizable length for paper. Lutz gave the command to cut the monstrous branches, and in the end, they gathered 3 whole trombes worth. With that said and done, the kids began to have their fun throwing the tau fruit at one another. It truly was a blast for all the kids, but by the end, Mine found herself cold and sneezing. She returned home, smiling happily even with her fever. But lying in wait for her return, Ferdinand was upset that the area was not cleaned up properly, finding dug up soil and part of the tiling sticking out. For punishment, Mine was to spend the day repenting in detention, where she need only offer the gods her prayers and reflect on her wrongs. When the day ended though, they found her passed out. Fran tried to tell Ferdinand she was too frail, but he just assumed Fran was only worried about her saving face, not her health. Before she could even repent on her actions, it seems Ferdinand was left to deeply repent on his choice to lock her up. Elsewhere, Lutz got shoved down by his father at home. With there being disagreement in Lutz's occupation, he decided to leave after his father yelled at him. Tully and Ralph came to ask the feverish Mine for aid, with Lutz being gone and yet to come back. Ralph explained the situation. They've looked all over for Lutz but hadn't found him. Mine asked if Lutz was at the Gilberta Company, and she and Tully were surprised to find out he and his family had no idea where Lutz worked. Tully took Ralph there, and he was astonished that his younger brother worked at such a fancy place. Seeing Lutz, he immediately opened the door to scold him, causing a scene and commotion within the shop. Mark threw the red-haired boy out, making Ralph's only response to scold Lutz even further for doing whatever he wanted and causing their family trouble. After getting briefed on the details later that night, Mine was worried, but she couldn't help with the fever keeping her bedridden. On a particular day, the kids and Carla kept calling for Lutz to come home, but he wouldn't respond. Several days passed before Mine could finally see him. Meeting with Benno, she learned this all started when he was planning to take Lutz along a trip to another town. However, Lutz couldn't get his parents' permission. Mine knew this was Lutz's dream, but his family was against him becoming a merchant. He then entered the room and seeing Mine, he couldn't look at her straight, admitting right now He was living in the attic. Mine questioned why, but where else was he supposed to go? This was no different than being a live-in apprentice. Benno considered the solution of adopting Lutz, but he'd still need to talk to his parents. Mine then brought up that his family was still worried about him, causing Lutz to lash out. He took her response as Mine thinking he was wrong, and he began to tear up. However, she assured him that wasn't the case at all. She knows how hard he's worked and how much he sacrificed. She held his hand, reminding him she was on his side and that he could lean on her. Lutz felt better, but apologized, saying if he leaned on her, she'd collapse under his weight. She wondered what she could do for him. She knew the adoption would require parental permission, but as things stood, he's suffering as a live-in apprentice. Ferdinand had to bring her back to the task at hand, since she was so distracted and not making any progress. He noticed she got sad again and stopped working, so he sighed, calling her to meet, once again, in the hidden room. Still not reading the situation, Mine was concerned about getting the task done, to which Ferdinand responded he first needed to fix the calculator. Inside, he asked what was troubling her, but she tried to play it off as none of his concern. However, with no work getting done, it now was his concern, so he got up and pinched her cheeks, saying who wouldn't be bothered by a child moping, as he continued to really pinch them about. After getting her to spill the details, he understood she wanted to improve Lutz's living conditions. She believed reconciling with his family would be best, but Benno adopting him was also a solution in her eyes. There was a way to get Lutz adopted without his parents' approval. He just needed to be deemed abandoned by his parents and taken in by the orphanage. That way, its director becomes Lutz's guardian and can sign his adoption papers. With Mine still being a minor, she could have her boss, Ferdinand, sign in her place. Mine was fine with doing that, but still felt bad tearing Lutz away from his family. Ferdinand knew this would be a further headache, but her perspective alone wasn't enough. He desired to hear from Lutz's parents as well. He could force them to come by simply summoning them. He was going to have them lay it all out, and if he deemed adoption necessary, he'd make it happen. Mine made a nervous gulp, realizing how big a deal this had become. And so, the cathedral became the venue of a meeting between everyone involved with Lutz. Looking at the trinket in her hand, we flash back to Ferdinand explaining it was a magical item that prevented eavesdropping. While holding it, her voice would only be heard by someone who had the other piece, Ferdinand. She realized he was basically telling her to shut up and watch. His goal was to make all parties' intentions clear, and that Mine would only make things harder if she meddled. She couldn't take part in the discussion, but she was rooting for Lutz in her heart. Ferdinand first had Lutz state his case. Lutz's perspective was that his parents refused to recognize his efforts, no matter how hard he tried. Trying to finish his explanation, his father did cut him off, telling him to stop being a baby. Mine tried to tell the man to hear his son out, but of course, only Ferdinand could hear her grievances. Ferdinand told her to calm herself and keep her mouth closed. He then asked Died to explain what he meant, since he wasn't so familiar with phrases people downtown used. Carla interjected, explaining her husband was not good with words. Lutz wanted them to accept what he does, but they were concerned if he could really make it in the merchant business. Ferdinand then asked them to state why they were withholding permission for him to head to another town. There was a long pause, but Diad simply answered it was too dangerous. Carla then added her concern of animals and bandits outside the city walls. Lutz grew in frustration hearing their response. Benno then explained they would travel by carriage, and the other town was only a half a day away. Ferdinand then asked if traveling by carriage would ease the parents' concerns, but Diad held his ground, only responding, "There's no need." Lutz began to shout at his father, but Ferdinand told him to calm himself. Benno wanted to take Lutz because they were planning on building a new workshop there. Considering the future of the Gilberta company and Lutz's abilities, Benno's plan was to make him his successor, and this is where Benno offered to adopt him. Carla was freaking out, but Diad uttered, this was hardly worth discussing. Ferdinand wanted the father to elaborate what he meant. Hearing Benno's reasoning, Diad finally explained it's something only a parent could understand. He scratched his head in frustration, knowing Benno just couldn't get it. Benno was an excellent merchant, but to Diad, parenting came from the heart. What benefits who wasn't important. Benno sighed with relief, realizing he had only prioritized his shop's profits above everything else. He reiterated Lutz really wanted to be a merchant, and Lutz asked his father to accept his apprenticeship. Diad responded he already told Lutz to do what he wanted. Lutz was taken aback, and his mother added that was his father's way of accepting his decision. Lutz was blown away that this whole thing came about because he couldn't understand his father's way of expressing himself. Died then yelled at Lutz, calling him a fool. He already ignored them to choose this line of work. Diad wanted Lutz to be a man and do whatever it takes, be it a live-in apprenticeship or whatever, not to be a whiny coward and to run to the orphanage, let alone adoption. They raised him. Carla gave birth to him. They could never give him away to anyone. Lutz began to tear up, and seeing this, Diad blushed, turning away as he told his son to apologize. Ferdinand asked Diad to be more clear, so he added that Lutz needed to apologize for wasting so many people's time just because he couldn't control himself. And thus, Lutz got up and apologized. Ferdinand then deemed there would be no adoption, given how things played out. Benno then decided he would give Lutz a Doppler contract, making him responsible for the Gilberta company's future. Diad accepted this, hearing how hardworking, patient, and persistent Lutz was from Benno. He desired to help his son but didn't know anything about business and couldn't back Lutz's ventures. With the parties getting up, Diad told Benno to take good care of his son. That's when Lutz really let out the waterworks, swearing to them he'll become a merchant who needed no introduction. Diad responded, "You're damn right. You're a man. Quit whimpering." And everything ended peacefully. Diad even thanked Ferdinand, and the family headed out. This, for some reason, caused Ferdinand to stare at them longingly. This was a valuable lesson from Ferdinand to mine. Getting one side of the story simply wasn't enough. She still seemed sad, so he went to her, asking if she was glad now since Lutz's family wasn't torn apart. She cried, admitting how glad she was, but with the gray robes taking off seeing her tears, Ferdinand told her to stop because it was making it seem as if he made her cry. But of course, he did. These were tears of joy. He then handed her a handkerchief, and wiping her tears, she could see his name written on it. Mine somehow managed to help resolve Lutz's family issues. However, she started to have concerns in her own home. Her mother had been feeling a bit more queasy lately because she had a baby in her belly. Learning she was going to be a big sister, Mine wanted to make a picture book for her little sibling to be. Ferdinand had no idea what a picture book was, so Mine explained. He was doubtful considering books were already expensive as is, and now she wanted to make them for babies who couldn't read? Regardless, Mine was here to take Wilma in as her retainer, since she needed a picture book artist. Mine would draw it herself, however, she sucks at drawing. Ferdinand's response was unexpected. He told her the baby would prove to be a huge weakness in her life. He cited how dearly Mine held her family as shown by the time she tried to take on the High Priest to protect them. Who knows what the High Priest will do when he learns of this? She needed to hide her emotions and accustom herself to noble mannerisms and culture. He believed Mine should start with music, since it is one of nobility's favorite pastimes. Franz suggested she take on Rosina, who used to be Lady Christine's retainer. Ferdinand decided to only grant Mine an artist as long as she was willing to take on a musician who could teach her as well. Mine expressed her reluctance though, given she only wanted an artist, and plus, she didn't even have an instrument. However, heading to the orphanage, Wilma had to decline Mine's request because there would be no one left to take care of the really young orphans. In the church, all retainers move into their master's rooms, so Mine needed a way to make Wilma her retainer and let her live in the orphanage. She sought counsel from the head priest, but instead found he gifted her several boxes of different instruments. Ferdinand was determined to have Mine learn music. The two sat down for their meeting, where he was giving resolution to her issue. If Wilma was going to stay at the orphanage, he responded this was all the more reason for Mine to take in the musical Rosina. Mine tried once again to object, and that's when Ferdinand prompted her to grab the magical communication trinket. Now that their conversation was private, he could convey the importance of music being a vital part of noble culture. Mine reminded him she wasn't a noble, and how she had no intention of leaving her family, despite Ferdinand telling her she might have to someday. According to the priest, when nobles or those with the devouring get married, their partner has to be of a comparable mana capacity, or they can't have kids. What's more, a child's mana is heavily influenced by its mother's. With noble numbers dwindling now, it's apparently easy to picture young nobles flocking to Mine when she comes of age. He added they'd only see her as a tool connecting them to high society, a convenient baby maker. It was up to her whether or not she'd be seen that way. It all depended on how she'd conduct herself as a noble. Mine was reluctant, but now understood. She agreed to make Rosina her retainer and learn as much as possible. After that, Mine had Ferdinand show her the way, so he played the Harpspiel for her, and she was blown away by how incredible he was. Not just his playing, but his singing was truly beautiful as well. She thought if he sang love songs, he'd have no shortage of women falling for him. But of course, he didn't understand the expression. He then had Mine pick up the instrument next, and Mine quickly understood him playing the notes as Do, Re, Mi, and hearing her play the scale back, both Fran and Ferdinand were surprised to see a commoner understand music. It's not like she lived another life or anything. In the end, they settled on reducing the time she spent helping Ferdinand to practice the Harpspiel. Back at the orphanage, Wilma was pleased she could still live at the orphanage and serve Mine. She then brought out Rosina, someone Mine remarked to be a pure mademoiselle. She was most likely how Ferdinand wanted Mine to conduct herself as well. Hearing she was to become Mine's retainer, Rosina was also excited because the Harpspiel was her best instrument. They moved her into the director's office right away, and it was there Rosina requested Fran to get her both the Harpspiel to play and ready the chair for her to sit in. Mine felt something was off here. Regardless, Rosina's playing was on another level. Days later, Delia complained because Rosina wasn't working at all. Rosina thought the claim to be quite rude, reiterating her role here was to teach Lady Mine the Harpspiel, and since Mine had practice now, she thought to hear Delia's complaints later. After practice, Fran took Lady Mine's Harpspiel, and Rosina requested he do the same for her. Mine realized now she had to lay down the law. She told Rosina not to give her retainers orders, and while she was meeting with the head priest, she ordered Fran to fetch water with Delia and Rosina. Rosina objected, saying that was work for gray-robed priests, like she wasn't one, adding further that she may damage her fingers doing servant work like that, and then prompted Gil and Delia to handle it in her stead, pissing the two off. In response, Mine told Rosina not to talk down to her retainers. Her role was to do their duties as well as teach the Harpspiel, but with Rosina stating Mine was misunderstanding her role here as a blue robe, Mine began to question what the correct way to conduct herself here was. Walking with Fran, he explained both Wilma and Rosina's previous master, Lady Christine, was a blue-robed apprentice priestess who loved nothing more than art. She favored retainers who showed artistic talents. Rosina was favored because of her musical talent, while the servant work was all done by the other gray-robed apprentice priest retainers. She most likely looks down upon other gray robes because of this. Ferdinand then made it absolute, that the word of the head retainer is the word of the master. Mine did not need retainers who refused to understand this, and so he stated it was best to return retainers like that to the orphanage. Before finalizing that decision, Mine decided to hear the opinion of the rest of her retainers. She first went to Wilma, who also served Lady Christine. After Christine had returned to noble life, once Wilma was sent back to the orphanage, it was here she found out her treatment had been special. Wilma begged Mine to give Rosina time to reflect on herself. Then, at Mine's office, Gil and Delia expressed their problems with Rosina not working. Mine gave Rosina an ultimatum: work and teach, or head back to the orphanage where she'd have no instrument to play. At night, Rosina stared out the window, holding a plank like the Harpspiel she was no longer allowed, and reflecting on her times with Lady Christine, now realizing things could not go back to the way they used to be. Wilma assured her if she worked hard, Mine would acknowledge her. At this point, Rosina understood the error of her ways. Mine then decided to keep her, and with that, she had to work hard practicing because in 10 days, Ferdinand wanted to see her progress. By the time the day came, both Mine's playing and singing were beautiful. Mine and Rosina praised each other for all the work they put in, but back at the office, Rosina explained Wilma had fears being around men. Wilma was tricked by a blue-robed priest and forced to offer her flower to him. She had been afraid of men ever since. At the orphanage, Mine told the story of the 3 little pigs who built a brick house, living happily ever after from the wolves. However, the children couldn't comprehend. They questioned what a little pig and big bad wolf were. Even Wilma couldn't comprehend what these things were. She would have difficulty drawing them. After the storytime reception, Mine decided to prod more into Wilma's past, and her decision to live at the orphanage due to her trauma. Wilma didn't mean to hide it from Mine, but it was alright. Mine decided to bring Rosina to visit every time instead of Fran, being considerate. Later, Mine tossed out a trombe bulb so the boys could help harvest more of its branches for paper. However, Mine was only fixated on stories she could possibly have Wilma draw. Lutz and Gil laughed at her getting lost in her own little world as per usual. That's when Mine suddenly got up, realizing all she needed to do was have a kid's version of the Holy Scriptures. That's something the orphans could surely resonate with. It would also teach the kids the alphabet, knocking 2 birds out with 1 stone. But how to make one for each kid with no copiers or printers in this world? Mine concluded she could use block printing techniques she learned from arts and crafts. She consulted with Benno, and when she explained she needed ink, but forgot to calculate the cost of such an expensive product, he called her a fool. She tried to deflect blame, saying she was an apprentice priestess now, no longer a merchant, making Benno pull on her cheeks. They then went to a carpenter's to order block, where afterwards, with Benno carrying her, Mine kept incessantly thinking out loud, unable to be interrupted while her ideas of how to make ink kept flowing. She decided to test several kinds of ink, with Lutz following her lead since it was his duty to bring her ideas to reality. She and her team first gathered as much soot as they could from every possible place they could. Using the privacy trinkets, Ferdinand questioned what she was doing, since the gray-robed priests were cleaning fireplaces and chimneys awfully early this year. She assured him she was in no way coordinating some devious plot, explaining they were gathering soot to make ink for her plant-based paper. He was pleased to hear she was making a picture book of the scriptures. They got to work, and with the sketches done, Mine wrote the prose in mirrored letters. She then had Seed carve the whole thing into wood. Mixing soot well with oil was enough to produce the ink they needed. Lutz brushed it right onto the wood block, and then placing paper and patting it down, they were able to produce a page, albeit it was completely black and white. While the orphans seemed pleased, Mine was not satisfied with the result. The text was still a bit too hard to read as well, but things were not all well where Wilma was. One of the kids grabbed onto her, wanting to show the page that had been produced of her artwork. However, this gave Wilma PTSD to that time before, making her pull away and causing the child to fall over and sob. Wilma apologized and ran off, only sitting by herself later that evening trying to cope. On another day, Lutz tested the ink with some more simple shapes. They put the scripture picture book on hold to instead work on a book for the baby. The kids were unsure if the baby would really like it, but Mine assured them infants liked solid shapes like triangles and rectangles. Mine then showed the block printed image to Wilma, explaining the intricate details made things difficult. So, she redrew a much simpler version using Wilma's art as a reference. Seeing what Mine was going for, Wilma decided to do her best to produce new designs. With Mine taking her leave, the orphans stopped her to mention Wilma's strange behavior. Wilma's been down since they tugged at her arm. Mine then went to inform Ferdinand, and he gave his nudge for them to go to the private room for another lecture. He questioned where she received her education. Her prose was too good. The Holy Scriptures were laden with complicated phrasing, and editing them into simple, concise prose that even kids can understand was not an easy task. At least, it should be beyond the girl he read the scriptures to, who at the time couldn't even grasp the terms and words used. It's almost as though she were educated in a foreign land and were merely unfamiliar with the language spoken here. Mine tried to assure him she was born and raised in this very town, and even though his investigation corroborated that, something still seemed off. The two sat in silence for a moment, until Mine brought up having been asked this before. She had only responded that she lived another life in her dreams, in a dreamlike world very different from this one she could never go back to. That was Mine's answer. Ferdinand found her answers absurd, and could tell she was terrible at lying, but at the moment, it only confused him further. He decided he needed more time to think it over. Later, with Wilma presenting her new work, Mine was incredibly pleased, asking it go under print production right away. Wilma then asked to accompany them to the studio, because trying this new method of drawing has given her a little bit of courage. She felt maybe now she could finally go outside. She would be reassured to have Mine by her side. At the studio, even seeing all the men working, Wilma steeled herself, then found herself surrounded by all the children who loved her dearly. Lutz presented the first newly completed page, and its simplicity was a marveled beauty amongst everyone in the room. It brought Wilma to tears of happiness, and she was eager to start on the next drawing. And each time she finished, they got to work printing it. Mine showed Thule the finished pages back at home, and asked her to help bind it. With the binding finished, she had Mine snip the thread, and thinking back to all the trials and tribulations she had gone through, Mine finally completed her very first book. It was 2 long years. This was just one of many, because her goal was to make so many books, the world would need libraries to hold them all. However, the high priest just couldn't leave our bookworm in peace. He spoke with one of his blue robe supporters about leaving that little devil out from the harvest festival because she'd eat their share. They wanted to put that cheeky plebeian in her place once and for all. On another day, while Mine and Fran were on their way to the library, they noticed several carriages leaving the cathedral. Before Fran could explain the harvest festival, the blue robe from earlier walked in, calling Mine a plebeian once more. Instead of combating him though, Mine kneeled, pleasing the man as he continued on his way. With him gone, Fran expressed there was no need for her to bow before him, but Mine reasoned that despite being both blue robes, she was still a commoner. She wanted to avoid needless squabbling, and this was just a small price to pay in her eyes. But reaching the library finally after all the events had transpired, she saw the entire place a mess. Now she realized it was the blue robe who did it. She was ready to storm off and go after him, but Fran reasoned she should just report this to Ferdinand and seek advice. She really wanted a fight, so Fran quickly picked her up to move things along. She was heaving in anger in front of Ferdinand as Fran relayed what had happened. Inside the hidden room, Mine described the big bookshelves to be empty, their contents all over the floor. You couldn't even set foot in there. She didn't know his name, but desired to show him a bloody carnival, where she'd paint the town in more than just red paint. She began to giggle maliciously, thinking of all the ways she would torture him. However, Ferdinand called her to stop her unsavory thoughts. He then explained there'd be no use, as most of the blue robes were gone on a 10-day trip for the harvest festival. This is where the church sent priests to hold a ritual in settlements all over. While they're there, they collect taxes and produce as tribute to the gods. He believes the library was attacked as a way of keeping Mine for the harvest. Even with the whole event being frustrating, Mine found light in this situation. This was her opportunity to arrange everything the way she wanted. It would become a library by her, for her. She could use the Nippon decimal classification system, which featured 9 major divisions: general, philosophy, history, social sciences, natural sciences, technology, industry/commerce, arts, language, and literature. She'd take a glance at the books strewn about and sort them into 10 divisions, then place them into their appropriate shelves, thus completing the first step. The second step will need a closer look, classifying the books into several subcategories. She began to feel like she was becoming a real librarian. Ferdinand found it quite unsettling how her mood suddenly changed for the better. However, he left the library's cleanup to her. He handed her a list of books he donated to help, and seeing it was so huge, Mine began to wonder about Ferdinand's identity. Back at the library, she had her retainers clean everything up, and things truly became organized. There was one issue, however. All the books Ferdinand donated on the topic of magic were missing, which Mine had dedicated a full shelf for. But with him arriving, he explained they were in his quarters, so that wasn't really a problem. He was more surprised she figured out they were missing. However, hearing it was easy because she had the books classified using a system that didn't exist in this world, he called her to meet in the private room to inquire more. She explained the Nippon decimal classification that was based on Melville Dewey's decimal system. Dewey was a name forever etched in the history of libraries. He was an American librarian, educator, and of course, inventor of the Dewey Decimal System, which influenced libraries across the world. Mine then spoke passionately about her decision to organize the books, but couldn't decide if magic books were considered natural sciences or technology. She wanted to read them first before making the call. She asked how Ferdinand would classify them. However, his face was stern from her otherworldly system talk. He then began explaining the basis of magic are all about observing and understanding nature, but magical items were a different story altogether. It was clear this topic was of deep interest to him, making Mine just as interested. He pulled himself together though, saying there was no need to concern herself of the topic, since his magic books would never touch the shelves of the church's library. Magic is the exclusive domain of the nobility. Blue robes had no right to peruse them as they pleased. Mine was confused because weren't blue robes nobles? He elaborated that technically, blue robes are of noble birth and possess mana, but nobles weren't recognized as such unless they graduated from the Nobles Academy. Mine begged him with everything she had to be allowed to read the books, but he still declined. On another day, Litz and Thule visited the orphanage to teach them how to bind the books. It turned out to be a great success. Mine later presented one of the finished books to Benno, who was surprised to see a book without a leather cover. Flipping through, he remarked the art to be amazing, but all the good words he had turned to shock when he realized she wasn't going to sell them. She wanted to give them to kids at the church for free. The two calmed down after some tea. Lutz expressed how he wasn't sure they could continue only making books about scriptures. Benno then questioned Mine about creating books that the general customer would like to read. Of course Mine had plans for that. She wanted to make all sorts of books, but first, she needed stencil paper for a mimeograph or types for a letterpress. These were tools for her to mass-produce books efficiently. She needed a lot of capital to produce them though. To solve the money issue, Benno then suggested she pull another invention out of her hat. So, Mine considered creating playing cards, something both adults and children could use. Before leaving though, Benno had Mine visit his sister. Karina apparently wanted to get her fitted for her ceremonial garb. At home, Mine's family began to discuss their winter prep. Seeing their mother's belly, the girls asked their father if he'd like the child to be a boy or a girl. A boy would make him happy, since he'd finally have some company at home. But a girl would also make him happy, since she'd be the cutest thing in the world. They'd all love this baby either way. Mine was so happy to help out, knowing she'd be home the entire winter. In his office, Ferdinand stared at the kid's scripture book sternly. He reflected on his surprise to learn Mine finished 30 copies in such a short time. Of course, to her, this was a simple task, having inked cut paper and printed several copies. Her goal was to make a ton of cheap books that everyone could read. He had no idea Mine was capable of something like this. He now knew she was going to turn society on its head. Mine then entered for their meeting, explaining she wanted permission to make glue and candles at the orphanage. That way they could reduce the bad smells from processing pig meat for the winter. He allowed her request, so long as she finished before the other blue robes returned. But now, he had to scold her for standing out too much. The library getting wrecked was merely petty harassment, not truly a problem in his eyes. One day, she may truly get harmed if she isn't too careful. Also, her winter plans for remaining at home weren't going the way she thought. The dedication ceremony happened over the winter. It's where all the divine objects in the cathedral are replenished, which calls for a vast amount of mana. Her participation was mandatory, and they needed to avoid a situation where a blizzard kept her away. As such, she'd be living at the cathedral over the winter. Mine stared in emptiness, thinking about what the head priest had said. She was afforded blue robe priestess treatment because her mana was needed for the ceremony. Knowing her family would be worried, he allowed them to check up on her over the winter. That was the most he was willing to compromise. Mine was unsettled, but still, she was the orphanage director. She had Fran explain what her winter preparations entailed. Lutz found light in this situation, claiming she'd get less sick since her chambers at the cathedral would be warmer than her house. Fran has also become much better at monitoring her condition as well. This was tough news to deliver to her family. Gunter slammed his fist, confused because he thought the deal was she could commute from home. He was livid, believing there's no way she could make it out there on her own. But Mine wanted to stay at the cathedral, because there were things only she could do. Her mana was her main bargaining chip there as well. It was what allowed her to be given blue robes and be excused from any physical labor. She felt she couldn't not be there when they needed her mana, and she was responsible for the orphans. Her father scratched his head knowing she was right, and settled for just being able to visit her. The family did their best to help Mine prepare, with Gunter leading the orphans on how to stock pork. They processed plenty of meat, and brought back the pork skin Mine needed to make glue. Before she could start doing what she wanted though, Fran brought her orders to prepare for the night orders, request, and memorize prayers. This was a task unrelated to the dedication ceremony. Most years, the night order makes a request before winter begins, and when they do, a blue robe will be required to perform a ritual for the knights. Ferdinand could not do it, as his duties as a noble took priority during these times. A few days later, Karina finished Mine's ceremonial dress. Her chambers got a winter makeover, preserved food was stocked up, candles were made, and most of the orphanage's winter prep was complete. Returning from his duties at the Harvest Festival, Ferdinand could tell it was the holy night of Shutzaria. The night order's request would definitely come soon. Mine tried asking him how the Harvest Festival was, but he seemed lost in thought. Then suddenly, a magic bird flew in through the window and delivered a message from Karstead. The knight's order was requesting assistance with a raid and a priest to perform a ritual. Before the bird turned into stone, Ferdinand then tapped the stone, transforming it back before having it relay he understood. Things needed to get a move on, so he told Mine to change into her ceremonial garb and report to the Gate of Nobles immediately. Back at her office, Fran commanded preparation. Mine had never seen him so worked up before. After getting dressed, Fran carried her to the Gate of Nobles, which was between the head priest and high priest's offices. There, she saw Ferdinand clad in knight's armor. She could hardly believe he was the same holy man of the church. He explained that today he'd be participating not as the head priest, but as a knight. This was his noble duty. He had her spin around to display her ceremonial garb, which he remarked was a tad unusual, but better than he expected. It adorned the crest of Mind Studios' insignia in the center. He then had her take a magic ring, which wrapped around her middle finger, and then used his magic to open the gate, showing a place that was nothing like downtown. This was the Noble District, and standing before them was the Knight's Order. Commander Karstead approached, kneeling before the higher commander, Ferdinand. Mine was prompted to greet Karstead, and when they exchanged, he gave an unpleasant look at her. But with things ready to begin, Ferdinand used magic to summon his flying mount. All the knights had one. He then placed Mine on his beast, explaining as long as it was supplied with mana, it could take them anywhere. They flew up into the clouds, where at this point, Mine was now sure they were in a fantasy world. Their destination was an overgrown trombe, a beast sapping the life out of the forest it planted in. Landing nearby, he explained Mine's role came after the Night Order took out the monster. She must heal the soil that had all its mana drained. He then had Karstead call 2 knights, Shikikoza and Damuel, to guard Mine and the rest of the retainers. Taking Mine off the mount, Ferdinand told the knights to be sure she didn't receive a scratch. A distance away, a tree collapsed as the trombe sucked the mana right out of it. With the knights about to leave, Mine gave her prayers for their safety and success, causing the ring on her hand to glow and absorb mana, casting her blessing upon them. When the knights took off though, Shiksa called her blessing utterly meaningless, smirking upon Mine's confusion. He explained that using mana on blessings when she was already short on them was nothing but an act of folly. Damuel disagreed, saying there was a huge difference between having Ongriff's blessings and not, especially since they didn't have that many knights this time around. Mine noticed Shiksa looked at her the same way the blue-robed priest did, with discrimination and pretentiousness. She apologized for displeasing him, so Shiksa walked away. Daniel then told her not to take Shiksa's words to heart, and assured her the blessing would be a big boost for them. Above, the knights were chanting their spell, ready to begin their assault. With their weapons turning black, Daniel explained this is what happened to weapons given the God of Darkness's divine protection. When imbued with mana and attacking, the weapons would drain double the mana from the enemy. This was necessary when fighting Trombe. At first, they'd whittle down the Trombe using arrows. Ferdinand aimed and shot, raining a barrage of arrows, dodging the tree monster's branches whipping as he fired more. Daniel wished Ferdinand would return full-time to the knights, but couldn't let anyone else know his feelings. Mine was amazed, with Ferdinand being so slender, high-strung, and suiting desk work perfectly. She never imagined he was a former knight. With the Trombe's branches falling apart from Ferdinand's attacks, the knights began to encircle the monster, cutting apart many of the limbs at 360 degrees. They then struck the trunk, causing it to sink, nearing its defeat. Shiksa then came back, asking why Damuel was being so friendly with a plebeian. Shiksa was upset that she wore the blue robes granted only to nobility, and while the nobles dwindled in number, he didn't believe it justified granting a commoner the robes. He couldn't understand what Ferdinand was thinking. Shiksa knew the high priest hated her, and the cathedral's order was being destroyed by her presence. He scoffed, wondering if she couldn't speak her cheeky mouth without Ferdinand around. Daniel tried to block Shiksa from approaching her, but Shiksa told his fellow knight to know his place. Fran tried to come to the rescue, only to get slugged by the green-haired knight. Mine tried to go to him, but now was getting her hair pulled by the same man. Shiksa cockily remarked that in situations like these, she's meant to apologize for her retainer's misconduct. She did, and then quickly got tossed to the ground. She then glared at Shiksa, and seeing it, he thought maybe he should gouge her eyes out. He used his magic to summon a knife, and despite Daniel once again trying to stop him, Shiksa told the lesser noble he couldn't order him around. She then reached and called out to Ferdinand, who was flying by, which caused Shiksa to accidentally cut her hand. Her blood then dripped onto the ground, and out from it sprouted several trombe branches? As it engulfed her, Fran tried to pull the branches apart. Daniel then summoned a knife, enchanting it with magic to begin saving her. Mine was losing air quickly though, and called out to Lutz for help, causing the ring to give him a vision of Mine in her current situation. He wondered just what he was seeing. With his enchantment finished, Daniel tried cutting the branches, but it didn't work. Ferdinand shot his arrows, telling the knight to get away. Mine explained her blood activated the trombe, hissing Ferdinand off seeing her cut. He called the knights imbeciles for not protecting her properly. Ferdinand then transformed his weapon into a hot steel and used it to magically seal Mine's wound. It was not healed, simply closed. He could not save Mine himself though, since he deactivated his divine protection and transformed his weapon. A weapon's form could not be changed once imbued with blessings, so he needed his fellow knights to assist him. Karstedt arrived, getting an earful from Ferdinand for his incompetent guards. They then tried chopping the trombe apart, only to get backlash from its branches, tightening its grip on Mine as well. With the second attempt, they were able to wear it down, giving an opening for Daniel to cut her out. Karstedt asked Daniel what happened, given he'd never seen Ferdinand so angry before. But we know it was that piece of shit Shiksa. After getting freed, Mine collapsed in fever, so Fran picked her up. He then laid her down, administering a potion blended by Ferdinand himself. It was designed to quell fatigue and help her recover mana. Drinking it, she shrunk back in disgust from the taste, but was now surprised to feel her fever fading away. Later, in front of the knights, Ferdinand demanded the two guards speak for themselves on this whole mess. Shiksa was still cocky, saying he had no reason to defend himself, still calling Mine a plebeian. Daniel was hesitant to speak at first, even though they needed information. Mine knew this was how a class-based society worked. She was certain Ferdinand would believe her though. She walked up, asking if she told the truth, could they guarantee her safety. This truth was one that inconvenienced a member of the nobility, so she wanted to know if they would drag her around by her hair or try to gouge her eyes out. Karstedt immediately picked up that's what Shiksa had told her he was going to do. He denied this, calling it a groundless accusation, saying she only stood up when she didn't have to and hurt herself. I hate this guy. Daniel was sweating, but explained his status was far lower than Shiksa's. However, Daniel admitted being unable to stop him and apologized. Ferdinand agreed this was correct, since one must never forget who ranks above. It brought Mine's happiness to a frown. We're not done here though, because Ferdinand asked Shiksa who ranked highest out of everyone here. Of course, it was Commander Ferdinand, who gave his orders to protect Mine. He reminded them she was to receive nary a scratch. If Shiksa considered the ranks, it should have been obvious what he needed to uphold. Ferdinand told the foolish knight that he was the one who needed to know his place. Shiksa had a fearful look, as he once again tried to cite Mine's plebeian status. But Mine was no mere plebeian. She was granted the blue robes with the Lord's permission due to her abundance of mana. Ferdinand shouted that voicing any complaints with that decision is dissent against the Lord. Doing this disgraced the knight's order. Ferdinand assured Shiksa he would be sentenced in due time, and with that, all the knights kneeled. Then, with Karstedt being blamed for choosing incompetent knights, as the commander of the Knight Order, he would be held responsible. Karstedt kneeled as well, accepting this mess exposed his lack of leadership. Ferdinand then turned away, telling Mine they still needed to finish up the ritual while the potion was still effective. He called his mount, and as they flew off, he told Mine to show them she was truly worthy of wearing the blue robes here and now. If the Knight Order recognized her importance, that would become a shield for her. Mine was uncertain, since this was her first time, but Ferdinand was very certain, stating he didn't participate in battles he couldn't win. Standing at the site, Ferdinand commanded Shiksa to start the healing ritual, saying that since he neglected his duties, surely he must have plenty of mana in reserve. The original plan was for Ferdinand to show Mine how it's done, but he wasted all his mana cleaning up Shiksa's mess. Mine could tell Ferdinand was lying and probably had enough to do this with ease. But still, he gave Shiksa the staff, telling the knight to show Mine he was a different breed. Shiksa placed the staff into the ground, chanting the spell to restore the land, granting the soil fresh grass. However, he began to shake quickly, heaving out of breath and running out of mana. Ferdinand commanded him to keep going, which caused Shiksa to fall over. Ferdinand then scoffed, because for all that big talk, Shiksa couldn't live up to it. He took the staff quickly, wiping Shiksa off, telling Mine to show him how it's done. She chanted, "O Frutrain, goddess of water, bringer of healing and upheaval, and the 12 disciples who serve her, hear my prayer and grant me your holy powers." The staff glowed, releasing an immense gust. She continued to chant, and Karstead was taken aback as Mine restored the land with unprecedented prosperity. So much, Ferdinand had to tell her to stop. He told her that was plenty, even a little too much mana. But now, he could clearly display why Mine was granted blue robes by the church and the Lord. That's why he's taken her under his wing. No one could object now, and Shiksa, who was the biggest dissenter, couldn't even get up. On their way home, Ferdinand expressed how bad he felt about what transpired. He didn't want her to be hurt or to be exposed to such malice. He never expected any knights to disregard his orders. He accepted the failure on his part. Mine told him not to blame himself, however, he truly felt remorse. Arriving back, he asked if she had any demands in response to today's events. She could tell from his look, though, he was hinting at her to say no. But she did, asking for a replacement of her ceremonial robes. They were brand new, but now totally ruined. She had them custom made to adjust for her future growth. Karstead could see age was no barrier when it came to how particular women were about fashion, laughing over the matter. She needed a new garb by winter, though, for the dedication ceremony, and thus, Karstead would have it replaced as an order from the Gilberta Company. Mine requested they also take things easy on Damuel, since he tried his best to help. Apart from that, she was fine with whatever punishment they handed out. She didn't want to butt in and attract further resentment. Heading out of the cathedral, Lutz met her, concerned about her wound, but was surprised to see that it was healed. He explained he heard her voice calling for help in his head, and even saw her wrapped in the trombe. He desperately wanted to help, but didn't even know where she was. He grabbed her, and while embracing each other, the two wept, relieved that everything was all right. After fulfilling the knight's order request, she was, of course, left bedridden. By the time she was okay to be out and about, fall had reached its peak. Coming back to the cathedral, Ferdinand had Mine meet with him in the secret room immediately. Inside, he had her drink a red liquid, then giving her a magic circlet to wear. She quickly passed out. Picking up the stick she had in her hand, Ferdinand observed Mine to be the only one who used it to tie her hair. But it wasn't just this. Mine brought all sorts of creations to this world. What surprised him the most was her passion for books. She treasures literature and even wrote some picture books for children. Her obsession was clearly abnormal. He then placed a circlet on his head, and magic would allow him to peer into her mind. In her thoughts, she heard the head priest explain they've synchronized minds. He apologized but felt it necessary to look into her past. She had way too much mana, and thus he needed to investigate whether or not she was a threat to this domain. She accepted, knowing he needed to clear his suspicions. First, he had her take him to the dreamlike world she mentioned before. Seeing it, he questioned what this was, remarking it to be like a noble district in some foreign land. Mine explained it was Japan, a world she lived before she was mine. If she hadn't died buried under an avalanche of books, she would have still been a librarian. She died as an adult. She was excited to see her beloved library once more, and Ferdinand was shocked to see this place had more books than even the Noble Academy's library, but now understood if she had memories of living in such a world. It made perfect sense why the cathedral's library would bring her to tears. They were then brought to her old house, where, while reading a book, Urano was called by her mother. Her mother wanted her to finish eating so she could clean up. However, Urano decided she simply wouldn't eat to finish her book, even though her mother made her favorite meal. The last thing she told her mother was to leave her alone and let her read. Mine began to speak desperately, wishing she could still apologize to her. She began to cry, telling her mother not to go, waking up in tears, with the head priest feeling just as terrible. He was too synchronized, meaning he felt all of the emotions she did. She then came up to him, pausing, before running to hold him tightly. He wondered what she was doing, and she shouted, "Hugging you?" since hugs calmed people down. Whenever she had dreams like these, Thule gave hugs to make her feel better. Mine had Lutz in her family, but she knew Ferdinand had nobody who'd do this for him. He tried to push her off, but she said no, and demanded he hug her back. She's been trying to block off these memories for ages, because even if she does remember, she could never go back. Ferdinand was flabbergasted at her resolve, and she thanked him for helping her see her mom again. He then decided to hug her back as she wept in a place only the two of them could speak in. Afterwards, Mind told him he could use the magic device on her anytime, because next time, she'd love to eat her mom's cooking again. He told her, absolutely not, and that he was never synchronizing with her again. Meeting back with Karstead, Ferdinand returned the circlets he was borrowing. He explained while Mind had no malicious intent, that she did, however, have memories of a life in a world far more advanced than their own, and a life as an adult woman, no less. Karstead was shocked, but Ferdinand knew if Mind's knowledge and memories were utilized well, she could bring Ehrenfest unprecedented prosperity. Knowing she only had books in her mind, though, he knew the people around her needed to put her to good use. Karstead felt Ferdinand had taken a liking to Mind, despite him denying it. The Knight Commander then explained that Shikikoza's case had taken a complicated turn, given his mother was complaining. Ferdinand received the complaint as well from the High Priest. Ferdinand then suddenly asked if Karstead would be willing to adopt Mind, given she'd be in constant danger with the amount of mana she possessed. Without a powerful backer, there was no telling how she would be treated. Her worth to this world was immeasurable. Ferdinand couldn't let anyone else steal her, so he needed to hurry and have a noble take her in. Back at home, the family was chattering, while Mind seemed depressed. She thought back to her previous life and uttered an apology to her mother, since she never got a chance to say it before. She quickly cheered up and thanked her new mother for always feeding her great food. Then thanked her father for always putting his life on the line to protect her. Then thanked Tuli for always agreeing to her selfish requests. Mind really was glad to be born into this family. They tried questioning if something happened, but she just made the excuse she wouldn't see them for a while living at the cathedral. The excuse worked, so the family laughed in glee, none the wiser on what had transpired. Meeting with Benno the next day, he shouted, asking what she did to get a high-ranking noble to request new ceremonial robes for her. However, she skipped out on giving an answer to take care of work. Things returned to business as usual at the cathedral, with more work done for printing books. She would later play the Harspiel for Ferdinand and receive a great praise from him. I think now's a good stopping place to do some reflection before finishing the final season. There's a lot of lessons and themes to be learned throughout the series. But before we get to that, man, it was so satisfying to see Shiksa get his comeuppance. It does suck that in a class-based society, one of lower status must yield to those with higher. While Ferdinand follows the rules of engagement of their world's society to a T, it's evident that he doesn't really care for it, especially with how he's willing to create a better world through the knowledge Mind possesses. Just to recap what brought us to this point, we start with Urano being crushed by books to death and then reincarnated into the frail body of Mind, a girl who was sickly and swallowed by her mana. Or was it Urano's mana? Then, she learned how to adjust into this new world, being the odd one out of everyone around her. It became so evident she was different. She had to unveil to Lutz she was from another world, and the Mind he had grown up with was gone forever. Regardless, he was willing to accept her, and along the way, she learned how to accept her family. This is one of the biggest themes in Ascendance of a Bookworm. What does it mean to be family? While Mind may be blood related to hers, technically the soul of Urano is not, even regretting how she left her family behind. I think this is a lesson to the viewer that family isn't just your blood relatives, but also those who desire to love and care for you, even if they don't always know how to express themselves correctly. There are other themes at play, such as talking to all stakeholders can lead to a better decision, like when Ferdinand had let his family express their feelings about his work, or that even geniuses can't do things alone, like with Mind constantly needing help from others for her creations. However, I think that's much bigger than the scope of this video. I'd love to hear some of your takeaways from this masterpiece of a series. Let's continue on to the final part, keeping in mind Season 2 ended with Ferdinand's foreboding words of needing to get Mind into a noble family. The end of autumn, the time when farmers come to sell their harvest. And during this time, Mind was feeding her mana into the church's magical items. Ferdinand had to stop her for now because with the dedication ceremony coming, she needed to save up her magic. He then began to become irritated, realizing she hadn't finished preparing for her winter seclusion here. The orphans continued to produce more of Mine's scripture picture books. They had to sell as much as they could, despite Mine originally intending not to profit on them at all. Earlier, Benno explained that during her seclusion, she'd need visiting wear, pajamas, outing clothes, and thick socks for the winter. She tried to tell him she didn't have enough money for all that, which pissed him off. But that's when he suggested she sell her new picture book. She had to sell her soul a little for the money. Meeting at the trading guild, Benno was looking to submit an application for the selling rights of the books. Frida welcomed her with excitement, as the two hadn't seen each other in a while. We learned her pound cakes had been selling well amongst the nobles, and she'd be willing to buy any more recipes from Mine, at a fair price of course. Seeing Mine's new book, Frida was instantly impressed. With Benno telling her the price was 1 small gold and 8 big silvers, Frida had no issue making a purchase. Mine knew that compared to these two, she was definitely not suitable to become a merchant at all. Taking their leave after finishing their guild dealings, the gang was stopped by Johann, who was shouting for them. He was an apprentice blacksmith who made Mine the more intricate tools for her baby book. His skill is in precision. However, they weren't expecting him to get on his knees to beg Mine to become his patron. Back at Benno's place, he explained that with him becoming an adult next year, he needed to find a patron among his customers that acknowledged his skills and invest in him. His task was to create what that patron asked from him in 1 year, a task for a part-time blacksmith apprentice before adulthood. Upon passing, he'd be acknowledged as a full blacksmith. The issue Johann's having is that he's not well received by his customers because he's too fixated on details. Mine then remembered him questioning what she needed every step of the way for the baby book. She actually appreciated how detailed he was, and for him, she was the only customer who ever said that. He really wanted her to be his patron. Benno calmed him down, reminding Johann that Mine was still a minor and couldn't become a patron without permission from her parents or a guarantor. Johann became disappointed hearing this. However, Mine's serious look became goofy and comical. She'd become his patron if he made metal prints for her. The blocks are shaped into a reversed letter, allowing for correct orientation when stamped. In the past, it was made by carving wood, but by changing to metal, it became possible to do mass production. When the blocks are lined up and adjusted to the paper, it's called a plate. You lock the plate in and then print. This is known as letterpress printing. This was definitely going to be detailed, hard work, but Johann wasn't backing down, so Mine had Benno become her guarantor, despite his reluctance. Johann thanked Benno, referring to him as Mine's father. However, Mine and Benno disagreed about having such a relationship. Benno claimed he wouldn't raise his child to be so blind to dangers and careless, while Mine shouted if Benno was her father, she would have run away from home a long time ago. It was a heartwarming banter for Lutz and Johann. At home for the evening, Ava and Tuli had prepared some nice underwear for Mine's winter seclusion. Her father came home, bringing a gift, some fresh tawny. Tuli got a little jealous, thinking her father was spoiling Mine too much, but Ava knew it couldn't be helped since they'd all be separated from their youngest once the seclusion began. The scripture picture books that were sold through Gilberta Company were starting to get sold to wealthy families that have ties to nobles. One day, a strange man bought one of the books and brought it to 2 other men who were not happy to see its contents. They were displeased to hear a child knew other methods of making ink than they had. Meeting with Benno, he explained trouble was afoot with the Ink Association sending them notices. To resolve this, Mine suggested they sell the ink production method to let others in on how to produce different inks. Benno had no problem with this, since it would ensure he didn't have more enemies to deal with and it wouldn't affect his main trade. Mark then entered, telling them a guest from the Ink Association had arrived, so Benno told Mine to hide at Karina's place for now, detailing the president of the association had ties to nobility, and there were a lot of bad rumors around him. He didn't want her making contact with him. Until negotiation with the Ink Association was over, Mine made a replacement for the ceremonial clothes that got tattered in the Trombe extermination. Otto wished his wife would take things easy since she was pregnant, but orders from high-ranking nobles just kept on coming. Karina became irritated, reminding him she's told him countless times that she hated when he commented on her job. But Mine saw this as them being lovey-dovey per usual. Downstairs, the Ink Association president signed the contract with a scornful look on his face. Benno then had Lutz take the contract to Mine to sign her part, and he explained it was the right move for her to stay hidden, because the president was indeed looking for her. President Wolf demanded they bring Mine out, and Lutz didn't like the look in the man's eyes. Later, on his way to handle business, Lutz found his path obstructed by a man in an alleyway. Looking up, Lutz realized he needed to escape, but was unfortunately caught. Benno explained Lutz almost getting hurt by the strange man, where luckily Mark had saved him and was taking him home now. This was definitely the work of the Ink Association, and he advised Mine not to go out until her escort arrived. With Gunter and Thule having come to pick her up, Benno relayed the occurrence that happened to Lutz, most likely involving the association. He recommended that in order to keep her safe, they should seclude her in a church right away, where no one would be allowed to reach her. Mine hated the idea of being separated from her family, but would hate it more if anything happened to them, so she decided she'd go. Later that night at the church, they gave the details to Fran, who would inform the head priest. They couldn't let this get out around Delia, since she was still connected to the high priest. Delia had no choice but to maintain the connection for her own future. Gunter then said his goodbyes to his daughter, and the two gave off the guard salute. Thule then held her little sister close, letting her know they'd visit during the holidays. That night, Mine laid in bed, only thinking of the family she now missed. She cried under her sheets, homesick just after one day. However, the seclusion would not be truly at peace, with the Ink Association president accepting payment to sneak in and have Mine captured. In the morning, Mine stretched upon waking up. She opened the blinds, but received a scolding from Delia as she was to stay in bed until her retainers readied everything. After finishing her Harspiel lessons, she was ready to visit Ferdinand for her usual duties. This is when Fran informed her that Ferdinand has instructed Mine to not leave her room until they have more information on her pursuers, meaning she wasn't even allowed in the library. Mine thought she'd survive at least if she had her books, but now it was only gloom and doom. Since Mine had a bit more free time on her hands, Delia wanted her instruction on arithmetic. After their first lesson, Delia complimented Mine's teaching skills, teasing that she was much better than Gil. This made Mine recall her time teaching at the gate, thinking maybe she should also teach for the cathedral classroom, even though they didn't have one at the moment. Educating was all a part of her scheme, because the more people who learned how to read letters and books, the more people would eventually desire to write and produce books. Gil was excited to learn how to write from Mine. However, Fran shut this down, as proper etiquette would dictate a gray-robed priest would be the one teaching. In the evening, Lutz came for a visit. Mine missed him so much, she jumped down the stairs to hug him. Despite it only being one day, she was so lonely and wanted to go home. They then talked about business products for the winter, and since they couldn't make paper during this time, Mine settled on reversi, chess, and playing cards, all out of wood. With things moving forward, Gil was excited to learn Mine would be making him a writing tablet in the spring. In his eyes, this would put him on the same level as Lutz and Fran, receiving Mine's acknowledgement. Lutz was eager for him to do so, since come spring, he would be going to a neighboring city to tour a papyrus workshop. Mine thought back to before their baptism, when he had expressed his dream of being a traveling merchant, smiling because now his dream was coming true. They said their goodbyes to Lutz for the day, and with Gil understanding how lonely Mine was, he held his arms out for a hug. Fran told him, absolutely not, because Lady Mine was their master. It was not his duty as her retainer to coddle her. Mine was disappointed, knowing she had to keep an appropriate distance with her attendants. She would later try to fill her loneliness by cuddling up to her big sister who had come to visit. It made her feel less lonely. As Mine rested, Thule rubbed her back and told her the same stories their mom always would for bedtime. But seeing Thule off, Mine would grow sad once again. Even with her retainers around, Mine was low emotionally and further growing lonely. She ate alone, and looking around, she was alone. She missed dinner with her family. She missed them calling her name. She cried because this loneliness ached. On the day of the first snowfall, she was happy to see Benno visiting. He was a little pale today though, considering he'd be meeting with the head priest and Lord Karstead. He felt much more nervous dealing with upper-class nobles than anyone else. He knew he must be summoned here for more than just delivering Mine's new ceremonial garbs. They must be trying to gather more information about her. After accepting her robes made by the Gilberta Company, purchased by Karstead, she was then presented Damiel. Remembering what happened that day she was cut by Shiksa. With payments done, both Karstead and Damiel's punishments have come to an end. From there, at the request of Benno, the noblemen looked at Mine's handiwork. Ferdinand personally saw no problem with selling these in the lower parts of the city. He then used a magical item to cast a barrier on them that prevented eavesdropping. Mine wondered what was going on at first, but then realized this was for Benno since he didn't have mana and thus couldn't use a magic trinket like mine had before. Inside the barrier, Ferdinand gathered all the information about the Ink Association's master Wolf, with Benno adding there were rumors that the man was willing to commit crimes to gain the favor of nobles. Benno believes Wolf's aim has to do with her greatest asset, her ability to come up with one product after another. He could either be trying to kidnap her to gain this knowledge, or take those closest to her hostage and demand this knowledge be handed over. But they knew imprisoning Mine was more problematic than kidnapping her, with Ferdinand remembering her having a fever for several days. After only being put in the reflection room for half a day, she'd surely die before any captors got any information out of her, meaning they may be trying to sell her off to some noble after gaining some of her knowledge, or perhaps try to force a subordination contract through her devouring. Ferdinand wanted Benno to continue gathering information at his workplace, while concealing Mine's existence here. After sending Benno off, they brought Damiel back to discuss Shiksa's punishment, in which the Lord had already determined was death. As far as the public knows, Shikikoza died in the line of duty. Damiel had been demoted to apprentice status, and would now be working as Mine's bodyguard for the next year. They needed Mine to be protected because she was truly in danger. Word had spread amongst the upper-class nobles that there's an apprentice priestess who can be exploited, given the amount of mana she had. And after finding out she was given blue robes by the domain lord, there were plenty of nobles who would want to get close to her to curry favor with him, even if it meant having her kidnapped so they could save her and make him feel indebted. And if the pursuers were the type who opposed the lord, they could kidnap her and sell her off to an enemy nation, even claim Mine was their child. In that case, her family would be in the way and probably silenced. This made her shake. Among lower-class nobles, there was still plenty of contempt towards Mine. They'd probably not want to acknowledge her as a blue-robed priestess who's a commoner having so much mana. To avoid all of this, Ferdinand suggested Mine get adopted into a noble family as soon as possible. His choice? Karstead. But Mine refused immediately. She became enraged, spiking her mana up, now telling them she wanted to go home. Ferdinand quickly took a crystal to her head to take some of her magic and calm her down. In his office, as he continued, he remarked she's built up too much mana in this short time. He was surprised she was so unstable even with her family visiting her. Mine blamed him for peering into her memories earlier, thinking about the family she'd never get to see again. She never wanted to be apart from her current family, and if she let some noble adopt her, she'd definitely never see them again. Seeing her devouring spark up, Ferdinand ran up and embraced her, knowing this calmed her down to some degree. This made her smile, saying he still had a long way to go. She then climbed up on him, saying this would do. He sighed, telling her that her mana was far too powerful. When her emotions became volatile, she put those around her in danger. There was a chance this would put her family in danger someday as well. She then squeezed his shirt, begging him not to separate her from her family. It was clear this was tough on him too, as he uttered, 10 years old. The enrollment age for the Royal Academy is 10. This was the most time he could give her with her family. Mine accepted, but from that point on, Ferdinand would not honor her opinions. If she was deemed dangerous or harmful, he would kill her. Meanwhile, Wolf was angered that his men couldn't pinpoint Mine's location. The next day, Damiel would arrive at the cathedral with his beast. Starting now, he would be working as her bodyguard. Meeting the retainers, Delia was interested in getting to know an upper-class noble. However, revealing he was a lower noble, she became less interested. Lutz and Thule were certainly excited to be in the presence of a knight for the first time, even though Damiel didn't think to make it a big deal. Lutz would then head off to the workshop, while Thule to the cathedral classroom, because she was currently working hard to learn how to read and write. With the two gone, Damiel admitted he panicked a bit. He was so used to having other nobles look down on him. This only made Mine more aware of the world she'd be in getting adopted by nobles. Putting that aside, she was excited to finally get back to the library, but quickly got shut down with Fran telling her the library was cold and may affect her health if she sat inside for long periods. However, Damiel suggested they just ask Ferdinand if she could bring some books back to her office. The knight fit right in with everyone else in no time. At the high priest's quarters, even with Bezawance having left for the palace for the dedication ceremony, Delia reported on the lesser noble guarding Mine. However, Jenny quickly closed the door, having to attend to other duties, meaning Delia wouldn't be getting her reward. A few days later in the halls, Mine and her party came across Bezawanst. He stopped at their bowing to scoff at her and continue his way. Meeting with Ferdinand, he explained the dedication ceremony was the most important ritual among the cathedral's events. She'd take the small grail she received at the harvest festival and fill it with mana. This would determine how much harvest they'd have. Ferdinand and Mine then said their prayers to all of the gods and let the mana flow from out of them into the grails. It filled them, manifesting the mana into a red liquid. They would eventually have to fill all the cups set aside on the table. Mine wondered if it would be easier if all the blue robes just went BAM! And contributed all their mana at once. However, Ferdinand explained the difference in mana would be too great. Even though mana flowed easier when prayer was said together, if they were influenced by how much mana Mine released, the others would physically not last. Ferdinand was the only one here capable who could keep up with Mine. She sighed, seeing this was going to take forever. On another day of dedication, the high priest entered the prayer room, an unexpected occurrence. He then pulled out a grail for Mine to fill up, claiming it was a request from the Lord, reminding her she was to obey requests from him at any time, and then left behind the bag for Mine to fill. Ferdinand was nervous Mine would lose her temper. However, with pride, she responded she's grown. Ferdinand then looked at the grails, bringing up he did not believe filling them was an order from the Lord. He told Mine he would ask the Lord and see for himself, while in the meantime, she continues to obey the high priest and make him believe he has the upper hand. And so, the dedication ceremony ended without issue. At the end of winter, Rosina had her coming of age ceremony and they celebrated, traveling by carriage. Daniel remarked the smell of downtown to be awful, but being Mine's guard, he had to get used to it. They arrived at the Gilberta store, where Mine became excited to see the metal prints Johann had completed for her. She examined them, as the most important thing was the letter types were all the same size and height. Mine became even more excited, offering her prayers to the gods for Johann's wonderful work. But I guess it was too much since she fainted, making Daniel nervous, thinking he truly might be executed for letting this happen. With the snow beginning to melt, Mine asked Ferdinand if she could return home sometime soon, but was quickly met with disappointment as he declined her. In the secret room, Ferdinand informed her that Ink Association Master Wolf died. They had just found out when Ferdinand asked Karstead to look into who Wolf's client was. Mine was spooked, concluding the noble who had employed them most likely had them killed. Ferdinand then wanted Mine to give her family this note, and seeing its contents saddened her. With her parents meeting him, he explained the church would be keeping Mine until the spring prayer was done. Gunther was upset, but now was the most dangerous time. Ferdinand explained the gravity of the nobles coming after Mine, who was still unknown at this time. This is why he personally had the Lord and the Knights limit how often the nobles can move about. There should have been a change regarding nobles entering and exiting the gate as of recently. Gunther was aware, but didn't know the reason was for Mine. He wondered why Ferdinand would go this far, to which he responded it was because they needed her mana. Then, Ferdinand dropped the bomb that when she turned 10, she would be adopted by a noble. It was that, or she'd be deemed a threat for her immense power and be executed. Gunther began shaking in anger. However, Ava accepted this, leaving her daughter in Ferdinand's care. She was at first concerned about Mine staying over the winter for her seclusion, but because Tully informed her that she was doing well thanks to him, Ava trusted the head priest's consideration. Even with Gunther still objecting, she reasoned this was better than their daughter losing her life. So, he accepted. All this was so much to bear. Mine never wanted to turn 10. Meeting with Ferdinand, Daniel reported on his time with Mine. He was fully on board with her being under Karsted's protection. Even now, he thought it would have been better if Shikikoza had not guarded her back then. Because of that incident, Daniel was demoted and his engagement was called off. Ferdinand replied it was incorrect for him to assume that he was punished because of Shikikoza. In Ferdinand's eyes, Daniel had his own crimes. He should have immediately casted a spell to signal things were getting out of control to the others. If he had been guarding an upper-class noble or a princess from another domain, that's what he would have done. Before falling to threats of a middle-class noble, he should have sought help from someone of higher rank. He failed at that and failed his mission. So lamenting, "Oh, woe is me," regarding this was also one of his crimes. Daniel now fully understood and swore he would not fail protecting Mine this time. Mine later met with Ferdinand, explaining who she would be bringing for her 10-day spring prayer trip. She was certain in that time she'd get sick, and knowing Ferdinand would give her a potion to remedy this, she asked him to make it taste better. In addition though, he gave her some magical items. On the morning of that trip, Ferdinand brought in 2 others who would be going with mine, Lord Karstead and a blue-robed priest named Sylvester, whom she'd never seen before. He came in close, commenting she was so puny and wondered if she really had her baptism yet. This man was a headache for Ferdinand, especially hearing him asking mine to squeak for him. He began to poke at her cheek constantly, and with Ferdinand growing tired of this, he asked mine to humor him, so she squeaked over and over. Sylvester then pulled out mine's hairpin, and she jumped over and over for it, telling him to give it back. It was one her whole family made for her. Seeing her devouring flare up, Ferdinand and Karstead whacked Sylvester in the head, returning the pin back to mine. The group then took off into the skies with Fran and the others traveling by carriage. Their destination was a farming village closest to the south gate, and upon their arrival, Sylvester made a super dramatic entrance, turning various tricks for all the farmers. Ferdinand set down a giant grail for the spring prayer, and placing mine before it, she began her prayer incantation, with her magic wowing the crowd. Ferdinand then poured her manifested mana liquid into the mayor's buckets, which would offer a fruitful harvest for their crops to come, and thus an end to their spring prayer in this town. They'd move onto town after town, until the evening where they arrived at Baron Blonde's summer estate. We learn nobles who have been put in charge of watching over farming villages by the lords spend their time living in the estates in the farming villages. In the winter, they return to the nobles' district and give their yearly reports and taxes. Inside the annex, mine was met by her retainers before dinner. She was cleaned and then dressed beautifully. She truly looked like a noble lady now, with Ferdinand noting she's become far more refined during the wintertime. But she was quickly heated hearing him say she still wore her heart on her sleeve too much. After dinner prayer, Sylvester was questioning why mine's meal was different from everyone else's, and learning it was specially prepared by her chefs. Just from the delicious smells, he wanted some. After eating half of her meal, he was eager to trade mine's chefs with his, but she had to tell him no, since they were going to be a part of a future Gilberta Company restaurant. He would gladly support them in the future by becoming a patron. Then, we move on to after-dinner entertainment, where Rosina, mine, and Ferdinand displayed their Harshspiel skills, while Karstead, Daniel, and Sylvester showed off their sword dancing. Sylvester was hungry for acknowledgement, so mine had to praise him 4 times, making her exhausted. Day after day after day, they would continue to offer spring prayers to different winter estates. They were to see Viscount Gerlach next, who they had to visit by carriage. Traveling their way, Ferdinand needed mine to cover her face, explaining the Viscount was quite interested in her, as he was the one who made the personal request for her to visit, and he was close to the High Priest. Ferdinand wanted mine on her guard. Meeting with him, the Viscount tried to get them to stay the night, but Ferdinand had his excuse, stating they'd be staying with Count Liesgang. Arriving at the Count's place, mine was feeling sick and needed to rest in bed early for the night. Lying in bed, she quickly passed out, not even hearing the sounds of people breaking into the estate. The next morning, she was brought in right away to meet with Ferdinand, who explained it was bandits last night. They were definitely trying to kidnap mine, but accidentally ended up in Karstead's room. They got one of them, but the bandit took his life as Ferdinand tried to disarm him. Then, as the other bandit was escaping, he and his horse exploded. Ferdinand was quite certain the Viscount was behind this. After taking care of their duties, mine was relieved to finally be heading back. But suddenly, a red beam shot up. The retainer carriage was being attacked. Mine and their squad quickly flew to the scene, and seeing a God of Darkness barrier, Daniel explained mana-based attacks wouldn't work against it. Only a noble should have enough magic to cast a spell like that. Several men then came out of the forest, looking to attack the carriage. Mine knew magic wouldn't work on the carriage, but she had no problem zapping all of the attackers away. She needed to protect Fran and Rosina. Ferdinand knew he couldn't stop her, and instead directed that she pray to the wind. This gave her clarity, so when her chant amplified from the bracelet Ferdinand had given her, she was able to cast a barrier around the carriage and blow the attackers back. Picking up a bigger mana presence in the forest, Sylvester jumped onto Daniel's beast and tossed mine over to Ferdinand so they could pursue what was in the forest. Sylvester shot a red phoenix, revealing a barrier around the area, and Karstead fired an explosive blade beam with immense power. The darkness barrier then cleared from the retainer's carriage and mine passed out after expending all her mana. Later that night, mine woke up, drinking a potion from Ferdinand, which was still disgusting. Apparently, they did not uncover the identity of the noble attacker, mostly because Karsted's strike was so strong from Mine's and Ferdinand's prayers, it wiped out the entire area. Ferdinand explained that over half the people who attacked were in fact not farmers from Ehrenfest. He supposed it had to do with Viscount Gerlach's land connecting to other domains. The darkness barrier would cost quite a bit of mana, and he suspected it to be a middle-class noble or above. And considering Daniel sensed mana back at the forest that disappeared, it must be the work of devouring soldiers. Arriving back at the cathedral, Fran and Rosina gave their formal thanks to Mine for saving them. Considering Grey Robes were less important than farmers, they were truly grateful for her protection. Later, Ferdinand and Sylvester had Mine show them the orphanage, with Sylvester surprised that things were so clean and neat. Ferdinand gave special thanks to Wilma for her wonderful drawings in the scripture picture books. Mine then showed them the Karuta cards she created that helped the orphans learn to read and write during the winter. They then met with Benno and his two Dapla apprentices, Leon and Lutz. Upon Sylvester telling them to raise their heads, Benno was surprised to see him observing so closely. We learned Sylvester had his own motives involving the Gilberta restaurant, so he dragged Benno away. Ferdinand was curious about Mine's printing press, and after Gil got the letters prepared, we could see the quick efficiency of the printed pages. Ferdinand knew this would change the history of this world, and now had a mountain of questions for her. After showing them around, Benno was losing his mind from the opportunity Sylvester presented him. He, however, desired to take out his troubles on Mine. The next day, Lutz and some others took Sylvester into the forest, and he came back with a shearer. The young boys thought he was so cool for taking it down so far away with just a single shot, and he was more than happy to offer it to feed the orphans. Late in the evening, he told Mine he hadn't had fun like this in a while. He offered her a magical item as a thank you. It was not one that simply activated through magic. It was a protective charm. After placing it on her, he told her to keep it on at all times, and if she ever got into trouble, she just needed to press her blood seal upon the black stone, and he'd instantly appear to save her. Wow. Mine was taken away by his kindness, despite all his usual teasing. In the private room, Ferdinand explained a typical book took the hard work of many workshops and artisans, in comparison to Mine's, where the text, pictures, and printing could all be done in one workshop. Once her printing press was complete, mass production of her books would begin in little time, which meant those who made a living making books would not be in the same situation they'd been in up to this point. He wanted to know how her original world changed once books went into the hands of farmers and townspeople. She recounted instances where people brought down the ruling class, and people started their own government. There were also leaders who spread information beneficial to their agenda in order to incite their people. Mine didn't quite know if the same would happen for this world. Ferdinand thought this uncertainty was troublesome, but things were very different, since this world couldn't function without nobles who used magic. However, he was certain the pushback from the nobles would be grand. He requested Mine not to print books until she's adopted by Karstead, since many lesser nobles who lacked wealth made a living by copying books. She would gain their ire. Remembering her pending adoption put her in a depressive mood, but Ferdinand reasoned that since she'd have a high-class noble title at that point, no one except the Lord would be able to stop her endeavors. Mine sighed at the 2 years, so Ferdinand got to his true intention, wanting Karstead to adopt her right now. She refused, of course desiring to spend as much time with her family as she could. Taking her leave, she inquired about his relationship with Sylvester, since they seemed quite familiar with each other. Ferdinand quickly shut her down, telling Mine not to stick her nose where it didn't belong. But, good news. He gave permission for Mine to finally be able to return home. After packing up, Mine hopped downstairs into her father's arms. The family giggled in happiness, and returning home, her mother's tummy was big with new life inside. Mine was surprised to feel a little kick. The next day, Gunter ran out for a midwife, and Mine led her mother with hee-hee-hoos to ease things. Once someone is in labor, women from around town come to help. The men pluck and carve chickens and prepare for the naming ceremony. Mine and her father were lost in thought, hoping the child would be born without problems. But with Thule coming out to announce he was born, the daughter and father smiled, mouths open with glee. Inside the house, Ava handed her husband their newborn baby boy, Camille. When Mine held him next, he began to cry, and knowing she was only going to be with him for 2 more years, she wanted to make sure he'd remember her. She wanted to make lots and lots of picture books for him. Back at the cathedral, Delia gave her report, but the high priest was gone at this time. As she took her leave, Jenny commented that she looked more elegant these days. It made Jenny nostalgic back to when she served Lady Christine with Rosina and Wilma. She would often dance the night away as Rosina played her harpspiel. Then Wilma would draw it. Hearing from Delia that Rosina was still playing these days, Jenny tightened her fist, giving a somewhat jealous air. Jenny then let Delia know a noble who liked little children would be visiting soon, so she should look her best when he comes to visit. Delia then left determined, because if this noble made her his mistress, she might finally be able to leave this place. But what Jenny held back from her was the fact that the man apparently only favored children who had the devouring. On a rainy night, High Priest Bezawance was meeting with Viscount Gerlach, who spoke of disappointment from failing to capture mine. Viscountess Daldolf was also irritated, wishing that both the commoner Blue Robe and Ferdinand would receive endless suffering. Given she was Shiki Koza's mother, it made sense she desired their end with the death of her son who was beheaded. Count Bindewald let off an evil laugh, also disappointed that half of the devouring soldiers he lent were killed during the spring prayer raid as well. The Count didn't want an apology though. He wanted to buy mine. He remembered that according to the law, if adoption was done by a noble from another domain, they would not need permission from the domain lord Ob Ehrenfest. Since the Count was a noble from the neighboring domain of Arensbach, they could easily take mine, removing the thorn from Bezawan's side. The Viscountess was fine with this as well, knowing Ferdinand would surely suffer if that happened. These three wanted all the info Bezawance had on mine to make their plan go smoothly, offering him a bribe he was eager to take. Strolling the town with Lutz, Fran, and Daniel, mine continued to brag about her cute little brother. She brought the newborn begging to Benno, who had enough since Otto was already doing it all the time. He and Karina had their baby at the end of winter, named Renate, the future Gilberta company's heiress. Benno had all the excitement sucked out of him, however, since Otto did enough excitement talk for the two of them. Switching topics, mine told Benno about how she couldn't move forward with letterpress printing books for a while, and instead would be putting all her focus into advancing picture books. First, they needed to create colored ink. Second, improve their mimeograph technology. She needed fast work as well to follow Camille's growth. Back in her office, mine told her retainers about the birth of her brother. Forgetting that Delia was still an enemy spy, they suddenly got a knock at the door, and Wilma appeared holding a baby. A woman apparently gave her baby away to the church because she couldn't take care of him. They all had no idea what to do, so mine met with Ferdinand, who suggested they hire a wet nurse since none of them here had the experience to help out. Back in the office, to everyone's surprise, mine said they'd all be in charge of the baby. Wilma would be in charge of him during the day, while the rest of the retainers would take turns watching him at night. Delia expressed reluctance at first, but her tune quickly changed when mine told her she'd be this baby's big sister. Mine's secret motive was to have Delia fixate on bonding with this baby and ultimately forget her goal of being a concubine. So she made it a competition of who would be the best big sister, and Delia always took on challenges. Delia wanted to name the baby similar to her name, so they chose Dirk. Mine poked his cheek, making him cry. Then shortly after, Delia started to comfort him, telling the baby that starting today, she would be his big sister, quickly calming him down and making him smile. Later, at the Gilberta company, mine was meeting with the new head of the ink guild, Bierst. Being an ink foreman prior to this, he didn't see himself fit on running things, and sought out Benno's help selling the ink. Mine agreed to take him on, as long as they were willing to help her create never-before-seen-in-this-world colored ink. Bierce's daughter, Heidi, was certainly excited to take this on. We learned Heidi and her husband Joseph were actually the ones currently making the ink for mine's plant paper. Heidi was stoked because even the ink they were using for mine right now was so revolutionary. The two were getting so eager about moving things forward, Benno and Bierce had to sit the girls down so they could finish their negotiations first. After finishing, Benno wanted Lutz to keep an eye on Heidi since she was like another mine. However, mine was just excited to meet another person so passionate in her work. Mine and Lutz later met with Heidi and her husband to test out different ingredients for the colored ink. They created various colors, but finishing up, mine was disappointed they couldn't quite figure out which colors mixed made what. In Bezawance's office, Delia relayed the information about mine having a little brother. However, none of the information was important, so he shooed her away without reward. Delia had Ella warm up some goat milk and carried it up to baby Dirk, who was crying. But oh no, he had red dots all over and a terrible fever. Delia needed to figure out what to do. The dots quickly went away after Dirk was fed and sleeping. Mine couldn't determine what the ailment was since she hadn't seen it herself, so they waited until he was hungry and crying again. Feeling his forehead, Mine could tell he was hot with fever and mana. Then the bumps started appearing once again. Once Delia started to feed the little boy, the bumps then went away right before their very eyes. Even knowing this boy most likely had the devouring, Mine could not expose the secret in front of Delia. She had Fran arrange a meeting for her with Ferdinand right away, and had Lutz retrieve some Tau fruit for her. She figured as long as Dirk had the fruit to deposit his mana into, they could stave the devouring off. Later, talking with Ferdinand about using the magic treatments, he confirmed the baby certainly had the devouring with all the symptoms displayed. He suggested they have the baby sign a contract with a noble as soon as possible. Otherwise, Dirk would not survive. Mine knew in a situation like this, Dirk would be kept as a noble's subordinate, have their mana drained away, and live a life of confinement until he dies. Dirk would especially have trouble getting adopted being a boy, since he couldn't be sold off as a concubine. Either way, Ferdinand needed to determine how much mana Dirk had. Dirk slept peacefully with the Tau fruit in hand, as Mine put the covers over him. The next day, Ferdinand appeared with his retainer carrying a magic circlet. After getting all of the retainers out of the room, he placed the circlet on Dirk's head and determined his mana to be equal to a stronger middle-class noble. He still brought up the topic of a noble forming a contract, and suggested Mine do it once she's adopted by Karstead. News she was certainly pleased to hear. He needed Mine to keep quiet about Dirk's condition though. Given if the High Priest found out, he would certainly try to use the boy. With the matter settled, Delia was relieved to hear everything was alright with Dirk, coddling the baby none the wiser about his condition. Later meeting up with Heidi once again, Mine tested out the determined paint colors on Trombe and Vorlon paper. It seems Trombe paper holds the color well, but the Vorlon darkens a bit too much. They then talked about how art workshops always kept paint making methods a secret. There was basically no paint available where they lived because of that. Paints were made in those workshops and delivered directly to nobles to prevent any info leakage. Testing what happened combining the colors though, everyone collectively sighed, realizing they all turned black. Back at home, Mine wondered what to do, until her mother suggested using a fixing agent. It's a type of liquid that makes sure the chosen colors stay. Finally, something that could solve Mine's problem. During Mine's Harspiel practice, she noticed Delia was cheering Dirk on to turn over. Delia praised her talented little brother. Mine was shocked Delia had such an adorable smile. She'd never seen it herself before. Wilma then came to take Dirk for her shift, making Delia a little saddened, remarking she felt so lonely without him. She even opened up the window to watch Wilma leave with him. Delia expressed her concern with Dirk probably not being able to sleep due to the loudness of being surrounded by the other orphan kids. So, Mine suggested she go visit Dirk herself at the orphanage if she was so worried. This gave Delia the flashbacks to her time leaving it once again. She told Mine she was never going back, with tears in her eyes, and ran off. But later, Mine had Delia escort her to the orphanage for a visit due to some circumstances. Delia tried to leave Mine at the entrance. However, Daniel reminded her it was improper to have Mine open the door herself. Grabbing on the door handle, Delia's heart was pounding so fast, as if it were going to burst. It was all tough work for her, but seeing Dirk about to fall from turning over, she quickly ran over to catch him. She then scolded the ladies to keep a better eye on this baby. Afterwards, Wilma worried if Delia would be alright, given her trauma. Mine wasn't certain, but hoped Dirk's cuteness would win her heart over to visit little by little. Besides, the orphanage has become a lot different than what Delia grew up in. Outside, Delia heard some news from Ferdinand's retainer Arno, and later, Mine found her yelling, "The head priest couldn't be trusted!" to Fran. Somehow, Delia found out that Dirk was slated to be adopted. Fran explained that Arno had delivered a message from Ferdinand, saying it would be difficult to find a noble to adopt Dirk after all. Delia demanded to know why there were talks about her little brother getting adopted. She brought up Mine getting ripped away from her family, and now Dirk was being taken from her? She was furious thinking Ferdinand took joy in ripping families apart. Fran then pulled Delia away, trying to calm her down, explaining Ferdinand had his reasons. But what ultimately stopped Delia from struggling was hearing Mine say she requested Dirk's adoption personally. Mine made the excuse that all the retainers taking their turns with Dirk was burdensome, and claimed he might find happiness with someone adopting him. Delia, still frustrated, challenged Mine for making a decision without telling her. Mine turned this around by saying she was glad everyone now knew she was trying to get Dirk adopted. She never thought Delia of all people would care for this baby so much. And despite Ferdinand trying his best, it was unlikely Dirk was going to be adopted, so Delia wouldn't be ripped apart from him. She was so glad. She didn't want to be separated from him no matter what. He was the first family she's ever had. Later, they watched Delia continue to cheer on Dirk as he tried his best to turn over. He eventually succeeded, making her so excited and proud. A heartwarming moment for Mine. Sometime after, Mine met with Heidi to test out the fixing agent. They had great success as the colors didn't change, even when painted over each other. Mine was so grateful, collecting the infinity stones of all the people who helped create her inventions. There was Johann, who produced her metal letter types, Benno, who made her plant-based paper, Lutz, the seller of her books, Ingo, who created her printing press, and now Heidi and Joseph, who made her inks. All of these people were vital in Mine's creation of books. Next, Mine went to a wax workshop to have Gil's tablet filled with wax. Then, met with Johann to make Gil a stylus and a toy for her baby brother. Afterwards, they suddenly heard the ringing of the town bell and saw a red beam shoot up into the sky. Daniel prompted them all to make a run for it, and leaving her at home, he explained he was going to regroup with the knights to get more information. After he left, Mine explained to her mother that something was happening at the east gate. She hoped her dad was okay. Later that night, Gunter explained a noble from out of town tried to enter and cause a commotion. The foreign noble didn't know the policies at the gate had changed, and had an unauthorized invitation. The new policy was, no nobles from other domains may enter without permission from Lord Ehrenfest. This noble got mad at the gatekeeper for stopping them, which is why Gunter summoned the knights. He assured Mine he'd do whatever it takes to protect this town, but needed her to be aware of her surroundings. His concern made her so happy, she ended up smiling despite their potentially dangerous situation. In his room, Bezawans was slamming the table and throwing a fit. One of his retainers tried to clean up, but he threw another chalice at her head. Still frustrated, he wiped everything off his table as the retainer sat with blood dripping down her head. The high priest was face red and foaming at the mouth in anger. The next day, Lutz came over delivering the bell Johann had made at Mine's request. She placed it on a stuffed bunny she made for Camille, and the little boy tried to reach for it. However, with him beginning to cry, Lutz remarked Camille always seemed to with Mine around. In her imagination, it was supposed to be Camille vying to be happy with his big sis Mine all the time. But she wasn't quite adored that way at the moment. In Ferdinand's office, he explained to Fran and Daniel that the noble from the other domain had received an invitation from Bezawanst. The noble was given a stern warning from the knights, and because Lord Ehrenfest was away at a lord's gathering, he wouldn't be issuing any new permits at this time. There was a possibility someone would try to forge the correct permits and get this noble in. Ferdinand wanted Mine's father to be informed of this right away. After 5 days being holed up, Mine was finally able to return to the cathedral. Returning to her office, she found things to be a little too quiet, wondering where Dirk was, only to be horrified, learning he'd been adopted at the High Priest's orders. It happened yesterday after Rosina and Fran returned from their lunch break. Delia and Dirk were nowhere to be found. Soon after, Wilma told them that Delia had taken Dirk. They learned from Ferdinand that Bezawanst had requested Dirk's adoption to a noble from another domain, and didn't need Lord Ehrenfest's permission because of the law surrounding that. Fran told Mine it was time to let go of Delia, since she acted on her own without permission from her master, and brought misfortune. Mine wasn't rash, only requesting Delia be brought before her. Something was off, since she knew Delia didn't want to be torn away from Dirk. Delia had told Bezawanst about Ferdinand being unable to find someone to adopt Dirk. She had mentioned Dirk got bumps on his body when he cried, and she was so worried about him. The high priest told her he'd figure this out for her as a guise of kindness, when in reality, he now knew the baby had the devouring. Delia was so excited that he found an adopter immediately. The high priest had told her Dirk could stay by his side until he comes of age. Until then, she and Dirk would get to stay in a room prepared personally by Bezawanst. Mine thought there was something wrong with all of this. If they were after Dirk's mana, why would the high priest want to raise him? Why did the noble agree to adopt Dirk? Delia asked to leave now, since Dirk's new father would be coming soon, and with that, she was excused from being Mine's attendant. That way she could live being with Dirk as close as possible at all times. Mine then reflected on how everything she'd gone through with Delia, wondering how things had gotten like this. After Delia was gone, Fran told Mine to be wary of the High Priest. He was apparently insistent on seeing her for some reason, even though up to this point, he'd done everything to avoid her until now. Fran found the sudden change unsettling. He also revealed Bezawants was involved with the gate incident, making Mine give a distraught expression. With it time to go home, Thule came by to help escort Mine. However, Daniel told the kids it was dangerous to have him protect more of them. Thule was a bit miffed, since her heartfelt gesture wasn't as well received as she thought it'd be. But Mine reasoned if something happened, they'd all be in more danger than she would be, since Daniel's priority was to protect her. They came across Otto in an alley, who was glad to see Mine was alright. Apparently, an incident happened at the East Gate. Gunter scolded one of the guards for letting a man with forged documentation through. He was horrified knowing his daughter was in danger. It was the same noble from yesterday. All the guards were searching for him now. Unfortunately, they did not contact the knights, and Mine's father went to the cathedral to make sure she was okay. Hearing this, Daniel quickly used the rot spell to call the knights, but with Mine turning around, she and Thule were already getting captured and screaming for help. Gunter arrived on the scene, quickly realizing the two kidnappers were on the run. He caught the one carrying Mine, but no, Thule was being held hostage. Mine's devouring sparked up. She was ready to kill. She threatened him and used the crushing, making the assailant holding Thule suffocate. This gave time for Gunter to quickly take the man out with a dagger, so now Thule was free. The man from behind him shot magic through a ring, but luckily, Daniel protected Gunter in the nick of time. Daniel then instructed the father to head to the cathedral and inform Ferdinand of what was going on, so Gunter quickly picked up Thule. Otto was in charge of Mine, who had a scrape on her knee from being dropped earlier. She remembered Sylvester telling her to use the necklace if she were in a pinch, so she took her blood and activated the charm. After dropping off Thule and Lutz at the Gilberta Company, Mine, her father, and Gil made their way to the cathedral. In Mine's office, we learned from Fran that Ferdinand is out for some reason. He also informed her that Dirk's new father wanted to see her. In Bezawant's office, they had just completed the adoption contract for Dirk. With our main party walking through the halls, they carefully dodged them to avoid Mine getting in touch with Count Bindewald. Unfortunately, they happened to take a bad turn, now hearing the High Priest cockily remark he'd been searching for her. Bindewald, just out in the open, told her he will establish a contract with her. Delia thought this was wonderful, since Mine would be adopted just like Dirk. However, Delia's spirit would quickly break, learning Dirk didn't receive an adoption contract, but one of servitude. She double-checked the contract, only now realizing it said, devouring servitude. Delia had no idea what this entailed, so Mine explained it to be a contract where a commoner with magic essentially becomes a servant in exchange for magic items, essential for their survival. Delia couldn't believe this. She thought there was no way Bezawants would betray her, and she's sort of right, because this scheme had layers. According to the contract, Dirk would be adopted by Bezawants instead and be allowed to stay here, as long as Mine signs an adoption contract with Bindewald. The two wicked men then called for their hired men to kill everyone except for Mine. Daniel and Gunter prepared for a battle against the men with magic rings. However, Bezawants had no idea Daniel was from the Night Order. Bindewald sought to eliminate him so the Order would never find out, but Mine quickly intervened. It became a magic duel between her and Bindewald, but he stopped realizing she was already wearing a ring of servitude. As long as she had it on, she could not harm the ring's master with it. Bezawants then went with a disgustingly low blow, using the ring on Dirk's finger, causing the little baby to pass out from exhausting his mana. Mine's devouring began to flare, but she was in a bad position with the defenseless infant in the High Priest's hand. This gave Jenny the chance to catch Mine from behind. Jenny had her own grudge, being forced to work as a flower giver, while Rosina and Wilma continued on like nothing had changed in her eyes. Bindewald then split Mine's finger, ready to force her blood seal on the contract. Mine squirmed, but there wasn't anything she could do. Everyone's hands were tied at the moment, but thank goodness! Her father made it in time and kicked the Count away. Bindewald then shot Gunter, causing him to fall over. Mine wasn't going to let this go. Her mana flared, shattering the ring and hurting Bindewald. She looked towards Bezawants, who seemed to be prepared this time, revealing the gift, a magic stone of darkness that was sucking her mana away. He laughed and laughed, but wasn't expecting it to crack with Mine turning up the heat. When it dissipated, he couldn't believe it, but now she was crushing him. Bindewald then fired the next shot towards her, but Daniel blocked its path with his body. She was still angry, but suddenly, Ferdinand arrived on the scene. Bezawants was surprised because he thought the head priest was away. However, Ferdinand questioned him on why there was a stranger in the cathedral. The two wicked men tried to turn this whole thing around, blaming Mine for attacking them. They were now demanding her capture for committing treason against a noble. Mine knew she was in a losing position here, and Ferdinand explained it wouldn't be just her, but also her family in attendance. She apologized to her father, but for the man who loved and raised her. Of course, he was prepared to die. Mine then pulled out the amulet charm Sylvester gave her, remarking the man to be a liar. Where was his protection he promised? Seeing it, Ferdinand became surprised, but now learned what his associate had done. This was the answer they needed. Mine could protect everyone she loved here and now, if she were willing to be adopted by Sylvester immediately. Her father begged her not to, but she just smiled at him and took his hand off. If this is what it took to save everyone, she accepted. It hurt her so much, but she didn't want them all to die. The two began to cry, knowing this was it. Ferdinand then handed Mine a ring, telling her to pray to the wind for their protection, because now he had justification to be rid of those who stood in his way. Bezawants tried to bark commands at Ferdinand, not knowing what was going on, flabbergasted to see he was being detained. The only reason Ferdinand spared him was because the high priest's death might cause him trouble later. Bindewald asked why Ferdinand had a stop wand, to which Ferdinand revealed his noble status having graduated from the Royal Academy. He had no intention of letting the Count escape. Mine then prayed to the Wind Goddess, creating a protective barrier while Ferdinand dueled with the Count. Karstedt and Sylvester arrived, as Ferdinand finished blowing Bindewald into the wall. After Mine released her barrier, she noticed Ferdinand was bowing. Was there someone here perhaps possessing a higher standing than him? Bezawants began begging Sylvester for help, and Mine is shocked to learn Bezawants is his uncle? Karstedt then presented the current 7th Lord Ob Ehrenfest was in fact Sylvester. Even Mine's father began bowing, as Mine shouted, learning his true identity. Back at the Gilberta shop, Lutz relayed everything that happened to Benno, and discovering Mine placed her blood seal on the black amulet, Benno mentioned it was too early for that and ran out. Sylvester commanded his subjects to raise their heads, and asked Bindewald if he wanted to explain himself. Bindewald wanted that commoner girl punished, and called her a truly dangerous, treacherous little plebeian. However, Sylvester told the Count he's got it wrong, because Mine is his adopted daughter. The proof was in the amulet. It was a magic item that finalizes a contract once a blood seal is used, which means Bindewald and Bezawants were now guilty of attacking a relative of this domain's lord. Commanding the Count's detainment, Karstedt shot a binding rope. Now face to face with his uncle, Bezawants played, "Oh, woe is me, I knew none of this," and tried to pin the blame on the Count. He begged his nephew to have that cur, Ferdinand, untie him at once. But Sylvester didn't like his uncle calling his little brother a dog. Bezawants replied, "Who cares about a younger brother to a whore mother?" However, Sylvester asked his uncle to stop the insults because regardless of different mothers, he still saw Ferdinand as his precious little brother. And oh my gosh, Bezawants then started begging Sylvester to cancel adopting Mine because Ferdinand was tricking him. And he started putting on the crocodile tears, telling his nephew he was worried from the bottom of his heart. This clearly wasn't going to work on Sylvester. Despite their blood ties, he planned to cast full judgment on the High Priest. Thank God. He claimed the crimes his uncle committed were worth nothing less than the death penalty. And all we hear is Bezawants screaming Sylvester's name before being taken away, with all the two wicked men's accomplices being charged as well. Mine pleaded with Sylvester to lighten Delia's sentence, since she was tricked. Sylvester was fine with this, but commanded Mine to deliver some kind of punishment as the new daughter of the Lord. So, Mine ran over and ordered Delia to return to the orphanage and be no one's attendant. She must now spend the rest of her life taking care of Dirk and all the other orphans. In tears, Delia thanked Mine for her gracious mercy. For the next step, Sylvester had Gunter summon his family to finalize the adoption. First, Mine met with Sylvester, Ferdinand, and Karstedt alone. They needed to fabricate a story to make Mine's adoption smoother in the eyes of the people. So now, she would start off having been the beloved daughter of Lord Karstedt's third wife, who perished. That way, being adopted by Sylvester now, her adoption would be known as moving from different noble families. Sylvester had also considered having the Gilberta company close shop. However, he knew they were necessary to keep the printing business as one of Ehrenfest's big industries, so Mine was allowed to keep her relations with them. Now, she was going to be the daughter of a lord, and would thus have a name change. Seeing her blood family from now on was prohibited. Fran brought them all in, and Thule gave Mine a big hug, but the reunion was cut short. As their father explained, she needed to bow in front of the Lord. She was surprised to hear Sylvester would be adopting right away, and that the commoner Mine was now declared dead. Thule wondered if this was her fault, as her parents solemnly accepted. Since the family was an obstacle to becoming his daughter, Sylvester considered having them dealt with. But he knew Mine would go berserk if that happened, which is why he's allowed them to live. But only on the following conditions that Mine began reading. 1. They had to announce to everyone around them that Mine had died. 2. If they ever encounter her from now on, they could not claim her as family. And 3. They treat Mine as a noble. With tears in her eyes, Thule screamed she didn't want this. Mine didn't either, but she also didn't want to put her family in danger any further. Something could happen to their mom or Camille next. Mine knew that even if they weren't family anymore, even if she couldn't call Thule her big sister anymore, she still wanted to be able to see their faces. She was going to keep doing her best to make picture books and toys for Thule and Camille. Thule came up to hug Mine, promising to do her best to learn how to read so she could read the books Mine was making. And once Thule became a professional seamstress, Mine promised to send her clothing orders so Thule could make them. The first signature was signed by Thule. Ava hugged her daughter, saddened she was leaving them so soon. She then wiped Mine's tears, telling her beloved daughter she loved her with all her heart. Ava then wrote and signed next. Mine then asked to hold Camille, telling him she was going to make picture books for him to read. She gave him a light kiss, and then the third signature was signed. Gunter apologized for being unable to protect Mine, but getting picked up, she assured him he always protected her. She told him if she ever got married, she wanted to marry someone who would protect her just like he did. She wanted to marry a man just like her father. The two held close, knowing after this, Mine could no longer call this man her father anymore. But in her heart, she would always be his daughter. Being put down, the ring on Mine's finger began to react. Ferdinand asked her to restrain herself, but Mine assured him she needed to use this mana because it was born from the love that she had for her family. She gave a holy prayer, calling upon all the gods and goddesses, blessing her family with divine protection. Everyone's wounds began to heal as Mine granted them power to continue towards their goals. Power to ward off evil, power to endure hardship, all blessings given to the ones she loved. After Gunter signed his name, Mine called to each one of her family members, telling them she loved them all, and then signed her name as well. As the contract was finalized, the love and memories of the time they spent were in their hearts. The contract was sealed, and now standing before them was not Mine, but Rosa Mine, the daughter of an upper-class noble. After the family bowed, they took their leave, and Mine thanked them, praying they meet once again. But in the floor's reflection, her tears dripped from this hard farewell. Later, a grave was set for the family's beloved Mine. At work, Benel told Lutz to get to work, not caring if she was Mine or Rosa Mine. What she desired more than anything else was books. The only thing they needed to do was continue business. Ferdinand told Fran to continue to guide Rosa Mine, so that she lives up to everything being the daughter of the Lord entails. We learned Thule would now be making hair accessories at Karina's place. Ava thought this must be thanks to Mine's blessing. Gunter came home, excitedly telling everyone he ran into Gil at the square, and was able to find out how Mine's been doing. Riding in carriage with Ferdinand, he explained to Rosa Mine that her job would be to spread the printing business as a new industry throughout the domain. She accepted her duty. Living her new life now, she was going to protect everyone and create even more books. The carriage rode its way through town, making their way to her new home. Rose Mine, previously just Mine, rode her carriage into the nobles district for the first time. As a reminder, she was once Urano Motosu, a Japanese college student who loved books. She was one day crushed below a toppling bookshelf and reincarnated as the sickly, weak-bodied Mine, the daughter of a soldier. She had the mantra, "As long as I have books, I can keep on living." So in this world devoid of books, she involved everyone around her and created books herself. Possessing an immense amount of mana, and afflicted with the devouring, Mine was taken in as an apprentice priestess by the cathedral. There, she continued her undying efforts towards bookmaking, but fearing that her family and friends in the lower city might be placed in harm's way, she ultimately decided to cut ties with them. Ferdinand called her name, reminding others would grow suspicious if she didn't respond quickly. She couldn't space off and had to get more used to her new name. She from this point would be educated as an upper-class noble as Karsted's daughter until the summer baptism ceremony. After that, the plan was for her to become Ob's adopted daughter and focus on expanding her printing industry. Rosemine misspoke, saying she was looking forward to working with Lord Karsted, and Ferdinand was stern, reminding her if she failed to pull off these tasks, she and her loved ones would meet their end. She needed to do her best to protect them. Cornelius, Karsted's youngest son, stared out the window with their arrival. He asked his mother if she was sure about taking Rosemine in, and Elvira was certain, with grace and poise. She brought up the fact that the girl was raised by Ferdinand, and she was a bit eccentric, but really, Cornelius knew his mother only got this way when Ferdinand was involved.
So what are they saying? Are they saying that Karsted's wife has a thing for Ferdinand? Oh no.
Elvira told her son to serve as Rosemine's guard. He didn't want to become a retainer of the Archduke's family, but the matter was already decided. The two welcomed them home. Karsted nudged Rosemine forward, and while she seemed a bit nervous, our heroine bowed with grace, offering them blessings guided by the pure and flowing waters of the goddess of Frutrain. Elvira accepted the blessing, and from this day forward, would act as her mother, and so Rosemine's life in the noble's district began. However, she hated the black slime. Her hair shine was all gone. She'd be presented with new shampoo from Benno, but felt disappointed because Lutz wasn't with them. Elvira enjoyed this Rinsham, since it gave her hair a beautiful luster, and remarked her disbelief that the lesser nobles had been monopolizing it until now. Apparently, it hadn't been selling well amongst the lesser nobles because of the price, and was more suited for the upper class. Next would be cookies presented by Ella, a woman who accompanied Rosemine as an exclusive chef. Elvira gushed over the fragrant taste, and with Rosemine adding Ferdinand was fond of these cookies as well. Elvira took the bait and decided to enjoy some more. Rosemine picked up on Elvira's liking of him immediately. Seeing him arrive, she could see Elvira totally had the face of a fan attending her idol's dinner show. Ferdinand was not pleased to hear Rosemine had yet to memorize every single noble family's name, so he offered a motivating reward. If she memorized the names of every noble attending the baptism ceremony, as well as successfully completed the baptism and inauguration, he'd give her the keys to the cathedral, and she could thus enter the library without his permission and access rare books. She now promised to memorize them all, even if it killed her. Rosemine got to work immediately. Her days would go on where she would receive lady training and study hard. Cornelius was concerned for her, but she told him she couldn't afford to make mistakes. He didn't dislike those eyes of her. They had conviction. He told her to just call him brother and offered her break time fun. She gushed at the idea of reading books and getting led to the house library. She was overjoyed. The joy would fall short. With her falling, she became ill. Ferdinand explained to Cornelius that's just how she was, and that's why he was assigned as her guard. In the middle of the summer, the day before the baptism ceremony, the two older brothers returned home. Lamprecht, the second son, picked her up with affection, recognizing her as the apprentice priestess from before. Cornelius was worried she'd faint, but he didn't think so. Rosemine didn't remember meeting him, but apparently, the two older brothers were there during the Trombe hunt. They were knights, after all. Eckhard, the eldest, was also Ferdinand's guard knight. Since she was the person Ferdinand swore to protect, he decided to also treasure her as his little sister. The home would flood with priests in preparation for the baptism. This was common for noble families here. Eckhard mentioned that with Ferdinand presiding over the baptism, the ladies would cause quite a stir. Unlike when he normally visited the nobles' district, he'd be wearing ceremonial robes today. Now Rosemine could see he wasn't just an idol to her new mother, but to noble women in general. Eckhard knew him well because they were close in age, and they served the same order of knights until Ferdinand entered the cathedral. As a student, Ferdinand was flawless, no matter what he did. So much so that rather than feeling envious or resentful, you could only admire him. Eckhard told Rosemine to take good care of Ferdinand. He wanted there to be as many people as possible on his side. They'd later congratulate her on her baptism, and Ferdinand presented her a gift in celebration. She stared with bittersweetness, seeing the hair ornament. It was made by her birth mom and Thule. Her dad made the pin part.
She wept. It was filled with the love and thoughts of her whole family. No, guys, I almost teared up. Oh my god. She couldn't stop weeping, even with Ferdinand telling her to calm down. He then told Karstedt to get everyone out. No one could enter until he allowed it. He'd wipe her tears a little too rough, and she begged him for a hug. And so he did, while telling her to make sure she covered her face so it didn't dirty his clothes. He never expected something like this to happen on the day of her baptism. He brought the hair stick from her family to make her happy, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, or so he thought. But she told him it did make her happy, but also lonely as well. She wanted from now on to be given things like this a few days in advance. Afterwards, her face was still puffy, and so he blessed her with healing magic, and eyes were good as new. Elvira would tell her first impressions were of utmost importance, and when facing a large crowd like today, it would have been unbecoming for a lady to have her eyes swollen from weeping. She told Rosemine to show the most beautiful side of herself at all times. Moving to the baptism, all the nobles were gathered. Ferdinand would welcome a new child to Ehrenfest, and she followed behind her parents. In front of so many, to protect the people she loved, she needed to become the adopted daughter of an archduke. Expand her printing industry as well. She couldn't afford mistakes now. Today, she was 7 years old. Ferdinand gave her a magic tool, and tapping the plate, as he expected, the two saw 7 colors. She was now officially recognized as Karstedt's daughter, and everyone cheered. Recognized by the gods and people, Karstedt presented her a ring, and Ferdinand gave the god of fire, Leidenschaft's blessing. Before the people, Rosemine wished to pray for the high priest, and everyone celebrating her baptism here today to receive the same. And with an enormous blast from her ring, fell the blessing onto everyone. No one was ready for all that light from her small body, or the enormous amount of mana that would take. Rosemine became worried she had done something wrong, but seeing both Ferdinand and Karstedt smirk, she could tell they were plotting something. Sylvester, Lord of Ehrenfest, then stepped forward immediately to announce his formal adoption of her. The crowd gasped as he announced she was secretly raised in the cathedral to prevent unnecessary strife due to her immense mana, and that unaware of her noble lineage, she worked hard taking care of the orphans here with compassion, providing them with both food and work. She was the epitome of a saint, and her purity moved his soul. When she was attacked by nobles from another territory, he made the decision to adopt her for her protection. And furthermore, he'd be expanding printing technology, which she introduced through the children as a new industry for the Ehrenfest duchy. Signed contract by all parties. The adoption of Rosemine by Ob Ehrenfest was complete. After that, she spent the rest of the day greeting others. She'd meet her new mother, Florencia, Sylvester's first wife, and her new brother, Wilfried, the eldest son. Then, she'd be greeted by Daniel and Bridget, her new guard knights. Wilfried pulled her away because he was bored, but this made her run out of breath. She ended up falling over and dripping blood. Back in the old town, Thule was doing her tailoring work. She thought back to that moment Sylvester told Mine her whole family would be forbidden from seeing her as family, and her workshop and room in the cathedral would remain. They could see her there. It was signed by magic and blood. All Thule could think of was her little sister these days. She had so much to tell her. Rosemine was glad to see Daniel again, but for him, he felt it was an honor far beyond his station to continue serving as her guard knight. For a lesser noble to become a guard knight of the ruling family was a stroke of luck so improbable that Daniel was now rumored to be a man who found a magic stone within a heap of refuse. Rosemine heard about Bridget from Karstedt. He wanted to assign her a female knight who was capable of going anywhere with her. But with Rosemine often visiting her workshop and the lower city, it was difficult finding someone who'd want to go. The cathedral wasn't just shunned by the lower city, but the nobility as well. At the high church, Ferdinand led the inauguration ceremony. He announced the former high bishop was removed from his position due to falsification of official documents. Therefore, Rosemine, the Archduke's newly adopted daughter, would be taking over. A priest objected. He shouted that she was merely a commoner, granted a blue robe in exchange for money. Ferdinand dispelled that by responding they were simply deceived by the previous high bishop, and that his decision was made in accordance with their lord's will. Rosemine called for prayers to the gods, all while thinking she could have the keys to the library as long as her ceremony went by without incident. Ferdinand handed it to her, letting her know if she collapsed, he wouldn't provide any healing today. She was excited to go, but Fran stopped her. She couldn't go yet, since there were already things that needed to be read. Her eyes twitched. She had to memorize this stack of tablets before the star binding ceremony. The ceremony was a ritual that celebrates marriage, and is held during the week of wind in the middle month of summer, also known as the Star Festival in the lower city. Bridget objected, saying this was too much for Rosemind to remember at her tender age. The room had become tense. Fran answered calmly that because Rosemind had to attend the star binding ceremony as the High Bishop, she would face harsh judgment if she messed up during her first ceremony. He reminded Bridget that as a noble, she must be aware. Bridget realized she overstepped and stepped back. Rosemind was relieved, but would soon be constrained by news of an audience with the head priest. Ferdinand wanted to discuss matters involving the Gilberta company visiting tomorrow. This was the first bit of good news Mine had heard. That meant she'd get to see Lutz. She was the one who visited the head priest's room up until now. But now, Ferdinand had to come visit her, since she was the high priest or bishop. After an exhausting discussion, the two were served tea and snacks, and Ferdinand asked about the progress of her restaurant. He informed Mine that Benno received a written order from Sylvester and was told to inspect potential sites for a new workshop before the star binding ceremony and report the results of the new restaurant. It was just more work on her plate. Receiving her report from Gil, she decided to praise him with the usual head pats, something that astonished Bridget. She told Rosemind she shouldn't treat her attendants that way, and it's what Mine expected from someone who was raised in a high noble family. They'd visit the orphanage, and we learned Delia has completely settled back here, often caring for the young baby boy. Mine's old family would learn from Lutz that she was officially back at the cathedral. He heard this from Gil, so there was no mistake. The whole family was overjoyed to see her again. The last time was in the spring. Lutz explained she finished her baptism in the Nobles District and came back as High Bishop to take part in the Star Festival. Tuli had heard about this from Benno. If Mine made a mistake during the Noble's baptism, she'd lose her life along with everyone connected to her. That's the kind of pressure she had to endure. The father wanted Lutz to tell Mine he'd been promoted to the commander of the East Gate, and while Lutz could, he recommended they just write to her instead. Mine was eager for a long-awaited reunion. So much so, Ferdinand had to calm her down. Once he was done speaking with them though, he turned a blind eye to whatever happened once they entered the sealed room. With the arrival of the Gilberta company, she thought Lutz's face seemed more mature. He'd kneel before her, referring to her as Lady Rosemind, and all the care and love he showed her flashed back in her mind. It disheartened her, but she performed as she was supposed to. The meeting commenced. She thought the once cheeky and foul-mouthed Gil was doing so well. Benno thought expanding the printing industry throughout the domain may prove difficult because the scholar that accompanied them seemed intent on sabotaging the entire endeavor. He didn't seem to fully comprehend the vision of their lord, acting as if an utterly detestable task was forced upon him. He thought at this point, the project was guaranteed to end in failure. Rosemind was panicking, but this was valuable information, since Ferdinand couldn't have learned this from the scholar's reports alone. He'd take this into consideration. Now, entering the sealed room, Mine rushed to give Lutz a hug, complaining she was sick of nobles whose names were so long and hard to remember. If she collapsed, they force-fed her medicine to recover. Everyone hid behind formalities, and she had no idea what they were really thinking. Her new mother and father wouldn't give her hugs either. Lutz let down his guard, telling her, "Long time no see." She then asked Benno for a favor, to be scolded, even if just a little. She apparently wanted it because no one ever scolded her these days. She only got praise no matter what she did. He'd shout, "You're letting your guard down too much, nitwit. You're already absent-minded and scatterbrained as it is." That's exactly what she wanted. Lutz thought despite becoming a noble, she hadn't even changed a little on the inside. He wanted her to give back the tears he'd shed, thinking he'd never see Mine again. The two boys would detail their first ride in a carriage outside the city. The roads were made of dirt and quite bumpy. The town of Hase was small, and there weren't many people. Mine was hoping a workshop there could give orphaned children a place to work to earn their keep as much as possible. Thinking back to how things looked, Gil was frustrated. The orphans there were wearing rags and starving, just like how he'd been a year ago. That's why he definitely wanted to build his workshop and make it a success, just like Mine had done for them. Mine told him to kneel, praising him with head pats. She thought he did a great job on his first long-distance trip, not even letting the carriage sickness get the better of him. This room was probably the only place she could show him this kind of affection. Lutz would then hand Mine a letter. She recognized the paper from a set she gave to her family after Mine officially died. Tuli wrote she'd been working at Karina's place to make clothes for her now that she's become a noble. Her dad wrote Camille could now hold his head up on his own. Her mother told her to please make sure she didn't push herself too hard and to take care of herself. That night, Lutz would go back to the family and bring them Mine's letter. She'd thank them for the hair ornament
It felt like everyone was watching over her during the baptism. Julie knew this life was much more difficult for Mine, since she constantly had to prove herself. And so, the father declared they'd be going to the cathedral for the Star Festival to show their support and hopefully cheer her up. Mine would later get news of it from Lutz, and she'd steel herself to work hard. Leading the Star Festival, Rosemine chanted her prayers and blessings, emitting incredible magic to bless the fertility of couples and offer divine protection. The other priests were surprised she could offer a genuine blessing without wielding a divine instrument. The demonstration of her powers was once again going all according to Ferdinand's plan. Outside, the people spoke of Rosemine being so tiny, yet so incredible. Her family would enter, smiling at her. Exactly what she'd been waiting to see. She felt like they were all watching over her, and it gave her courage. Tuli thought the hair ornament looked beautiful on her. She'd keep making lots to send her, and Mine swore to keep doing her best. In order to prepare for the noble star binding ceremony, Rosemine moves into her residence from Karsted's home to Ehrenfest Castle, the home of the Archduke's family. The inside opened to Sylvester's vast estate. There were farms, orchids, as well as the training ground for the knights in their dormitories. But of course, Mine was only concerned about where the library was. Stepping out of the carriage, they were greeted by the head of the castle attendants, Norbert. Cornelius and Angelica were summoned to serve as Rosemine's castle guards, and Mine took a particular focus towards Angelica. She didn't seem like a knight at all. Due to her appearance, she was well suited for guarding Mine at tea parties and banquets. Next, they'd meet Rosemine's personal attendants, Riarda and Ottilie. The first of the ladies, Ferdinand didn't seem too fond of. Riarda addressed Mine as Princess, and it really caught her off guard, although it was a proper title for her. We'd learned Riarda was originally a governess to Karsted, whereafter she served as Sylvester's wet nurse. Both boys were quite fond of running around. Taking care of them was quite a struggle. Unlike those two, Ferdinand was exceptionally well behaved. Rosemine couldn't believe there was someone who's known all three of them since they were kids. Starting today, Rosemine would be living in the North Annex, where the rest of the Archduke's children resided once they've completed their baptism. The second floor for the boys, the third for the girls. Rosemine's room was sparkly, arranged to look just like her room back at home. She'd be surprised to learn Sylvester had two other children, Charlotte and Melchior. These two haven't had their baptism ceremony yet, so they hadn't made their public debut. During dinner, Rosemine would ask about the other children, and Ferdinand told her that those unbaptized could not sit at the same table. She thought that was a little much, considering it was a private formal dinner for a family. He'd respond that only those who have mastered proper dining etiquette may attend formal dinners. Rosemine was sad to hear the whole family didn't eat together. It made her think of her own. She had to get used to this. She was going to be living here from now on. After dinner, Wilfried would suddenly greet her, glad she was doing okay. The two just giggled. Don't tell me this is how they acknowledged him dragging her until she started bleeding all over the floor. Rosemine got changed for the star binding ceremony. The unmarried attend the evening banquet to seek out candidates for marriage. She noticed there was an unusually strange space around Ferdinand. Oh man, nobody wants to date this guy. Sylvester explained no one would dare approach a priest who had no intention of getting married. He teased, questioning if Rosemine was worried about him getting married, despite working her to the bone. She retorted, that's why she hopes he stays unmarried until she comes of age, because the cathedral would fail to function if Ferdinand were to leave. Oh no, they're foreshadowing the things I don't want to happen. The ones Rosemine seemed most concerned about were her guards. Bridget was also alone. Sylvester thought she was a difficult one, having already broken off an engagement once already. After her father passed 3 years ago, her fiancé tried to take advantage of the situation and take over her house. She's been subjected to this harassment ever since she broke off the engagement, and that's why she sought out a powerful backer and became a guard knight of the High Bishop that no one wishes to work under, all to protect her family. Sylvester was sure she'd given up on the idea of marriage. He was surprised to see Mine crying now. She was weak to stories about family. She wanted to do something for Bridget. Sylvester suggested creating new trendy clothes for her, and if they generated enough demand, she'd keep the economy flowing within the domain, which was a duty of the Archduke. Somehow, Mine ended up with more work. With the 7th bell, the ceremony went through, officiating brand new couples. Rosemine laid on her performance extravagantly, granting a divine blessing of light for all of them to accept. Rosemine ended up bedridden soon after. She wanted to make sure she fully recovered before their meeting at the restaurant. On the ride there,
Sylvester could hardly stand all the swaying. The stench of the lower city was just as bad. They arrived at the new Italian restaurant. Benno and crew would greet them. At the table, he'd introduce the co-investors. Of course, starting with Rosemine. She originally conceived the idea for this restaurant and provided suggestions for the menu and recipes. Next was the master of the Merchants Guild, Gustav, and his granddaughter, Frida. They made immense contributions to the training of the servers and cooks. For the meal, Rosemine would go first for etiquette reasons. She noticed the surprised faces both her father and Frida made. It's because this kind of fluffy bread didn't exist in this world. A single bite drove the both of them crazy. Next was consommé soup. In this world, people boil vegetables until they are completely mushy. Then discard the savory broth before eating it. Mine was sure they'd be surprised by how delicious this was. Ferdinand made an unusually stern face and described the dish as beautiful. The savory flavors of each ingredient complemented each other, creating a concentrated essence, and yet contained no solid ingredients, crystal clear to the bottom of the bowl. After the meal, Benno delivered his recent inspection regarding the new workshop to be established in Hase. Rosemine suggested they set up a workshop there and have the children under its care do the work, just like they did here. However, Hase had no cathedral at the moment. Sylvester commanded Ferdinand to handle it. He summoned his pen and began working on a floor plan for the monastery. Next, Sylvester burst out of the restaurant to head to Hase. Over the skies, he'd ask her where the best place was to build a workshop. She wanted a forest for papermaking and a river. Finding the perfect spot, Ferdinand got to work. He was building a monastery with his magic. Mine couldn't believe it was all happening so fast. The magic circle descended, reshaping the land and the floor plans until a miraculous new cathedral was built. Even the locals were surprised. Now that this was all done, Sylvester wanted them to start the workshop immediately. Mine said that was too much. They still needed tools for the workshop and a foundation for their daily lives. Her personal savings alone wasn't nearly enough. However, she'd learned they burned all her savings just now. That was all the gold dust Ferdinand used for the spell. Sylvester told her not to fret though. That was why he announced her printing endeavor as an industry of Ehrenfest. She just needed to leverage her position to solicit donations from other nobles. At a celebration party to get donations, Rosemine would quickly find no one taking her or her new industry establishment seriously at all. They collected a large amount of donations thanks to the work of her mother and adoptive mother. But they needed to collect more, despite her having collapsed from that small social gathering. Seeing her mother Elvira stare at Ferdinand's glimmer, she could see he really was an idol amongst female nobility. She imagined him playing music and charming all the women. This was money. The tickets were guaranteed to sell like hotcakes. They could also print and sell program books at the event. It'll double as publicity for the printing industry and make even more money. She asked Ferdinand to play a few pieces, and he asked why. She responded that amongst all the people she knew, he was the most skilled on the harpspiel, but he'd still turn her down. Her mother glared at her, giving the signal that she must put on this concert no matter what. So, Rosemine kept badgering him. She could give him a new piece to perform, as well as a recipe for a new dish. Her pleas were still unsuccessful, and thus, Elvira was at a loss. Until Riarda came in. She scolded Ferdinand for refusing to play, and being mean to a young lady who was still recovering from illness. She reminded him this whole project was being backed by Lord Sylvester as well, and thus, he gave in. After that, they decided on a date for the event. They'd send word to the church so Wilma could draw the program, and promptly received a reply back with Ferdinand accepting to perform a month from now. The next day, they'd begin magic training. Rosemine needed to create her own high beast for traveling to various locations for inspections. He had her dye a special stone with her mana, while visualizing it into a creature large enough to ride. Unfortunately, she was too unfocused and it burst. Ferdinand got upset because she destroyed an incredibly valuable face stone, and now she became worried, realizing it might be worth as much as a monastery. Even though it was unable to be restored, she somehow formed it back together. By the end of it, Ferdinand got revenge on her by making it so she couldn't read the books on magic right away, and instead had to rest. She wasn't going to hold back either. She'd definitely slap a close-up of his face on the cover of the music program. Determined to get revenge on the High Priest, Rosemine set out to recreate mimeograph printing. The days would go by, and even with her trying to get up early to read the books, Riarda would scold her so she wouldn't shirk on her other duties. Ferdinand wanted Rosemine to deliver on her promise of giving him a new song and recipe first. In the private office, she ran to Lutz to give her complaints. She felt like Ferdinand was bullying her too hard. showing her books she's never seen before, and not allowing her to read them. That's why she was going to recreate a mimeograph for revenge. This would allow her to produce books with more intricate illustrations than woodblock, and in even larger quantities. Mimeograph printing required thin sheets of paper coated with wax placed on a filling board. An etching pen was used to make tiny holes in it, where the ink would pass through. The finer these holes were, the more detailed the printed image would be, like how small pixels made for clearer television screens. To make finer holes, a smooth, even surface on wax paper was an absolute must. The thinner and more even the coating, the better. It's the most important part of wax stencil. Heading down to the workshop, Mine was prepared to make the mimeograph and to get right to work. She wanted illustrations so good, all the noble ladies would faint. Johann, the blacksmith, was surprised to find out Mine is the new bishop. Next, Zach was introduced. He was a blacksmith second only to Johann. He also wished to earn the title of Gutenberg. Johann didn't have any patrons or receive any recognition for his work until now. But after working with Mine, everyone knows him by that title. Zach thought he was more suited for it, and asked Mine to compare his work to Johann's. Mine could see his personality was definitely different. She decided to take him on anyway. The first task was to have them make rollers necessary for making wax stencil paper. The smithies were confused at first, but Lutz showed them the paper coated in wax. Part of the task was making sure this wax paper wouldn't tear. 2 rollers are placed on top of each other. Below the rollers is a tray containing wax that is heated and melted. The melted wax flows from the lower roller to the upper, ensuring uniform wax coating. Then the paper becomes coated passing through. Lutz reported that Thule finished a new hair ornament and wanted to show her. She got excited and requested he bring Thule to see her. He'd hand her a letter from her family, which discussed everything they'd been up to. They were all doing well. In preparation for the upcoming concert to promote funds for the printing industry, Mine hummed a popular children's anime song with themes of love, courage, and kindness, to which Ferdinand added lyrics for a love song dedicated to the goddess of earth by the god of love. Everyone in the room was captivated. Bruh, he even got Damiel. After viewing Wilma's art of Ferdinand and seeing both hers and the rest of the girls' reactions, Mine questioned if this concert was actually super dangerous. During a meal at the cathedral, Lamprecht would detail Wilfried's complaints about how it was unfair that Rosemine didn't need to study under a tutor, was always sneaking out, and spoke with Sylvester during meals. Lamprecht asked that she please study with Wilfried just once to ignite his competitive spirit. Ferdinand cut him off. She didn't have time for that. There were many things that Rosemine needed to prioritize. He believed Wilfried's retainers should handle him. After lunch, Mine learned the concert tickets were all sold out. Elvira wanted to increase the total. They could sell by double the current amount. Mine would present the merchandise image of Ferdinand she planned to sell at the concert, and her mother decided to buy it on the spot. By evening, Thule came for her visit and graced herself before her sister. She presented a hair ornament in the style that her deceased younger sister once taught her. It glimmered with just a single look. Even now, Thule thought of her younger sister every time she made these ornaments. Rosemine told her just like how she cherished her younger sister, she would also treasure these hair ornaments when she used them. They ended up chatting endlessly. Thule detailed how her younger brother often stared intently at his black and white picture book, and various other things. Their goodbye for the day was heartfelt, but Rosemine quickly wiped her tears to continue her business in the evening. Delia and Wilma came by with little baby Dirk. Mine had him hold one of the fruit, and it began to fill with his mana. Since he had the devouring, he needed to do this often, otherwise it'd consume him just like it did for Mine. She wondered if her own brother was as big as him now, but she couldn't get too sentimental at the moment. Soon after, she filled the tau fruit with her mana, turning it into a trombe so the boys could cut it down for paper. The people could never find out the secret to paper. Otherwise, it'd turn society upside down. On another day, Ferdinand was having Mine use another phase stone to have her create her high beast. He had her shape it with her imagination, and she got the hang of things pretty quickly. She was told to imagine an animal she could ride, and Ferdinand did not look pleased. She told him it was a panda, not good for flying at all. While she was fast at learning, he thought she lacked common sense. He summoned his own high beast. To give an example, the crest of Ehrenfest is the lion, and he wanted her to try creating one next. And so, she did, but still not exactly the way he was looking for. She could ride it, but it felt easy to fall off. Mine missed riding in cars, and the idea sparked in her to create one. Ferdinand only got more annoyed. She got in, stepped on the gas, and was able to make it fly. So all was good, except Ferdinand told her to change the animal. He didn't like the representing animal of Ehrenfest to be displayed in such a silly way. and thus she'd change it into a tanuki, I think. They flew back to the cathedral, and the ride was bumpy for Mine, so by the end of it, Ferdinand told her to practice diligently so she could control it freely by the Harvest Festival. He was even nice enough to compliment her for learning fast, and allowed her to read for the next few days. Mine was super excited. Eventually, Zach was able to produce a machine to make wax paper, but wasn't so ecstatic to have the label of Gutenberg after realizing Mine used it for her entire crew. They did the mimeograph printing with the art crew, and finally produced their first Ferdinand print. Mine was ready to collect plenty of donations and get her revenge on the High Priest. The day of the event came, advertised as sort of a grand tea party by Lady Florencia. Rosemine told the guests the funds raised from the tickets they purchased would be used to provide food and work for the children under the care of the cathedral, and also sold the prints of Ferdinand as forefronts for the newly developed printing technology. The women were so impressed seeing the high-quality prints produced in mass quantities. Ferdinand was annoyed. He didn't know there would be this many guests, but he was too late to object. When he made his entrance, the women clapped and commented on his beauty and handsomeness. He smiled, letting them know, in gratitude for their donations, he'd play for them. Just for a moment, Mine thought his beauty resembled Wilma's drawings. As he began to play the new love song, he got all sorts of reactions from the ladies watching. They gushed, were over-emotional, and everything you expect of something akin to idol fanship, but set in a more medieval era. His playing was so powerful, a girl's mother passed out at her table? Oh my god. All the ladies started passing out. Thankfully, they had a lot of knights prepared in case things went wrong. Mine would get summoned to outside the room. It was by her new father, Sylvester, whose wife didn't give him any notice of the event whatsoever. Mine thought everything was about to crumble, but quickly egged him on to make an appearance in the end. She told him the true star of the show always arrived late, and introed him in right before Ferdinand's last song, and the two of them actually played and sang incredibly well together, even getting the crowd to sing along. After the event many women described as dreamlike, Mine sold Ferdinand print mementos the ladies were scrambling to get. They completely sold out, raking in a ton of money. Mine was ready to prepare a second event, but not before Ferdinand would chew her out in private. The fundraising concert concluded successfully. It's now autumn. The monastery in Hase has finished preparations. It is now ready to accept people. Mine's father gets excited. He's been chosen as a bodyguard for the Grey Priests moving to Hase, and he'd be able to see Mine again. The family all wished to see her again. Benno would later introduce Mine's mother to Mine as a craftsman who's been working with Tuli to make hair ornaments. They go into the private room. Mine wasn't prepared to be reunited, but she knew her mom was probably thinking something like, "How is life as a noble? Are you pushing yourself too hard?" They remember the contract demands Mine's family cannot treat her like family, but instead, as a noble. Her mother wants to hug her, but she pulls back to pleasantly say, "I'm glad to see you're well." Tuli presented Rosemine her new hair ornament, and her mother placed it in her hair. Mine missed her mother's touch a lot. After that, Mine grew busy with the autumn baptism ceremony for the lower city, the harvest festival, and the preparations for the inspection of Hase. She could still feel the warmth of her mom's hand on the ornament. Ferdinand then came in to discuss the new building in Hase, which was both a workshop and a house for orphan children. He also came to tell her he'd be mobilizing the guards from the eastern gate for the job. Mine knew immediately she'd be able to see her father again. He lit up, reading a letter from her, knowing he'd be seeing her soon, and greeting each other once more. They gave each other the guard greeting just like old times. Arriving at the new monastery, Mine created a hidden room. Ferdinand points her to the magic tool used to protect the place. There isn't enough mana to last here until spring, so Mine's responsibility was to protect it. We move to the day Hase's children are to be handed over. The mayor hurries out for apologies and remembers Mine was that blue priest from the spring prayer last year. Ferdinand is stern as he asks where the children are. They should have been informed ahead of time to be brought here. They were presented with 14 children, different than the total counted previously. The mayor told them they had the wrong number, but Thor told them that was a lie. The mayor was planning to sell his big sister and Martha, so they were being hidden. Daniel held his wand at the mayor's neck, reminding him Lord Ferdinand demanded all the children. He complied, so Nora and Martha came out. Rosemine introduced herself, inviting the orphans to come to the monastery, giving them the motto they could eat so long as they worked. Thor accepted since he didn't want his sister sold off. The scummy mayor tries to object, but Daniel silenced him. 4 children, Rick included, end up going, all while the mayor scowled at his losses. Over a meal, Ferdinand mentions how troublesome the mayor seems. It reminded them of the previous High Bishop.
mistakenly thinks he's in power, vindictive, and quick to hold grudges. Ferdinand tells Mine she must act in a way that forces her desires. Next, Nicola brings Nora and Martha over after they've finished washing up. Mine asks for Martha's name and age, but she has difficulty speaking. Mine warns if she doesn't learn to speak for herself, nobles who greet would have her executed, considering this an act of defiance. Thor and Rick enter and perceive the girls being threatened. They charge towards Mine, but Daniel and Bridget quickly knock them away. Mine and Ferdinand are reminded of Mine's father. It's natural family got protective like this. She politely warns them that being rude to nobles would cause them problems. As long as they did as she said, they could all stay together. Martha then got up and said she's 8. Her older brother Rick said he's 12, Nora 14, and Thor 11. Moving to lunch, the orphans ate like wild animals, normal for uneducated children of the lower city. Thor would later become angry hearing he couldn't sleep with his siblings because the girls and boys had different dormitories. He angrily asked if Mine understood the feelings of people who didn't want to be separated from their family, a sensitive area for Mine, but she did not defend herself. Fran would be the one to slap him. He told Thor no one understood that feeling more than Rose Mine. She had to make the decision to leave her family during her baptism ceremony and be adopted by the Lord. And now, as High Bishop, she must spend her life going back and forth between the castle and the cathedral while dealing with the loneliness of not being able to see her family. He reminds them she saved his sister from being sold, and thanks to her, they were all able to live together. Even if she forgave them, as her head attendant, Fran would not. His hand was shaking. Mine blamed herself for him having to resort to violence. She thanks him for getting angry on her behalf, and then empathized with Thor and Rick's desires to protect their siblings. She told them they weren't alone, and while they couldn't sleep together, they could still be together. Nora went to her bed first, accepting she'd sleep there. She reasoned with her brother, and they all complied. Meanwhile, the mayor looks at the tablet, thinking this is bad. They needed to at least get back Nora at all costs. Ferdinand confronted Benno about the mayor of Hase. Benno knew this would happen. The mayor held considerable influence over the region. The territory of Ehrenfest is divided into 2 types of land. Regions managed by land-owning nobles, known as Geebs, and domains directly governed by the Ob. Hase is one of the directly governed domains, and has been entrusted with the administration of the surrounding farming villages as well. A great number of people gather at the winter mansion in Hase to make it through the winter. The town mayor is the one who controls that winter mansion. Ferdinand didn't believe that alone would make the man so arrogant. He wanted to know what kind of noble backer he has. And based on Benno's last visit, he believes the mayor has connections to a noble of very high rank. Ferdinand considered the former high bishop was one of the backers. The man did not have a high beast, so his movements would have been restricted to areas accessible by carriage. Mine questioned how he could remain so arrogant with the high bishop gone, and Ferdinand supposed he was just unaware, not even knowing Mine's been adopted by the Archduke. Benno explains there's no rumors in the lower city regarding the former high bishop. However, there are rumors saying the new high bishop is a saint that can bestow real blessings, and that the former high bishop retired just cuz. Mine suddenly felt something strange happening at the Hase monastery. Someone was trying to force their way in. Ferdinand could feel it as well. He took her to a storage room and pulled out a tablet, then infused it with magic to reveal a watery image of the monastery. There, they saw villagers riling up a mob, likely there to reclaim the children. The men tried to approach the wall, but got shoved back by magic. The defensive magic was working without any issue. Since Mine had infused the monastery face stone, it prevents anyone with ill will from entering. Mine wanted to check on the kids, but Ferdinand said not to. If they weren't careful, the mayor would be silenced, like Wolf was, killed without Mine's knowledge. She didn't want that, and neither did Ferdinand. The mayor had good intel, so he wanted him captured alive. A few days later, a letter from the Hase mayor addressed to the former head bishop arrived. It read, "One of your subordinates is behaving with the utmost arrogance. Please do something about the monastery. Even Nora, who was contracted to be sold to the nobility, has been snatched from us." Mine brought this to Ferdinand, and what she learned from Benno. Hase has no facilities for nobles to dine or lodge in. Since it's located close to the city of Ehrenfest, everyone simply passes through it. Because of that, the villagers have no interactions with nobles, except for religious ceremonies and tax collection. Ferdinand told Mine to reply that the previous high bishop has passed away. He wanted to confirm what the mayor truly desires: a high bishop that brings blessings to Hase, or a noble that will line his pockets. They could just remove him now, but what truly matters is what comes after. Mine asked Why not just remove a wrongdoer now? But Ferdinand turned it back towards her, asking, what wrongdoings has the mayor done? Mine nervously answered, selling children and using money and valuables in exchange for special favors. However, Ferdinand said those weren't wrongs. The mayor takes care of the orphan children, and thus holds the rights of ownership over them. It was his right to sell them or not. The same applied here in the Cathedral of Ehrenfest. Mine's heart sank, reminded the common sense of this world was different from hers. Furthermore, while she called it a bribe, she was asking a noble to make exceptions for her. She needed to make good impressions. But Ferdinand clarifies the mayor's wrongdoing. His crime lies in disobeying the orders of a noble like himself, and raising objection to their decision. The selling of children, even through illicit means, would still have the people of Hase standing beside their mayor. The surrounding farm villages gathered at the winter mansion in Hase. If the townsfolk are told he was planning to use the money gained from selling the children to nobles to provide for the large number of people through the winter, Mine and Ferdinand, who selfishly snatched the children from them, would be the targets of the townfolk's hatred. Mine knew very well how vital winter preparations are for commoners. Ferdinand reasoned when comparing the many citizens who pay their taxes to a handful of children, it's obvious the priority should be taken to protect the townspeople. To Hase, she and him are the villains. Mine realized she was too naive. She thought she could gain a workforce, and those children could gain a stable life. But now she could see what Ferdinand meant when telling her not to think things would go conveniently her way. Sylvester gave her permission to do this because he determined they would be able to collect taxes from the new laborers she created. None of this was a simple act of compassion. Mine currently lives off the taxes paid by citizens. It's obvious who she needed to prioritize. But either way, the mayor needed to be punished for his defiance. Ferdinand thought that little bug would serve as an excellent teaching tool for Mine. He told her to create a faction opposing the mayor, nurture it, and isolate him. Prepare a successor that would ensure the town of Hase will continue functioning smoothly once they remove him. If they cultivate a convenient pawn that aligns with their interest, before they eliminate him, things will fall neatly into place. Mine felt unnerved about all this. She grew up being taught that something like this was a bad thing to do. She didn't want to do this, but Ferdinand told her to pull it together. If she didn't act, the children could not venture out into the forest. The workshop would grind to a halt. They would become nuisances that only eat the divine blessings provided for them. Mine was tearful, saying she didn't know how to plot against others. To this, Ferdinand pats her head, telling her not to worry. It's just her first time. He'd teach her. That night, she had nightmares of what they talked about, and it woke her up. She returned to the castle to have her measurements taken for her winter attire. Later in the halls, she came across Wilfried, and he got pissed. He was upset that Rosemine got to see his father so much more than him. He shouted he hated her and called her stupid. She called him stupid back because he was always running from his studies and causing trouble to everyone around him. She wanted to run away too, but couldn't. There were so many people counting on her. She told Wilfried if he was more reliable, she wouldn't have received such unreasonable tasks from Ferdinand. She nearly crushed him with her magic, but Daniel calmed her down quickly. A few days later, Mine finally returns to Hase and learns the children were fine. Thor's especially happy knowing his sister can't be taken away. They get to eat proper meals all the time too. All the children were thankful, and Mine felt it was worth it. She later cried to Lutz about the difficult task Ferdinand's given her. Benno tells her he's being lenient. It would have been normal for the entire town to be razed to the ground the moment they attacked the monastery. The monastery is a white building the Archduke established at the request of his adopted daughter. Launching an attack against it is the same as attacking the Archduke's family. Mine had no idea. A crime like that resulted in Count Bindewald's imprisonment and the old bishop's death. If even nobles are punished, there's no way commoners wouldn't be. Benno adds that even merchants do things like creating opposite factions to stir the pot. It's something Mine would have to learn as the Archduke's daughter anyway. She cries into Lutz again. She didn't want to do something like scheme and entrap someone. To this, Lutz just told her to change her way of thinking. She wasn't entrapping the mayor. She's saving the people of Hase, who are getting dragged into this mess because of the mayor. The High Bishop is a saint who can bestow real divine blessings to others, after all. Thinking of it that way, she felt she could do it. She sees Ferdinand again, who notices her complexion has improved, thanks to Lutz's advice. She presents a plan with ideas given to her from Benno. The monastery in Hase was attacked, and now the entire town is in danger. The compassionate High Bishop fears that even though the attackers were people related to the town mayor, the innocent townsfolk that have nothing to do with it will be punished as well. At the same time, Benno's crew would circulate a rumor. Who is going to be held accountable for the attack? Steer clear of Hase if you want to avoid getting dragged into this mess. This sense of unease, along with the fear of the nobility, should morph into resentment against the mayor's faction, allowing them to isolate him completely. Mine was a little surprised that Mark and the High Priest were actually the same type of people. Ferdinand approves, although he still can't believe she didn't understand the meaning of the attack on the monastery. He's really not letting it go. Man, finally getting some plot to this story after all that foundation buildup. Ferdinand explaining the logic of the world really helped me with perspective on the story I forgot about. It makes sense. We can't use modern human rights for logic in this story because they're not the same. Selling a child marriage, these are things that are not illegal in this world, but defying a noble is a crime punishable by death. Glad I don't exist in that kind of world or country. Subscribe for more parts, but for now, watch this next video. It's me, ComfyTea. I'll see you all in the next one.